Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, First Encounter. Third person's POV. A hum resonated through the heart of the forest as a woman with long, snow-white hair and enchanting violet eyes tended to exotic plants. She cradled the head of a vibrant flower, bringing it close to take in its fragrance. Snap. The woman turned slowly toward the sound, her gaze shifting from the flower to the source of the noise. Her expression shifted to one of confusion as she spotted a small boy standing at the edge of her secluded sanctuary. The boy, no older than 5 or 6, was covered in dirt and mud, his face, hair, and clothes all smeared with grime. Yet, even beneath the layers of filth, his charm was undeniable. His wavy blonde hair, although tangled with twigs and dirt, gleamed faintly in the dappled sunlight. His clear blue eyes, reminiscent of the open sky, shone brightly as he clutched a black kitten with striking purple, slit-like eyes. Concern clouded the woman's face as she noticed the dried blood and numerous scrapes covering the boy's skin. Rising to her feet, she approached him gently, crouching down to his level. "Are you all right?" she asked softly. The boy nodded cautiously, wary of the sudden and strange woman in front of him. "Are you perhaps lost?" she continued to question. The boy shook his head silently in response. "No." "Are you running away?" she ventured, raising an eyebrow. The boy hugged the kitten closer and nodded. "I see," she murmured, her tone laced with sympathy. "What's your name? Maybe I can help you." The boy eyed her warily before replying, "It's rude." "Pardon?" she asked, leaning in slightly. "It's rude to ask for someone's name without introducing yourself first," he stated, his tone cautious. She chuckled lightly. "You're right. How rude of me. Let's start again. Hello, my name is Merlin. May I ask yours?" The boy's eyes widened in surprise. "My name is Arthur," he stammered. "Arthur, huh?" Merlin smiled warmly. "That's a lovely name." Arthur held out the kitten in front of him. "This is Cosmo." "Cosmo?" Merlin echoed, amused as she regarded the kitten. Arthur nodded earnestly. "His eyes are like the stars. Since they're held within him, he's Cosmo." Merlin, still smiling, gently shook Cosmo's paw. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Cosmo. My name is Merlin." She stood and extended her hand to Arthur. "Come now, you're filthy and hurt. Let's get you cleaned up and figure out what to do next." Arthur hesitated before tentatively reaching out to take her hand. "As long as you promise not to fatten me up with sweets and eat me later." Merlin burst into laughter. "Do I look like I have green skin or live in a house made of candy?" she asked, gesturing to her cozy, flower-adorned home nearby. Arthur shook his head with a small smile. "I suppose not." Arthur sat down on a wooden chair by the table, his wide eyes darting around the cozy room. Merlin waved her hand in a fluid motion, and the grime, mud, and dried blood that clung to Arthur vanished. The cuts and scrapes on his skin healed instantly, leaving him spotless. Arthur's face lit up with awe. You just used magic," he whispered, his voice filled with innocent wonder. Merlin tilted her head slightly, a curious expression on her face. "Yes, and from what I can sense, so can you. In fact, it seems you've used magic quite recently." Arthur tensed, his body stiffening at her words. "Yeah, but it was accidental." Gargle. Arthur blushed faintly, clutching his stomach. "I'm sorry," he murmured, embarrassed. "You have nothing to apologize for," Merlin said kindly. "I take it you haven't eaten." Arthur shook his head, holding Cosmo closer. "Not since yesterday." Merlin ruffled his golden hair gently. "Let's fix that. I'll make you something to eat." A short while later, Merlin set a few plates of food in front of Arthur. "Here you go. Eat up." "Thank you," Arthur said, his tone sincere. He began cutting the food into small pieces and feeding them to Cosmo. "Here you go, Cosmo." "Wait a minute," Merlin started, but Arthur, anticipating her concern, shook his head. "I'll be fine. I'll eat once I know Cosmo's had enough. I wouldn't want him to go hungry." Merlin watched him with a soft smile. Once Cosmo licked Arthur's fingers, signaling he was done, Arthur finally started eating. "So," Merlin said gently, "care to explain why you're all alone in the middle of the forest? Where's your family?" Arthur froze, a spoon halfway to his mouth, his cheeks puffed out. He chewed, swallowed, and then smiled, swinging his legs nonchalantly. "They're dead," he said brightly. Merlin's expression faltered. "Dead?" Arthur hummed as he stuffed more food into his mouth. Yup. My entire family is dead. I'm so sorry, Merlin said softly. Don't be, Arthur replied cheerfully. There's nothing we can do about it, after all. Merlin's eyes twitched at his casual tone. Arthur continued, I mean, there's no reason for you to say you're sorry. You're not the one who killed them. I did. Merlin's body went rigid. She stared at Arthur, her voice careful. I'm sorry. What do you mean, you did? Arthur swallowed another mouthful of food before replying, like I said, there's no reason for you to be sorry. I was the one who killed my family. He continued swinging his legs, seemingly unaffected by his own words. Merlin's eyebrows knitted together. If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me what happened? Why do you say you killed your family? Arthur considered her for a moment before nodding. You did give me food, so I don't mind telling you. You see, both of my parents were squibs, born into magical families but unable to use magic. They were kicked out of their families because of it, which is how they found each other. He paused, his tone steady. They apparently had a good marriage and loved each other, well that's what my mother used to tell me. Then something unfortunate happened, I was born. The problem was, I didn't look like either of them. My father had brown hair and hazel eyes. My mother had the same. But me. I had blonde hair and blue eyes. My father didn't believe I was his. He thought my mother had cheated on him. Arthur tugged on his golden hair, his fingers running through the strands as if to prove a point. See? It's not brown. He took a deep breath before continuing. Then my sister was born. She had black hair and blue eyes, just like mine. Arthur's feet swung lightly under the table as he resumed eating, but there was a slight pause in his voice. My father, he saw her as the final nail in the coffin. To him, it was proof that my mother had cheated. The resentment he had for her only grew stronger. But they didn't break up. I think they truly loved each other, which might be why my mother stayed, even when he started taking out his anger on us. A heavy silence fell between them. Arthur filled it with a soft chuckle. Then I did something stupid. I tried to use magic. I didn't know what I was doing, but I thought if my parents came from magical families, maybe I could, do magic. I didn't know what to expect, but I managed to do it, by accident, really. He shifted uncomfortably, scratching Cosmo's face. The problem was, my father appeared right at that moment. He snapped. That was his breaking point. He tried to kill me, screaming that my mother had cheated with someone who could use magic. He couldn't believe it could come from them, being a squib and all. Arthur tugged at his shirt collar, trying to reveal the markings his father had definitely left around his neck. All right, you healed me, he suddenly realized, blushing in embarrassment. Merlin's face was etched with horror. Arthur coughed softly, pushing through the embarrassment. My mother heard the noise and tried to stop him. Their fight escalated, spreading through the house. In the kitchen, my father managed to grab a knife and he slit my mother's throat. Arthur's voice wavered, but he pushed on. I froze. She was bleeding out right in front of me. My father, seeing me frozen, charged at me with the knife. But then, my sister shoved me out of the way and took the knife herself. Silence. Arthur's smile was strained as he continued. I don't remember much after that. I woke up with the knife in my hands, my father dying on the ground, cursing me. He called me a bastard, said if I hadn't been born, none of it would have happened. His lips puckered slightly before he chuckled. I mean, he wasn't wrong. I heard people trying to break down the door. The commotion must have drawn them. So, I ran. I booked it out the back door and into the forest, hoping to lose anyone chasing me. Merlin sat in stunned silence, tears streaming down her face as Arthur continued to eat and smile brightly. Look, you don't have to cry. There's a bright side to everything, right? If I hadn't gone into the forest, I wouldn't have met Cosmo. How cool is that? And now I've met a pretty witch who gave me delicious food. Merlin couldn't hold back any longer. She sat beside him and pulled him into a tight hug. You don't have to pretend, Arthur. I know you're hurting. Please, stop pretending you're fine, she sobbed. Arthur chuckled softly, shaking his head. When Merlin pulled back, she saw tears streaming down his face, even as he continued to smile brightly. Sorry. I can't do that. Pretending is the only thing I know how to do. Merlin sobbed harder, holding him close. She cried for the both of them, for the tears Arthur refused to acknowledge, and for the pain he bore alone. Chapter 2, Dreamscape. Third person's POV. Later into the night. What a shameful display. Merlin muttered to herself. I let his emotions overpower me, she continued as she prepared for bed. It's been a while since I used legilimency. I was worried he didn't have any emotions left, considering how he was handling his family's death, Merlin thought to herself. She snapped her fingers, extinguishing the candles around her. Just as she was about to settle in, a shy knock echoed from her door. "Come in," Merlin called out, a bewildered expression on her face. As the door creaked open, Arthur stood hesitantly in the doorway, looking both shy and embarrassed. He was dressed in striped white and blue pajamas, complete with a nightcap that had a cotton ball at the tip. In his arms, he held Cosmo, gazing down at the floor. Merlin's lips curled into an amused smile as she took in the sight. "May I help you?" she asked, her tone gentle. Cosmo didn't want to sleep alone with just me tonight," he mumbled, his face turning a shade of red in the moonlight streaming through the window. Merlin chuckled softly, the sound light and teasing. She patted the bed beside her, signaling for him to join her. Arthur bashfully approached and climbed into bed. Merlin pulled the sheets over him, offering a warm, "Good night." "Good night," Arthur whispered in return. A heavy silence filled the room, broken only by Arthur's soft murmur. "Thank you, Merlin." Merlin smiled, running her fingers gently through his blonde hair. "Just go to sleep. We'll discuss what to do going forward tomorrow." Arthur hummed in agreement, his exhaustion catching up with him. With a full stomach, the comfort of a real bed, and no fear of imminent danger, he drifted off to sleep quickly. Merlin remained awake, watching over him with a look of concern. "I need to see how bad it is. If the damage is too severe, I may have to seal his memories until he can handle the trauma." Her violet eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, casting an ominous aura. She pressed her forehead to his and entered his dreams. Merlin found herself in Arthur's dreamscape, her expression focused. Standing on violet tiles, she snapped her fingers, raising her hands to the skies. A violet mist surged around her, converging overhead to form a blue book. As the mist was absorbed into the book, it descended into her hands with the title, Arthur's Memories. Flipping through the pages, Merlin's eyes widened in astonishment. These memories spanned far beyond 5 or 6 years. There's so much more than a child should have. Could it be? Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind her. "Merlin." She turned to see Arthur standing there, hands in his pockets, looking at her with confusion. "Arthur," she called softly. His gaze fell on the book in her hands, and he grimaced. "How much did you?" "Enough," Merlin said, closing the book. "I've seen enough." Arthur groaned, "I was afraid of that." "A reincarnator, huh? Aren't you just full of surprises?" Merlin teased with a smile. "I must be the worst reincarnator ever, getting discovered so quickly," Arthur muttered, exasperated. Merlin simply smiled, saying nothing. "You don't seem surprised or weirded out," Arthur said, his embarrassment evident. Merlin shrugged. "In a world of magic, anything is possible. Though I must admit, learning that this world is from a book, Harry Potter, is enough to give anyone an existential crisis." "Well, that fully confirms the world I'm in," Arthur thought. "You don't seem that affected by it," he added. Merlin scoffed, waving the book in front of her. "Oh please, like this little bit of knowledge is enough to send me into hysteria." A heavy silence settled between them, broken only by Merlin's apologetic gaze. "I'm sorry for looking into your memories without your permission." Arthur offered a soft smile, shaking his head. "I know you had good reasons. You were probably worried about my mental state, but I'm all right, after all." Merlin interrupted him, her expression serious. "Just because you're a few years older mentally doesn't mean you don't experience trauma. Even with your past life's memories, you're still a 5-year-old child." Arthur looked down, a sad smile forming on his lips as he bit them to keep from quivering. "This is probably something you're going to hear a lot from me, but thank you." Merlin nodded, leaving the book floating in the air. Noticing Arthur's gaze, she sighed and conjured a white metal staff with a blue, circular top. She tapped it on the ground, and the scenery around them shifted. Grass sprouted beneath them, and suddenly they were in a glowing meadow. A flowing river sparkled under the shining sun, with butterflies flitting around. They found themselves on a hilltop beneath a large tree providing shade. Merlin smiled at Arthur's astonished expression and sat down in the shade. She patted the ground beside her, inviting him to sit. As Arthur settled beside her, he began to ask, "Am I related to him? Am I him? Was our meeting meant to be? I didn't just find you by coincidence, did I?" His questions spilled out in rapid succession. Merlin closed her eyes and asked, "Who are you referring to?" Arthur paused, staring at her before laying sprawled on the grass. "King Arthur. Am I related to King Arthur? The King of Camelot? At first, I thought my parents just loved the story and named me after him since they named my little sister Morgana. But now, meeting you, I'm questioning everything." He stood, looking at Merlin for answers. In the legend of King Arthur, it was prophesied that he would return when Britain needed him most. Is that what I am? His return. Someone with Arthur's memories, upon discovering they might be King Arthur, would likely be thrilled. Who wouldn't want to be a king? Merlin, however, noted the fear in his eyes, despite his attempts to hide it. Inwardly, she smiled, though her expression grew serious. Narrowing her eyes, she asked, "Let me ask you this, if I told you that you were, would you run from it? From your destiny to be king, once again? You know how it ended for him, killed by his own son, betrayed by his wife and best friend. He didn't have a very good life. Knowing all this, what would you do with that knowledge? Would you try to avoid it, to escape another bad end?" Arthur stared at the ground, deep in thought. After a moment, he closed his eyes and let out a sigh. "I wouldn't, or rather, I couldn't, could I?" "What do you mean by that?" Merlin asked curiously. In situations like this, when someone tries to avoid or outsmart fate, fate tends to strike back even harder. I feel like a lot of innocent people would suffer because of my selfishness. So, no. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't run away if that's truly my destiny. But, he added with a determined look, I would definitely aim to have a good life, one I can be proud of. Merlin hummed, impressed by Arthur's determination. "Well, it's a good thing you're merely his descendant and nothing more." She smiled. "Oh, thank God," Arthur said, placing a hand on his chest in relief. "But wait, I still met you, didn't I? That couldn't have just been a coincidence, could it?" "It wasn't," Merlin confirmed. Arthur froze, anticipating her next words. "If anyone from your specific lineage ever truly needed my help, they would know where to find me. The situation had to be a matter of life or death. In that forest, if you had stayed, you wouldn't have survived for long," Merlin said, her expression serious. Arthur slumped onto the grass. "I see. Then I suppose I should be rather thankful." "I suppose you should be," Merlin retorted, leaning back against the tree and closing her eyes. "Forgive me for lying to you, your majesty," Merlin thought. "However, I believe you deserve a chance to be happy, even for a little while, a chance to experience an innocent childhood once again without the weight of the crown looming over your head." Chapter 3, Tutorship. Third person's POV. The next day, Arthur was eating breakfast, a meal that Merlin had prepared for both of them. She had even set aside a portion for Cosmo, who sat on the ground beside Arthur. "So, have you thought about what you're going to be doing?" Merlin asked, giving him a sidelong glance. "Yes, I've been thinking it over since last night and this morning," Arthur replied, his cheeks slightly puffed with food. He swallowed and asked hopefully, "Just to be sure we're on the same page and I'm not getting ahead of myself, you're going to be my tutor, right?" Merlin nodded. "Indeed, I am. You appeared before me with Northwest other place to turn to. I'm taking guardianship of you, which includes teaching and guiding you." Arthur set down his utensils and bowed his head. "I am grateful." "First lesson," Merlin interjected, causing Arthur to look up curiously. "You are a descendant of the main Pendragon family, as we discussed last night. A Pendragon must never lower his head to anyone." Instead of agreeing, Arthur shook his head. "But you're not just anyone. I'm merely expressing my gratitude. If I were to bow my head to anyone, it would be you, Merlin," he said with a sincere smile. Merlin sighed. "We're going to have to work on that personality of yours," she said in exasperation, though a faint smile crept onto her face. "What? What's wrong with my personality?" Arthur asked hesitantly, almost defensively. Merlin shook her head. "Never mind that. Just continue with what you were saying." Arthur nodded. "Very well. As I was saying, I've thought about this, and I'd like to learn everything I can from you. Of course, I want to learn magic, but I also want to learn swordsmanship, potions, enchantments, defense against the dark arts, practically everything I can get my hands on," he said with a giddy enthusiasm. "You won't be able," Merlin began, closing her eyes, but Arthur interrupted. "I've thought about that too, and I have a solution. Your dream-walking magic, whatever that was when you visited my dreams, we could use that to train me while I sleep. I could train my body during the day and learn theoretical knowledge at night," Arthur said excitedly. Merlin paused to consider. That's an interesting idea, studying while you sleep." "It could work," she muttered, then looked at him skeptically. "Why do you want to learn swordsmanship? The age of swords is long over." Arthur blushed and looked down at his food. "Because swords are cool." Merlin watched, amused, as his ears turned red. Arthur looked up again and added, "Just imagine this, I'm in a fight, and suddenly, Expelliarmus. My wand goes flying out of my hand. Oh no. What am I going to do now?" Boom. "Sword," he exclaimed with a grin. "Solid reasoning," Merlin said dryly. "So, who do you wish to kill?" Arthur's smile faltered. "Kill," he repeated, his face falling. Merlin nodded. A sword is a weapon designed to end lives. When someone wields such a weapon, it's usually to kill. So, whose life do you wish to end? Who do you intend to kill? Did you enjoy killing your father and want more? Arthur's smile disappeared entirely, replaced by a frown. He sighed. You're going too far, he said quietly. Am I? I think I'm being realistic, Merlin retorted. I obviously don't want to kill anyone, but to be fair, it won't matter what I want, will it? I know I'm going to have to, I already have. I often hear the phrase, a weapon is an extension of ourselves, in stories and shows, and I completely agree. A sword isn't just a weapon, it's a tool, just like a wand. What we choose to do with that tool defines what it is. A wand, or even magic, can be just as dangerous, if not more so, when used to end lives. So, it's unfair to simply classify a sword as a weapon for killing. I alone choose what to do with the sword, not the other way around, Arthur explained, his expression serious, his eyes reflecting brightly in the morning sunlight streaming through the window. Merlin's smile widened, her eyes sparkling with approval. Good. Very good, actually. You passed. If you had said something like, a sword isn't just for killing, it can be used to protect, I would have failed you. It was a test. Arthur asked, taken aback. Merlin nodded slowly, still smiling. Yes, and honestly, you passed with flying colors. You understand that a sword is no different from a wand. Magic can also be used to end lives. You've shown me that you grasp just how dangerous magic can be. Oh. I still think you took it a bit too far, Arthur muttered, returning to his breakfast. Merlin's smile faltered, and her expression grew serious. Arthur, I won't be asking for your forgiveness. Arthur's spoon paused halfway out his mouth. I'm going to be hard on you because life isn't going to go easy on you. Challenges and difficulties won't consider your feelings or state of being. Sometimes, life keeps kicking you while you're down. As your tutor, I'm preparing you to face what's to come, so I'm not sorry for the things I do or say that hurt you, Merlin stated firmly. Arthur nodded. In that case, I forgive you and all future grievances you might cause. Merlin blinked rapidly, shaking her head in disbelief. That wasn't the reaction she had expected. Didn't I say I wasn't sorry? You said you wouldn't be asking for forgiveness, but that doesn't mean you wouldn't want it. Sometimes, people don't verbally express what they truly desire or want, Arthur shrugged and resumed eating. Merlin opened and closed her mouth repeatedly. Your maturity is honestly worrying. Arthur looked at her in confusion, as if she should understand why he was the way he was. Not even adults show as much maturity as you do, Merlin scoffed. Seeing that Arthur wasn't responding and was focused on eating, Merlin decided to move on with the topic at hand. All right, I'll train you in swordsmanship. Wait, you seriously know swordsmanship? Arthur asked, giving her a curious look. Merlin tilted her hand side to side. You have to remember, I was the advisor to the king, someone who was a member of the Knights of the Round Table. I've observed all of their training regimes and sparring sessions, not to mention battles fought to the death. So, while I'm not a swordsman, I know my way around swords and how to effectively train someone. Sweet. Arthur exclaimed, kicking his feet excitedly. However, Arthur, you need to consider that there's a lot you're going to have to learn. I'll be teaching you swordsmanship and magical knowledge, but as your tutor, I'll also need to instruct you in other areas. You'll have to learn how to walk, eat, sit, shake hands properly like nobility, politics, business, and different languages. It's going to be a lot, and you might even hate me for it or find it boring. Just know that I take tutoring very seriously. You can ask any of my past students, they may hate me for how hard I've been on them, but they can't argue with the effectiveness of my training, Merlin said with a scoff. You've taught a lot of students? Arthur asked curiously. I have, though less frequently in recent years. But yes, I've taken on quite a few students who turned out to be great wizards and witches, Merlin said proudly. Do you like teaching? And how come no one has questioned what you're still doing alive? Or do you use different identities? Arthur asked, intrigued, wanting to learn more about Merlin. To your first question, yes, I absolutely adore teaching. Often, when I teach a student, I learn from them in return. That's the beauty of teaching. As for your second question, yes, I've used different identities. I've had multiple disguises over the years, Merlin explained with a smile. So, when you taught King Arthur? Arthur asked softly. Yeah. I was disguised as an old man. Being a witch wasn't exactly safe during medieval times, so I chose the easy way. Merlin explained. What about now? Arthur asked, looking at her warily, curious if she was wearing a disguise. Merlin shook her head. I'm home and wasn't expecting any visitors. Why would I be wearing a disguise in my own home? That would be weird. Arthur's eyes widened slightly. I see. Although I understand why you kept using disguises, you are very beautiful after all. Merlin smiled, appreciating the compliment. She noted that there was no hint of lust in Arthur's gaze, just genuine admiration. Even if Arthur was still a child, his older soul would understand the temptations of lust, yet it wasn't present in his expression. Chapter 4, Training Montage. Third person's POV. Arthur ran on the ground, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. The seasons changed around him as time passed, from wind to rain, then snow and hail. Despite the shifting weather, Arthur kept running, his pet cat Cosmo keeping pace by his side. As time went on, Arthur's running form transformed. Initially sluggish, he gradually adopted the posture of an Olympic athlete, running faster and becoming more agile. His training extended beyond running. He performed push-ups with Cosmo lounging on his back, pull-ups with Cosmo draped around his neck, and sit-ups with the cat resting on his feet. Sweat dripped from his body as he worked out. At first, Arthur struggled to complete even 2 push-ups before his arms gave out. However, as time progressed, so did the intensity and volume of his exercises. Eventually, Merlin replaced Cosmo, sitting on Arthur's back with her staff resting across her lap. Arthur set up ropes tied to boulders, which were attached to a tree, a setup courtesy of Merlin. He pulled on them with determination, his breath visible in the cold air as the seasons changed. His shirtless torso revealed his growing muscles and increased height. Arthur wielded a wooden sword, lashing out at a scarecrow figure. He wore black gloves as he focused on his strikes, slashing and stabbing at the scarecrow. As his training progressed, the number of scarecrows increased, along with the weight of his sword, thanks to Merlin's enchantments. Jumping and dodging, Arthur moved from one scarecrow to the next, slashing at their necks and sending straw flying. He trained relentlessly, whether in rain, snow, or blistering heat, never letting the elements deter him. Even as the scarecrows came to life, wielding weapons, courtesy of Merlin, Arthur continued, now dual-wielding 2 swords. Slipping in the mud, Arthur endured bruises and cuts from the animated scarecrow's attacks. Yet, he always rose, muddy and determined, improving with each session. Merlin often joined as his sparring partner. She tied her hair in a ponytail and wore pants with a tight blouse, wielding a real sword. Arthur, too, now handled a real sword with ease, thanks to his strength training. Their swords clashed repeatedly, with Merlin pushing Arthur to his limits. Despite his efforts, she often ended with her blade at his throat. Again, she would command mercilessly, offering pointers which Arthur eagerly absorbed and corrected. To Arthur's surprise, Merlin also taught him martial arts. She would sweep his legs from beneath him, leaving him staring up at the sky. "How do you know martial arts?" Arthur asked, astonished. Merlin gave him a look of disbelief. "It's a fundamental part of knight training. A knight must know how to fight with his bare hands if disarmed or if his blade breaks." "Ah," Arthur muttered, blushing as he realized it should have been obvious. Arthur carefully balanced a stack of books on his head as he marched forward, his arms extended to the sides, shoulders squared. Merlin, dressed in a pencil skirt, white blouse, and a purple shawl draped over her shoulders, stood nearby with a ruler in hand, glasses perched loosely on her nose. "Arms to the side and shoulders square," Merlin commanded. She gently lifted Arthur's chin with the ruler. "Head held high. The only thing down there are the peasants beneath you. They're unworthy your gaze," she reprimanded. Arthur blushed at the sensation of her lifting his chin, her attire adding to his flustered state. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "Merlin, what are you doing?" he asked. Merlin blushed, pressing the ruler to her lips. "Sorry, I got way too into character." Arthur's nobility training continued in a similar fashion. He hunched over a desk, a quill in hand, his tongue poking out as he concentrated. Merlin sat on the desk, smacking his hand with the ruler whenever he made a mistake. She crumpled any paper that didn't meet her standards, making him rewrite it. His handwriting had to be neat and elegant, and his vocabulary had to be sophisticated. Merlin even shrank down to his height to teach him how to dance, how to approach someone, and how to introduce himself, which Arthur found torturous. At night, Arthur lay sprawled on his bed, Cosmo resting on his chest, his head nestled against Merlin's torso. Despite his peaceful appearance, his mind was far from restful as throughout the years he had lessons inside his dreamscape, due to the fact that he was technically dreaming it had no negative effects. In his dream, Arthur found himself in a classroom surrounded by towering stacks of books. He wore a white headband with "Fight On" embroidered on it. His quill moved rapidly across the paper as Merlin, standing at the front like a college professor, shouted, "Pop quiz. Without looking at your notes, name the 8 aspects of magic and what they do. Go." Arthur jumped to his feet, answering quickly. The 8 aspects of magic are: abjuration, which includes protective spells that cancel out or interfere with other spells, they are to protect, block, or banish; transmutation, the act of transforming or changing matter; conjuration, which involves the manifestation of creatures, energy, or objects; enchantment, which imbues properties or grants control over another being. Interjection. Merlin interrupted. "What can you consider an enchantment?" A curse and charms, Arthur replied. Both can fall under enchantments, but a curse is intended to cause harm, while a charm is not. This distinction separates white magic from black magic. Merlin nodded, pleased. Proceed. The following are illusions which alter perception or create false images. Interjection. Merlin interrupted again. Can a spell be classified under more than one aspect? Yes, Arthur answered confidently. Some spells fall under multiple aspects. For example, the disillusionment charm is both an illusion and an enchantment. Merlin smiled and nodded. Proceed. Next is evocation, which manipulates energy to produce a desired effect. Divination reveals information, and lastly, necromancy manipulates, creates, or destroys life or life force. Final question, where would you place a healing spell? Merlin asked. Evocation, Arthur answered instantly. And not necromancy? Or both evocation and necromancy? Only evocation, Arthur clarified. Evocation is about manipulating magical energy to produce a desired effect, like restoring health. Necromancy, on the other hand, typically focuses on the boundaries between life and death, such as raising the dead or draining life energy, which isn't the primary function of healing spells. Merlin smiled, clearly impressed by his thorough understanding. Merlin resumed her lessons, pointing and tapping the large blackboard as Arthur sat back down, continuing to write, trying to memorize everything Merlin was cramming into his brain. Potions are easy. The instructions are already there. Merlin yelled in a reprimanding tone, slapping the book with a ruler. It's not as easy as it looks. You think I can tell the difference between 1 millimeter and 2 millimeters? To my eyes, they look exactly the same length. Arthur snapped for the first time. He held up 2 pieces of potion ingredients, tears in his eyes. How can you expect me to tell the difference between these two? Easy. One is 1 millimeter, the other is 2, Merlin replied coldly. You monster. Arthur broke out into a sob. Let a single tear drop into that potion, and I'll feed it to Cosmo, Merlin said coldly, slapping her ruler along her palm. Didn't you say that with a single mistake this potion could be poisonous? Arthur squeaked out. I'm glad you understand my threat, Merlin scoffed disdainfully. You're no monster. You're the devil himself. Arthur exclaimed pitifully, holding back his tears as he stirred the potion. Arthur was sitting on the ground in a lotus meditative position in the warmth of the house, with Merlin sitting in front of him. As you don't have a wand, you don't have to worry about your magic being traced. It's time for you to move on to wandless magic, so you shouldn't worry about using magic when you please, Merlin explained in a calm and serene tone. Arthur nodded in understanding, his expression calm and serene as an essence was lit beside them. Cosmo sat lazily between his legs. Pop quiz. Merlin said suddenly. I thought the quizzes were only for when you're passing knowledge in my dreams. Arthur asked in confusion. Merlin shook her head. The pop quizzes are to catch you off guard and hit you when you least expect them. We could be eating, and I would hit you with a pop quiz. What are incantations? Incantations are the identities we give to spells, like how someone would call my name to get my attention. Names give purpose, and incantations serve the same purpose for spells, allowing them to activate properly and have an identity, Arthur explained. What are wands for? Merlin proceeded to ask. The magic inside us needs a sense of direction, so we need a tool. Wands are guides, they carve the path for spells to follow and flow out of, Arthur said with a serious expression. So how would wandless magic work if, for a spell to function, it needs both an identity and a guide? Merlin asked, raising an eyebrow. Through our intent and willpower, Arthur began. Magic is power, and for that power to produce the desired effect, we use our intent and willpower to shape it to our will. Our actions and words carry intent, serving as a means to cast spells. The incantations we speak and the flicks of our wands happen because we intend and will them to. We desire an effect, and magic complies. Our willpower provides the magic within us the energy to act. This is what accidental magic is. When a child's willpower grows, their magic responds without conscious effort. Their willpower reaches its peak and matures around the age of 11, which is why they need a wand to channel their intent. Willpower is the fuel, and intent is the true guide. Wandless magic is the ability to express your intent without speaking it aloud, to convey your desires with a mere thought. However, such control is not as easy as I'm making it sound, Arthur explained thoroughly. Merlin smiled softly at Arthur. Last question, is willpower the only source of power for magic? No, Arthur replied. There are stronger sources, like emotions, for example. Willpower is the most stable and reliable energy source, while emotions fluctuate constantly. Sometimes, strong emotions can fuel magic in a way that no amount of willpower could match. However, that doesn't mean someone with exceptionally strong willpower couldn't achieve similar results to using strong emotions to power a spell. All right, Merlin nodded, satisfied. I have deemed your knowledge sufficient. To master the magic around us, we must first master the magic within us. Therefore, your first order of business will be learning occlumency, magic that strengthens the mind to prevent unwanted intrusions. Given your nighttime lessons, I believe this exercise should come fairly easily to you. Are you ready? Yes, Arthur said, meeting Merlin's gaze directly, her eyes sparkling slightly. And so, time passed quickly between them, and before Arthur knew it, his training montage had ended. He had soon turned 10 years old. Chapter 5, 10th Birthday. Third person's POV. An older, much taller Arthur Pendragon finished getting ready in front of a mirror. He wore a black dress shirt with a matching vest, dress pants, and polished dress shoes. With black gloved hands, the first gift he had ever received from Merlin on his first birthday with her, gloves he had never removed, he brushed his golden mane out of his face. A low purring sound drew Arthur's attention downward. Cosmo, his cat, was weaving between his legs. Arthur crouched, scooped Cosmo up, and draped him over his shoulders. Hey buddy, you wishing me a happy birthday too? It was Arthur's 10th birthday, January 1st. Cosmo let out a soft meow, and Arthur smiled. Thanks, I appreciate the many wishes, he said, puffing out his chest slightly as he rubbed Cosmo's cheek. He then made his way out of the room. There's the birthday boy, Merlin greeted with a teasing smile, causing Arthur to smile sheepishly. Merlin approached with her arms outstretched, enveloping Arthur in a warm hug before showering his cheeks with kisses. Let's see, you're turning 10, so that's 10 birthday kisses. Arthur's face turned bright red. Do you have to do this every year? And miss the chance to see you so embarrassed? Merlin teased. Never. She puckered up her lips and made exaggerated kissing noises, prompting Arthur to resign himself to her affection. As per our annual tradition, I've prepared a feast with all your favorites, Merlin said, motioning towards the table, which was laden with dishes. Arthur pushed aside his embarrassment and smiled in appreciation. Thank you, Merlin. Merlin affectionately ruffled his hair and urged him to sit before the food got cold. She took her seat opposite him. As Arthur looked at the spread, he sighed. You always overdo it. There are only 3 of us. We can't possibly finish all this in one sitting. I do tend to get carried away, Merlin admitted with a grin. But we always manage to make it work, don't we? I suppose. Arthur muttered, filling his plate with food. As they ate, Merlin raised her hand slightly above her shoulder. A box wrapped in ribbons and paper floated in from another room and landed in her hand. She handed it to Arthur. Happy birthday, kiddo. Thanks a bunch. I never know what else to say, Arthur replied, expressing his gratitude. Your words are more than enough, Merlin smiled. Go on, open it. Arthur set the box on the table beside his plate and lifted the lid. Inside, he found a key. He pulled it out, looking puzzled yet amused. A key. A key to my heart, Merlin and Arthur said simultaneously, though Arthur's tone was mocking. Merlin froze, her hand over her chest, stunned by his mimicry. Arthur burst out laughing. Oh no, Merlin, you're becoming predictable, he teased. You're right, that's not good, Merlin said seriously, placing a hand under her chin. Looks like I'll have to up my teasing game a bit. Please don't. My heart can only take so much, Arthur replied warily. What's this key for anyway, he asked, taking a sip of his drink. Merlin waited until she saw Arthur had liquid in his mouth. Oh, not much. Just that key leads to the Pendragon Vault in Gringotts. PHTTT. Cough cough oh god, cough cough that came out of my nose, Arthur sputtered, pressing a hand to his face. Merlin smiled mischievously. Worth it. Why are you giving me this now? Shouldn't it be for when I'm a bit older or something? Arthur asked, still in disbelief as he examined the key. You've mentioned having plans you wanted to accomplish before starting Hogwarts, plans you had to delay because your mentoring was insufficient and incomplete, Merlin began. I didn't think training would take as long as it did. Potions and the language arts were my greatest bane, after all. I thought I'd reach a sufficient level by the time I was 8 or 9, but I can work with 10, Arthur said thoughtfully. Well, your training isn't over. However, I'm giving you some leeway due to how hard you've been training these past few years. To help you start your ideas, I thought it was the right time to give you access to funds, Merlin explained. I see. I appreciate it, Arthur said, looking at the key quietly for a moment. Dissatisfied with the gift? Merlin asked, raising an eyebrow at his expression. No, of course not. I'd never be dissatisfied with anything you give me, Merlin, except homework, but that's different. It's just. I don't need it right now, Arthur said awkwardly. You don't need it? Merlin repeated in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Well, my initial plan doesn't require funds. That's for a later project. The one I want to do first doesn't need gold or monetary value, Arthur explained. Merlin's eye twitched slightly. You know what would have helped, you stinking prat? Letting me in on your plans, so I wouldn't do something pointless like this. No take-backsies, Arthur said, holding the key closer to himself. Merlin sighed in exasperation, but before she could say more, Arthur continued, not to mention, I want this to be a surprise for you. I just know you're going to love it. For me? Merlin asked, raising an eyebrow. More or less, Arthur nodded. So what do you need? What can you tell me about what you're planning? Is there anything I can do to help? Merlin asked. Arthur nodded. I want you to take me to France. Excuse me. What could you possibly, Nicholas Flamel, Merlin screeched before calming down. She quickly guessed Arthur's intention, knowing he had knowledge beyond his years. His desire to go to France, a place he had no ties to, could only stem from his past life's memories. Why do you want to meet him? I understand he's the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, but... Merlin trailed off. I wish to learn alchemy from him, Arthur interrupted, closing his eyes, bracing for what was to come. You what? You bastard. Merlin reached across the table, grabbing him by his collar. The hell do you mean you wish to learn alchemy from him? Huh, punk, she asked in a low, threatening tone, her eyes gleaming with a crazed look. Are you saying I'm not good enough? That my knowledge of alchemy isn't as good as the creator of the Philosopher's Stone? One immortal teacher isn't enough for you, so now you want two. I never took you for someone so greedy. I'll have you know, you punk, I know enough alchemy to put that youngling Nicholas Flamel to shame. Arthur, still held across the table, kept his eyes closed and replied in a calm, collected tone. Merlin, we both know your expertise lies in multiple branches of magic and experiments. You might know alchemy, and I'm not saying your skill and knowledge aren't as impressive, if not more so, than Flamel's. But I want more than one perspective on what I'm working on. You're my only source of knowledge, which isn't healthy for my education. I'm supposed to branch out, do my own studying and thinking. My knowledge can't just be a copy of yours, because that isn't education, that's only memorization. And then you would have failed as my mentor, Arthur explained, opening his eyes at the end of his sentence. Seeing his serious expression, Merlin smiled and calmly lowered him back down. Good, you pass. Another test. Arthur exclaimed in exasperation. Yes and no. I'm still going to be mad at you for seeking the teachings of another while I'm your mentor. However, I completely understand seeking out the opinion of another. In fact, I would have advised it. What I know and what he knows might be completely different, our understanding of the subject might even contradict. But does that mean his knowledge is wrong? No, of course not. You would be right to say that I would have failed you as your mentor. What you're supposed to do is take the knowledge I pass on to you and create your own understanding of the subject. That's the essence of teaching and mentoring, guiding you to create and master your own understanding. Arthur, with a spoon in his mouth, began clapping his hands at Merlin's speech. Merlin looked at him, her lips twitching slightly. You're becoming a cheeky prat. Who said you could tease your master, huh? Arthur smiled, holding up his forefinger and thumb in the shape of a heart. I learned from the best. They both giggled together. All right, I'll take you to France tomorrow, Merlin said, closing her eyes. Yes. Thanks a bunch, Arthur celebrated happily before resuming his birthday feast. Chapter 6, The Flamels. Third person's POV. The next day. Arthur brushed his lengthening side hair back and tied it into a small ponytail, securing it over where his hair reached down his neck. He examined himself in the mirror, adjusting his white dress shirt, black vest, and black dress pants. A black blazer draped over his shoulders, its long sleeves billowing slightly as he moved. Satisfied with his appearance, he nodded and headed out of his room. He froze mid-step when he saw Merlin standing there, dressed in an elegant white witch's robe with a hood covering her head. She looked no older than a child, her youthful form a stark contrast to her usual mature appearance. What is it with your fascination with muggle suits? Merlin asked, raising an eyebrow. It makes me feel distinguished, Arthur replied with a haughty tone. It's what you taught me, dress to impress. And as you've been hammering into my head for the past year, I'm technically nobility, so I have to look the part. Now, why are you a child? To supervise you, obviously, Merlin replied, folding her arms. While I'm allowing you to take lessons from Nicholas Flamel, she said his name with palpable disdain, that doesn't mean I'll stand by if he teaches you incorrectly. This way, I can be by your side without drawing suspicion. Wait. Does that mean you could potentially be joining me when I go to Hogwarts? Arthur asked, excitement lighting up his face. Not potentially. I am, Merlin scoffed. There's no way I'm allowing you to go to that school all by yourself. Awesome. Yes. Arthur exclaimed, his excitement barely contained. Merlin smiled, clearly pleased by his reaction. It's good to see my involvement won't bother you. Are you kidding? I would have been bored to death and missed you like crazy if you didn't come along, Arthur said, still bubbling with enthusiasm. Merlin's ears turned slightly red, a pleased smile gracing her lips. She held out her forearm. Come on, we better be on our way then. Arthur pressed his fingers to his mouth and let out a piercing whistle. Moments later, the sound of scurrying and frantic pitter-patter echoed as Cosmo leaped into his arms, letting out a soft meow. Arthur cradled the cat gently before placing a hand on Merlin's arm. Hold on tight, she warned. With a crack like a gunshot, they spun and disapparated, the world around them dissolving into a swirling vortex of darkness. Arthur felt as though he were being sucked through a narrow tube, his insides twisting and clenching painfully. Nausea roiled in his stomach. They reappeared in a deserted street, and Arthur stumbled away from Merlin, releasing Cosmo, who landed on the ground with a soft thud. Both Arthur and Cosmo staggered to a nearby alley, side by side, and promptly began vomiting. Oh God! Arthur gasped between heaves. That was horrible. How could wizards and witches subject themselves to that? That's torture. He spat to the side, wiping his mouth. Merlin, looking immensely pleased, smirked at his discomfort. Arthur glared at her. I know for a fact that you've discovered or even created a better way to teleport than that. You just wanted to see me in pain. As you would say in your past life, I plead the fifth, Your Honor. Merlin said with a mischievous grin. I've said it before and I'll say it again, you're evil. Arthur muttered through gritted teeth. Merlin winked. Never said I wasn't. Now, come on, let's ask around and find out where Nicholas Flamel lives. Arthur let out a resigned sigh and nodded as Merlin began leading them through the bustling streets of France. The colorful buildings towered around them, and old-fashioned cars trundled along the cobblestone roads. As they weaved through the crowd, Arthur kept a close eye on Cosmo, who was leisurely trailing behind them. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of a green bronze statue of a woman reclining on her side, her draped bronze dress flowing over a large stone. Merlin glanced around before addressing the statue. Let us through, please, she said. The statue moved, lifting a section of the dress to reveal the entire stone pedestal. Come, Merlin beckoned Arthur, stepping through the stone and disappearing. Awesome. Thank you, Arthur said politely to the statue before following with a wide grin, Cosmo at his heels. Welcome to the French side of the wizarding world, Merlin announced with a smile. A few hours later, Arthur was climbing the steps of a quaint house, a paper map clutched in his hands. He twisted it around, trying to make sense of it. I think this is the place, he murmured. He pressed the doorbell, Cosmo lying lazily on his shoulder, exhausted from their journey. Shortly after, a sweet-looking woman with dark brown and graying hairs in her 50s opened the door, peering down at the children after initially looking over their heads. Bonjour, she greeted politely, surprised to see two sweet-looking children by her doorsteps. Although Merlin was the oddity out of the two with snow-white hair and pointy ears, it was Arthur that drew her attention the most. Good evening, madam, Arthur began in French, one of the many languages Merlin had taught him. I hope I'm not bothering you, but is this perhaps the Flamel residence? Who's asking? She questioned warily as she found it the most strange that they would have visitors, especially such young ones. She wasn't expecting anyone. Pardon my rudeness, Arthur replied. My name is Arthur, Arthur King, he introduced, cheeks flushing as Merlin ever so slowly turned to him in disbelief. And this is, he started, but Merlin interrupted with a smile. My name is Merlin Srime. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, she said, mentally rolling her eyes at Arthur's obvious alias. If he's going with something so transparent, so am I, she thought. A pleasure, the woman replied, her suspicion not entirely abated. This is indeed the Flamel residence. I am Pernelli Flamel. May I inquire why you two children are here and what you want with the Flamels? As Arthur opened his mouth to explain, Merlin interjected, her voice trembling with faux emotion. We're here to see our father, she exclaimed, tears welling up in her eyes. What? Pernelli asked, shocked. Arthur, equally astonished, stared at Merlin. Merlin continued, sniffling as tears streamed down her face. You see, we were raised by our single mother. She was sick and had to work hard to support us, but before she passed away, she told us to find our father, Nicholas Flamel. That he would support us when she couldn't anymore. On her deathbed she told us everything about him and to find him as he would surely help us. She collapsed into Arthur's arms, sobbing dramatically. Arthur, caught up in the performance, instinctively comforted her, his confusion temporarily overshadowed by concern. Perenelle's eyes filled with rage as she turned back into the house. Nicholas Flamel. Get your stinking butt over here this instant and explain yourself, she bellowed. Her outburst snapped Arthur out of his stupor. Merlin, what the hell are you doing? He whispered urgently. Merlin looked up with a devilish grin, sticking out her tongue mischievously, her expression one of pure mischief. Footsteps hurried toward them. What? What's wrong, Pernelli dear? Nicholas Flamel appeared, his black and graying hair slightly disheveled. Seeing him, Merlin resumed her sobbing on Arthur's shoulder. Pernelli recounted the tale with a glare that could cut glass. Nicholas looked bewildered. Pernelli, love, do you really think I could father children at my age? Look at them. They're so young, and I haven't left your side for years. When could I have possibly had the time? Pernelli blinked, the logic sinking in. She turned back to Arthur and Merlin, her eyes narrowing. Who are you children really, and what do you want? Chapter 7, Questionnaire. Third person's POV. Arthur let out a sigh. First of all, I would like to sincerely apologize for any confusion or misunderstanding my friend may have caused you. Pernelli blinked. So? They were lies. Arthur nodded, and Merlin held up two peace signs with her tongue sticking out. Pernelli's eye twitched. That was not amusing in the slightest. Merlin pinched her fingers together playfully but froze when Arthur closed his eyes and said, Merlin. Apologize. Wah, Merlin started to protest, but Arthur gave her a look. She pouted, looked down, and muttered, I'm sorry. Nicholas Flamel chuckled and patted Pernelli on the back. Now, dear, don't be too hard on them. They're just children, mischief is to be expected at their age. He then glanced around. Where are your parents, anyway? Why are you both here alone? That's not important at the moment, Arthur replied with a pleasant smile. May we come in? I have a personal request, if it wouldn't be too much trouble. Pernelli and Nicholas exchanged a glance before stepping aside and inviting them in. As they walked inside, Pernelli asked, would you two like anything to drink? Water. Juice. I was in the middle of baking some pastries. If you don't mind waiting a moment, I could bring some out. That would be lovely, Arthur said politely, remembering one of Merlin's lessons, that accepting a host's hospitality often helped build rapport. Pernelli smiled and excused herself to the kitchen. Arthur turned to Nicholas with a serious expression. I hope you don't mind me getting straight to the point. Nicholas, caught off guard by the boy's unexpectedly mature demeanor, hesitated before responding. Not at all. I admit, I'm curious as to why you sought me out. Arthur took a seat, while Merlin remained standing slightly behind him, observing. I came here in the hopes of becoming your student, Arthur said with a smile. Nicholas blinked, clearly taken aback. You want to be my student? Arthur nodded. Yes. I wish to study under Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. That is why I traveled here today. Nicholas frowned slightly. May I ask why? What exactly do you seek to learn? Arthur looked confused. Alchemy, of course. That is your specialty, isn't it? Or am I mistaken? Nicholas chuckled, shaking his head. No, you're not mistaken. But I should have worded my question better. He leaned forward slightly. Why do you want to learn alchemy? What are you searching for? If you have sought me out personally, are you perhaps interested in the Philosopher's Stone? Do you seek immortality? Or is it wealth that you desire? Arthur grinned. None of the above. Nicholas raised an eyebrow. None. Arthur nodded. I won't deny that the Philosopher's Stone is a remarkable creation, but I have no desire to possess it. And immortality? Look at me, I'm still a child. I have my whole life ahead of me, why would I waste time worrying about death when I haven't even started truly living? He waved the idea away with amusement. Nicholas laughed, both at Arthur's words and the sheer confidence behind them. But then Arthur added, however, the wealth aspect of it. Nicholas's gaze sharpened slightly. Is he interested in money? Could he be searching for the Philosopher's Stone to gain riches? Is he in need of? What do you consider wealth? Arthur asked suddenly, breaking Nicholas out of his thoughts. Nicholas blinked. Excuse me. I'm curious about what you consider wealth, Arthur continued. Because I won't lie, I do value wealth. Most people do. But there are many kinds of wealth, and what people consider truly valuable varies. I do want your wealth, Nicholas Flamel, Arthur said, tapping the side of his head. But not the monetary kind. I want the wealth of knowledge you carry in here. Arthur ignored Nicholas, who appeared too stunned to speak. You have knowledge of alchemy that's worth more than anything money could buy, Arthur said with a charming grin. And that's what I desire, for you to teach me your knowledge. Now, I know what you're thinking. I still haven't technically answered your question, and you might be wondering what I could possibly want with that knowledge. Am I wrong? Nicholas shook his head, still curious about Arthur's true intentions. I hope I don't come off as condescending, but I'll answer your question with one of my own. What's wrong with pursuing all the knowledge I can get my hands on? Arthur asked, tilting his head slightly. I could think of a few reasons, actually, Nicholas answered with a wary smile. Arthur chuckled. So could I, but what I'm trying to say is that I love learning. I want to learn everything I can, anything anyone is willing to teach me. And I especially love learning from the best. When it comes to alchemy, you are considered the greatest in the field. So I sought you out to learn from you, to understand the intricacies of alchemy, to discover what I don't know, and to see what I could know. Nicholas found himself fascinated by the childish wonder in Arthur's eyes. The boy's blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, his words and charm drawing Nicholas in despite himself. Intrigued, Nicholas asked, "If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Are you in school yet?" "Ah, that's right, since it's the beginning of the year, I could just be on winter break." Arthur thought before correcting the misunderstanding. "I've just turned 10 recently, so I don't yet possess a wand. That's also why I'm interested in studying alchemy. Before I get a wand, I want to learn as much as I can. Alchemy is one of the few magical disciplines where a wand isn't strictly necessary. So while I'm without one, I want to make the most of my time instead of wasting these years doing nothing." Nicholas let out a sigh. "I wish I could help you, I really do. I would never want to discourage the endless wonder of youth. But, unfortunately, teaching you would be impossible at the moment, and for that, I sincerely apologize, Arthur." "Oh," Arthur muttered, looking slightly downcast. "If I may ask, what's the reason?" "Well, for starters, you caught us at a rather bad time. Pernelli and I won't be staying in France much longer. As you can imagine, you're not the first person to have sought me out. Unfortunately, most of them didn't have noble intentions like you do. Many have tried to obtain the Philosopher's Stone for their own nefarious purposes." Nicholas sighed, rubbing his temples. "So, I've gotten in contact with an old friend of mine, Albus Dumbledore." "You're moving to Britain?" Arthur interrupted, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "That's bloody brilliant. Absolutely fantastic." He had slipped back into English without realizing it. "I'm from Britain." "That's just amazing." Nicholas blinked in surprise. At first, he thought Arthur was mocking him, but the boy's genuine enthusiasm quickly convinced him otherwise. "You're not from here. But your French was impeccable. You had me fooled." Arthur realized his mistake and immediately crafted a cover story, a skill of deception he had honed under Merlin's tutelage. "Yes, well, as I mentioned, it was my birthday recently, and I decided to celebrate in France. More importantly, I wanted to meet you, Sir Flamel. As for my French..." He grinned mischievously. "I did say I love learning, didn't I?" Nicholas chuckled. "Ha! Talk about a coincidence." "Yes, it's almost like we were meant to meet, if you know what I mean," Arthur said with a mischievous grin, raising his eyebrows suggestively. He was laying it on thick, adding to the childish, lovable persona he was crafting. Nicholas let out another wary sigh. "And here I was hoping to enjoy a nice, quiet life with my wife." "It could still be nice and quiet, my love," Pernelli said, appearing with a warm smile as she placed the dessert and drinks on the table. "Besides, it's been a couple of centuries since you've taken on a student." "Thank you," Arthur said gratefully, handing Merlin her refreshments and dessert. "Wait, does that mean you're agreeing to take me on as your student?" Arthur asked, taking a bite of his dessert. "Whoa, these are fantastic." He muttered just loud enough for Pernelli to hear. She responded with a soft, grandmotherly smile, watching as Arthur turned toward Merlin with an expectant look. She followed his gaze and saw Merlin's expression melt into pure joy as she savored the dessert. Arthur chuckled before turning back to Pernelli. "Sorry about her, she has a bit of a sweet tooth." "That's all right," Pernelli said with a chuckle. "I'm just glad to see she's enjoying them." Nicholas sighed once more before finally relenting. "All right. I'll teach you, but on one condition. You must answer this question correctly. This will determine whether you're truly serious about learning alchemy, or if you're just someone overeager and biting off more than he can chew. If you answer incorrectly, I'm afraid your journey here will have been for nothing. Are you ready?" Arthur set his cup down after washing down what he had eaten. He wiped his hands, nodded, and said, "I am." Nicholas leaned forward slightly, his expression unreadable. "What is the main principle of alchemy?" Arthur smiled. "There isn't one. There are no single main principles, only 3 essential ones." Nicholas's smile widened. "Continue." "The 3 are salt, sulfur, and mercury," Arthur explained, his grin growing. "They represent the fundamental components into which all matter can be divided." Nicholas burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Good. I see you've actually studied and that you're serious about this." He leaned back, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Tell me, though, why didn't you say equivalent exchange?" That's the answer most people give when I ask this question. Arthur raised a finger. "Because you asked for the principle, not the law. Equivalent exchange is the law that all who practice alchemy follow. It states that nothing can be created from nothing. In other words, to gain something, something of equal value must be given in exchange. Nicholas and Pernelli exchanged satisfied grins. Merlin, meanwhile, beamed with pride. She always adored moments like these, when her students impressed others. It was a testament to her teaching ability and skill. Chapter 8, The Lionheart Name. Third person's POV. Arthur and Merlin stepped out of the Flamel residence, having just finalized a schedule for Arthur's apprenticeship under the legendary alchemist. As they walked a short distance down the path, Merlin turned to him, curiosity evident in her voice. You know, she began, I can't help but wonder, why did you decide to use an alias for your last name? Arthur sighed, shaking his head. Because I didn't want to be known as Arthur Pendragon. I know how much of an uproar my last name alone would cause. Merlin scoffed. I'm being serious. What was wrong with using your actual family name, the one from this life? Why not go by Lionheart? Arthur visibly winced at the name. The name he had been given in this world. Closing his eyes, he exhaled. You know me better than anyone, Merlin. You know I don't have a good history with that name. Merlin's gaze sharpened. The same history that made you start wearing those gloves all the time. Arthur sighed, scratching Cosmo's chin as the small creature rested on his shoulder. Why are you even asking when you already know the answer? You, of all people, know it best. Because sometimes, it's better to say things out loud than let them fester in silence, Merlin replied, her tone softer. You have a bad habit of suppressing everything. So, it's my job to make sure you actually express yourself properly. Not all thoughts and feelings are meant to be shared, Arthur countered with another sigh. I'm sure you have plenty of things you wouldn't want me to know. Merlin smirked and hooked her arm through his. Nope. I'm an open book. Arthur gave her a deadpan look. That's the funniest joke you've told to date. Congrats. Merlin pouted. What happened to my cute, innocent little Arthur? He met a weird girl who changed him, Arthur said, a small smile lingering on his lips. Merlin opened her mouth to retort, but Arthur beat her to it. Actually, could I ask you a favor? Merlin tilted her head. What is it? You know how the Hogwarts letters and everything else automatically use my name. Any way you could tweak it so it shows Arthur King instead? Arthur asked hopefully. Merlin hummed in thought, watching his hopeful expression for a few seconds before relenting. All right. I can't say no when you look at me like that. Should be a simple matter with ancient magic. Arthur grinned. Thanks. Crack. And just like that, they disapparated back home. Arthur stood in the middle of a vast, shadowed void, facing a towering figure. The man before him was completely cloaked in darkness, except for the gleaming sword in his hand. Their blades clashed, the sharp ring of metal against metal echoing through the void. Arthur struggled, his movements slow, his defenses barely holding. The shadow warrior struck downward, forcing Arthur to raise his sword in a desperate block. The impact sent a painful shock through his arms, leaving them numb. He barely had time to react before the figure lashed out towards his neck, unable to block. He ducked as low as he could, however the shadow countered with a knee to his face. Pain exploded across Arthur's nose, and blood dripped down as his eyes watered from the force. Before he could recover, the shadow warrior swung again. Arthur attempted to block, but his sword was wrenched from his grasp. A rapid follow-up slash cut clean through his neck. Arthur's eyes snapped open. Gasping for breath, he sat upright in bed, clutching his throat. A sharp sting flared across his nose, and when he touched it, he found blood. Just who is that? He muttered in frustration. And why can't I beat him? Merlin, lounging nearby, smirked. Decided to give up. Arthur scoffed, getting out of bed, his voice nasally from his blocked nose. Oh, please. Like I'd ever give up. He raised a determined finger. I'll beat him one of these days, mark my words. One of the many dangers of dream training, your mind might think those injuries really did happen and transfer the wound to your physical body. As he marched to the bathroom, Merlin heard the tap run as he cleaned himself up. Still, who is that? What kind of sword technique am I even up against? Arthur muttered through the door. Merlin's voice took on a mysterious lilt. Once you beat him, I'll tell you. Arthur poked his head out, a towel covering the bottom half of his face. Please don't tell me you threw me against one of the strongest beings you know right away. Aren't I supposed to start low and work my way up? Merlin blinked. Oh, that actually makes sense. Like progressive development. Huh. That does sound like a better idea. Arthur gave her an incredulous look. Are you serious right now? Sorry, she sang, though the grin on her face was anything but apologetic. Arthur groaned, rubbing his forehead. No, now I have to beat him. Don't change him. Merlin grinned. Someone's fired up. Arthur climbed back into bed, resolute. Put me back in. I don't care how many years it takes. For some reason, I really want to win against him. Merlin chuckled, placing 2 fingers against his forehead. All right, if you say so. Sweet dreams. Arthur's eyes fluttered shut as he was pulled back into his dreamscape. 2 weeks later. Arthur was in Devon, Britain, inside Nicholas Flamel's workshop. The room was filled with glass flasks containing glowing substances, each being carefully heated. Beside Arthur lay an open notebook, filled with meticulous notes from his lessons. The first entry read: The 5 core elemental properties of alchemy. Earth, the basis for solid matter, metals, and minerals. Water, liquid substances, solutions, and essences. Fire, heat, energy, and transformation. Air, gases, ether, and volatile substances. Spirit, magical essence, soul energy, and ethereal properties. These elements could be manipulated or combined to create various magical effects. In Arthur's notes, they were arranged in a star formation, symbolizing their interconnected nature. Nicholas Flamel watched Arthur with a faint smile. You know, I've been teaching you for a fortnight now, and I still don't understand what exactly you're trying to accomplish. I see you diligently taking notes, breaking everything down, and forming your own understanding. It feels like you have a grand purpose behind all this. To Nicholas, Arthur was unlike any student he had ever taught. Arthur nodded. That's because I do. Alchemy is a crucial step in creating what I ultimately want. Nicholas raised an eyebrow. And may I ask what that is? Arthur hesitated for a moment, deep in thought. In the past 2 weeks, he had come to respect the Flamels greatly, particularly their knowledge of alchemy. All right. I'll tell you, but only because you're my teacher. However, I need you to promise me something first, Arthur said, his tone serious. Nicholas was slightly taken aback by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Certainly. I need you to keep everything I tell you in absolute confidence. You must not speak of it to your wife, nor to your friend Dumbledore, no one. This stays strictly between student and teacher. If you can promise me that, I'll tell you what I'm working so hard to create. Nicholas was now genuinely intrigued. A short, heavy silence filled the room before he finally responded, all right. As your teacher, it is only right that I keep my student's ambitions confidential, at least until he achieves them. Arthur nodded, then held up 2 fingers. There are 2 things I want to create through alchemy. The first is born out of curiosity and a desire to explore the depths of magical development. The second is a testament to everything I have learned. Nicholas frowned slightly. Kid, you're starting to worry me. What exactly are you planning? Arthur sighed. I'm telling you this because I've realized that the more I study, the more I'll need help. Doing it all alone would take far too long. So, I need your expertise. The first thing I want to create is a magic circle. A magic circle. Nicholas repeated, surprised. Arthur nodded. I want to develop and advance magic circles beyond what they are now. I believe they have immense potential, but due to their complexity, they're often considered impractical and are largely discarded. But what if I could change that? What if, through alchemy, I could create a special chalk infused with magical properties? If I were to use such a chalk to draw magic circles, how powerful could they become? Could they, theoretically, surpass the strength of a simple spell cast with a wand? Just how far could I push the boundaries of magic? Nicholas stared at Arthur in disbelief. You do realize that if you succeed, you'll be changing the entire magical system as we know it. There could be serious repercussions. I know, Arthur replied, nodding. Trust me, I understand the risks, the power I could unleash, the knowledge that could fall into the wrong hands. It could be catastrophic. Nicholas's eyes narrowed. Wait, you're planning to unleash this knowledge? Arthur grinned. I plan on publishing a book, actually. My goal is to develop an entirely new magical system, or at least lay the foundation for it. The first step to taking over Britain's magical community, and potentially the world. What kind of Pendragon would I be if I weren't ruling something? Though, for now, I'd rather operate from the shadows. That way, I won't be forced into a king's position, Arthur thought to himself. Nicholas was stunned. If you know your research could be dangerous, why are you still willing to go through with it? Arthur's expression turned serious. Fear of potential is the silent killer of advancement and development. The reason we aren't progressing as fast as we could is because we impose limitations on ourselves, because we're afraid. I refuse to let fear hinder magical progress. That is not how a wizard should behave. We should always strive for improvement. If I alone could come up with something this ambitious, imagine what could be achieved if thousands of witches and wizards refined it, expanded upon it, and took it beyond what even I can imagine. Nicholas Flamel sat back, processing Arthur's words. It was bold, dangerous, and utterly brilliant. And perhaps, it was exactly what the magical world needed. Nicholas was in awe. He couldn't help but laugh and chuckle. Arthur, if only more wizards and witches were like you. Arthur winked. Sorry, but there's only one of me. I'm one of a kind. Ha ha ha. Right you are. Nicholas laughed heartily, placing a hand on his chest with a smile. When was the last time this old heart beat with such enthusiasm, he mused. I want to see how far he goes, how much he accomplishes. Is this what it feels like to have a grandson? All right, kid, I'm hooked. I'll help you out as best as I can, Nicholas said enthusiastically. Now, what about the second thing? What else do you want to create? A homunculus, Arthur said with a smile. The smile on Nicholas Flamel's face slowly withered. What? I know what you're thinking and what you're going to say, Arthur said, closing his eyes. The creation of artificial life is technically black magic and almost a taboo in alchemy. So if you know, Nicholas began, but Arthur cut him off. Which is exactly why I'm telling you in the first place, Arthur interjected. With your supervision and knowledge, I want to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong. That I'm not crossing any lines. Everything will remain within the safe bounds of alchemy. Nicholas frowned, staring at Arthur in silence for a few moments. I don't like it. But I do appreciate you telling me instead of going behind my back. So you'll help me? Arthur asked. I haven't decided yet, Nicholas said. Let me think about it. I'll tell you when I've made up my mind. Arthur, already analyzing the situation, thought to himself, he's testing me. He may trust me, but not enough to be certain whether I have nefarious intentions or if this is simply curiosity. However, I'm sorry, teacher. There's something else I'm not telling you. And I'm not going to. There's a third thing I want to do, something only for those close to me. I don't fully trust you either. This is my own test, to see if you'd really keep quiet. I want to create magic veins inside my body. Or magic circuits, in a sense. Merlin once said that magic within us is uncontrollable and only becomes manageable with a wand. But what if I create pathways for my mana to follow? Then wands would become obsolete. That's what I'm keeping from Merlin too, the thing I want to surprise her with. And knowing how much of a magic fanatic she is, she'll love it. Chapter 9, Alchemy Process. Third person's POV. Alright then, since you want to get started on this idea of yours, let's first go over the basics of alchemy. What do you think? Nicholas asked, raising an eyebrow. Arthur nodded. That is fine with me. Consider this a review, so to speak. Start by stating the 3 primary sequences of alchemy, Nicholas Flamel instructed. Without looking through your notes. Then, follow that with the 7-step process. Arthur took a deep breath before answering. The 3 sequences are as follows. First, comprehension, understanding the inherent structure and properties of a material at the atomic or molecular level, including the balance of potential and kinetic energy within it. Second, deconstruction, using energy or magic to break down the material's physical structure into a more malleable state, allowing it to be reshaped. And finally, reconstruction, channeling energy to reform the material into a new shape. Arthur paused for a moment before continuing. As for the 7-step process. The first step is calcination. It represents the burning away of impurities. In material terms, it involves heating a substance until it turns to ash, reducing it to its purest, most basic form. This step breaks down rigid structures, allowing transformation to begin. Next is dissolution. Once reduced to ash, the material is dissolved in water. This allows for deeper analysis and purification. Scientifically, this is the breakdown of compounds into their liquid components. The third step is separation. Here, the pure is isolated from the impure. After dissolution, the useful components are extracted while the unnecessary elements are discarded. Once impurities are removed, conjunction occurs. This step recombines purified elements to form something new. Scientifically, it represents the union of elements to create a more stable and potent compound. Fermentation follows, where true transformation begins. It introduces an external agent, such as yeast in brewing, to stimulate change. In alchemy, this step involves external forces, like magic, to push the process forward. The 6th step is distillation. This stage involves repeated purification through heating and cooling, concentrating the essence of the substance. Chemically, this removes impurities and enhances the final product's potency. Finally, coagulation. This is the culmination of the process, where the purified essence solidifies into its perfected state. In alchemical terms, it means creating something stable and enduring, a true transmutation. Nicholas nodded in approval. Good. Now, in what ways can an alchemist transmute various substances within our world? Through the 5 classical elements, water, fire, wind, earth, and spirit, also known as pure magical energy. Additionally, transmutation can be performed through the 3 principles, salt, sulfur, and mercury, Arthur answered without hesitation. Excellent. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with the law of equivalent exchange. What are the two hidden laws within it? Nicholas asked. Arthur responded promptly. The law of conservation of mass states that energy and matter can neither be created from nothing nor destroyed to the point of non-existence. In other words, to create an object weighing 1 kilogram, at least 1 kilogram of material is necessary. Similarly, destroying an object of the same mass would simply break it down into constituent parts whose combined mass would still total 1 kilogram. The law of natural providence dictates that an object or material made of a particular substance or element can only be transmuted into another object that retains the same fundamental properties. For example, a material primarily composed of water can only be transmuted into another form that retains the essential attributes of water. Arthur stroked his chin thoughtfully. Which means that if I want to create this chalk infused with magical properties, I'll need materials aligned with the element of spirit, objects or matter imbued with magical energy. That should be our first step. I've got a question, does it necessarily have to be chalk? Nicholas asked curiously. Arthur shook his head. Not necessarily. I was just using it as an example. It could be ink or any other drawing tool. Chalk was just the first thing that came to mind. Ink is an option, but I'd prefer chalk for the simple reason that it can be erased, corrected, and redrawn. Ah, I'm starting to see your line of thinking. But wait, now that I think about it, one of the main reasons magic circles were mostly abandoned was the difficulty of understanding runes. That's going to be a big. Nicholas suddenly stopped mid-sentence, staring at Arthur's wide grin. Trust me, Arthur said, his confidence evident. Runes are one thing you don't have to worry about with me. It's a branch of magic that doesn't require a wand, and it happens to be one of the subjects I've studied extensively. I'm very proficient in the language of runes. He puffed out his chest, clearly proud of himself. One doesn't become a student of the great Merlin without learning runes. Arthur thought to himself. It was one of the first languages she made me master. It's also why she was so strict about my handwriting, everything had to be precise. He absent-mindedly rubbed the back of his hand, recalling the phantom sting from the many times Merlin had smacked it with a ruler. Are you serious? Nicholas asked, skeptical. Arthur nodded. Yes. The art of runes has been part of my discipline since childhood. I learned it as naturally as one would learn to read or speak properly. You know. I'm finding that a little hard to believe, Nicholas said, eyeing him doubtfully. Arthur's grin widened. Nicholas blinked in confusion. It's runic for runes is the language of magic, Arthur explained with a charming smile. As a great enthusiast of magic, I simply had to learn it from a young age. Nicholas let out a small laugh, shaking his head. You're just full of mysteries, aren't you? It's one of my many charms, Arthur said with a wink, earning a chuckle from Nicholas. All right, so runes won't be a problem for you. That just leaves gathering the magical materials for the chalk, Nicholas concluded. Looks like I'll have to go to Gringotts after all, Arthur muttered to himself, realizing he was wrong about not needing any funds for his studies. Oh, there's no need, Nicholas said dismissively. I'm your teacher, what kind of teacher would I be if I made you pay for your materials? A normal one. Arthur tilted his head in confusion. Nicholas facepalmed, laughing. Arthur, are you forgetting who I am? I've lived a long life, I have plenty of magical materials to spare. Hell, Pernelli even grows some herself. Just grab a bit of her magic fertilizer or a few leaves or roots from one of her mandrakes, and we'll have everything we need to create the chalk. Really? Arthur asked in surprise. But after thinking it over, he nodded. I guess it really is that simple, isn't it? It's not like I'm trying to create the cure for cancer or something. Actually. Nicholas murmured as he leaned back, pulling open a drawer in his desk. He began rummaging through its contents, the sound of rustling paper filling the room. Arthur watched curiously as Nicholas shut that drawer and opened another, continuing his search. I know I left some discarded enchanted items around here somewhere. Nicholas muttered to himself, still sifting through his things. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, that's right, he exclaimed, standing abruptly. Without another word, he rushed out of the room, leaving Arthur puzzled by his sudden excitement. A few minutes later, Nicholas returned, beaming triumphantly with his wand in hand. Behind him floated a dirty, dust-covered treasure chest. Apologies for the wait. Since we haven't been here long, I had trouble finding it, he explained, setting the chest down in front of Arthur. Arthur leaned forward, curiosity piqued. What's this? Nicholas smiled, tapping the chest with his wand. It creaked open to reveal a collection of dull, gray gems and oddly shaped rocks inside. These are my prototypes, my failures, so to speak, with the Philosopher's Stone. They didn't turn out as true Philosopher's Stones, but they still hold residual magic. The magic within them might not be potent, but through alchemy, we can combine them to create the chalk we need, Nicholas said, pride evident in his voice. Arthur chuckled. Why do you still have these? They were my motivation, Nicholas admitted with a shrug. I didn't want to waste the material. How many times has Miss Pernelli told you to throw these out? Arthur teased. Nicholas rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. More times than I'd like to admit. But it's a good thing I didn't, right? I knew they'd be useful someday. Look who's laughing now. Just don't tell her I said that last part. Arthur mimed, zipping his lips, grinning playfully. Nicholas chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he selected a few of the gray gems. So, shall we get started? Arthur's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. And so, the two of them embarked on the meticulous process of alchemy, carefully following each of the 7 steps. After 3 long hours, their creation was complete. Arthur gently scooped up the faintly shimmering white chalk, his face alight with triumph. One small step for alchemists, one giant leap for wizardkind, Arthur declared with a broad grin. Chapter 10, Magic Circle Creation. Third Person's POV. Arthur grabbed his notes and rapidly flipped through the pages before stopping abruptly. With a burst of excitement, he closed the book, flipped to the back, and opened it again. A relatively simple magic circle was drawn there. I've been working on this magic circle for a while now, Arthur explained eagerly. I drew it on the back of my notes as a goal for when my studies were complete. Now, I can finally recreate it. Nicholas leaned over to examine the diagram. The magic circle consisted of 2 concentric circles with runes carefully drawn between them, forming the outer boundary, and a pentagram at the center. What does it do? Nicholas asked curiously. Arthur grinned. It's better if I show you rather than explain. I've spent an entire week perfecting this magic circle, double-checking, making corrections, ensuring the spelling and positioning of the runes are flawless. He turned to Nicholas. Mind if I draw on the desk? Go ahead, Nicholas replied, influenced by Arthur's enthusiasm. Arthur grabbed a piece of magic chalk and began to draw. He first outlined 2 perfect circles, then carefully copied the runes, his hand steady and precise, his expression filled with determination. Nicholas watched intently as the chalk lines glowed faintly. Once Arthur finished the last rune, he moved to the center and drew the pentagram. The entire magic circle lit up brightly. Care to explain what you've drawn? And what it means? Nicholas asked. Arthur nodded, his excitement unwavering. The circles represent the flow of energy, and where it's contained, the area of effect will be within the entire circle. The runes serve as a guide, directing and shaping the energy, like an incantation that determines how and in which way the magic is released and focused. The pentagram in the center is also a rune of sorts, representing 2 things simultaneously, our individual will and the desired outcome of the spell. It's really no different than a wand. For example, this magic circle is based on alchemy, so it's structured within a pentagram to symbolize the 5 primary elements of alchemy. That means I have control over how an object is transmuted. Arthur's eyes gleamed with a feverish passion. Wait, you mean to say, Nicholas began, his voice filled with disbelief. Yes. This is a transmutation magic circle I developed. Arthur turned quickly, grabbing 2 gray gems from an open chest nearby. He placed them inside the circle, then hovered his hand over it and took a deep breath. Thanks to our earlier creation, I understand the atomic structure of the object in front of me, so structural analysis is complete. So the first step, comprehension, is complete. Next is deconstruction, where we break down the physical material structure into a malleable state. The gems crumbled into fine dust, swirling like a miniature sandstorm trapped within the circle. And finally, reconstruction, the realignment of matter into the desired shape and form. Arthur's voice carried a mystical quality as the swirling particles began to reform. The dust moved with purpose, stacking together like building blocks, until a brand new piece of magic chalk stood upright where the gems once were. Nicholas stared, mouth agape, his eyes nearly bulging out of his face. Slowly, he ran a hand through his hair, still in disbelief. Arthur had taken the traditional 7-stage alchemical process and condensed it into 3 steps, compressing hours of work into mere seconds. I could do this faster, Arthur admitted, lowering his hand. But I slowed it down so you could understand how the magic circle works. It still follows the fundamental principles of alchemy. His voice trailed off, and his golden hair fell over his face as he looked down. Nicholas snapped out of his shock when he noticed Arthur trembling slightly. Arthur, he asked, concerned. A soft chuckle escaped Arthur's lips. Hee. I did it, he muttered to himself. The chuckling grew louder and stronger until he hunched over. Ha 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 ha. Arthur erupted into laughter, throwing his head back, his face contorted with pure joy. Ho ho ho. I did it. Ha 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 ha. Merlin. Before Nicholas could react, Arthur sprinted away, still laughing hysterically. His golden hair billowed behind him as he ran. Up ahead, Merlin and Pernelli were walking toward them, curious about the commotion. Arthur nearly crashed into Merlin but skidded to a stop just in time. I did it, he shouted gleefully. Merlin's face lit up with excitement. You did it, she exclaimed, matching his enthusiasm. Without thinking, Arthur wrapped his arms around her, lifting her off the ground and spinning her around. Ha 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 ha. I really did it. My hard work paid off. Merlin was briefly surprised but quickly embraced the moment. Why, you did it, she cheered, hugging him back. When Arthur finally set her down, Merlin tilted her head. Now tell me, what exactly did you do? Arthur gave her a look that clearly said, if you don't know, why celebrate? But his joy was too overwhelming to dwell on that thought. Taking both Merlin's and Perenelle's hands, he beamed. Come, come. I'll show you. Merlin, you're going to love this, I just know it. Arthur said, dragging them towards the lab. When they entered, Nicholas was still staring at the spot on the desk. As Merlin and Perenelle approached, they followed his gaze and finally saw what Arthur had wanted to show them. Merlin's eyes widened in shock. With just one look, she immediately understood what Arthur had created, and how it worked. This. She muttered, simply staring. She covered her mouth, deep in thought. Perenelle, on the other hand, looked confused. What exactly is this? She asked, tilting her head. Can I do the demonstration while you explain it? Nicholas asked eagerly, his voice filled with excitement. Arthur nodded, and Nicholas cheered like a child who had just gotten his dream gift for Christmas. Arthur turned toward Merlin, a triumphant and mischievous smirk on his face, but his expression faltered the moment he saw her reaction. Merlin's eyes had taken on a feverish, almost crazed look. Her cheeks were flushed red, and she was clearly trying to compose herself. She slowly turned to Arthur, her gaze intense, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Her eyes screamed, "We need to talk." Arthur furrowed his brows, silently asking, "Am I in trouble? Did I do something wrong?" Merlin shook her head, indicating that he wasn't in trouble, but they needed to have a serious discussion when they got home. Arthur closed his eyes and nodded in understanding. All right, let's begin, he said, shaking off his nerves and launching into his explanation. As he detailed the process behind the magic circle, how he had designed it, refined it, and ultimately brought it to life, Perenelle watched with the same look of disbelief her husband had worn earlier. When she finally saw the magic circle in action and understood its implications, she whispered, "That's incredible." As an experienced alchemist and witch, she knew just how revolutionary Arthur's creation was. She reached out and ruffled his hair with pride. "You came up with this all on your own, Arthur. I'm starting to feel a little scared thinking about what will happen once you finally receive your wand." Arthur rubbed a finger under his nose, clearly embarrassed. "Ah, shucks. I'm serious," Perenelle insisted. "To be able to think of something like this, let alone create it, there's no doubt you're going to be someone truly special in the wizarding world." She pinched his still slightly chubby cheeks affectionately. "Careful," Merlin scoffed. "Otherwise, he might just get a big head." Perenelle and Nicholas chuckled while Arthur rolled his eyes. "How about this?" Perenelle suggested. "I know it's almost time for you two to leave, but if you can stay a little while longer, I'll bake something to celebrate." "Yes, please." Arthur and Merlin exclaimed in unison, their love for Perenelle's baked goods overpowering all other concerns. Perenelle chuckled. "Then why don't you send your parents an owl and let them know you'll be late? Or at least check if you can stay longer." Arthur and Merlin froze. Perenelle, noticing their reaction, sighed softly. "I suspected as much. Be honest with us for just a moment." She met their eyes gently. "You too, you're orphans, aren't you?" Arthur inhaled sharply, his voice barely above a whisper. "Butter biscuits," he muttered under his breath. Chapter 11, Potential and Consequences. Third person's POV. Arthur and Merlin arrived back at their home. Arthur immediately walked inside, searching excitedly. "Where's my baby?" he called in a playful, babying voice as he looked around. It didn't take long for him to find Cosmo, who had grown slightly more and more over the years. The creature was lying on a seat with its arms crossed, looking unamused. "There's my little man." Arthur beamed, scooping Cosmo up and covering him with repeated kisses on the head. "How've you been? Miss me while I was gone?" "Because I sure did." Cosmo simply gave a long-suffering look, his half-lidded eyes staring soullessly in Merlin's direction, as if pleading for help. But she was already used to this dynamic and ignored it. "Arthur, we need to talk," Merlin said, setting down a plate of leftover food that Perenelle had given them. Arthur, who had been nuzzling his face against Cosmo's small body, froze. He sighed, still holding Cosmo close like a baby, before nodding and moving to sit on the sofa. "Yeah, we do. We have a lot to talk about, actually. I say we start with the least important thing first, don't you agree?" Merlin set her things down, removed her robe, and got comfortable across from him, nodding in agreement. Miss Pernelli wants to adopt us and become our legal guardian. What do you think? Arthur asked. I'll mostly follow your lead. If you're fine with it, I don't have any reason to decline, Merlin replied, leaning back in her seat. Arthur patted Cosmo's head as he sat the creature on his lap. I can see the benefits. It would stop people from asking questions, and it would also provide a good cover for you since you plan on attending Hogwarts. That's true. I'm not technically a legal person, so I can't be your guardian. They'd be a great substitute. Plus, since you're still a child, you'll need a guardian's permission for a lot of things, which they can provide, Merlin agreed. However, she noticed the hesitation on Arthur's face as he looked down at Cosmo. What's wrong? She asked. Well, for one, I don't really want to move. Wouldn't we technically have to stay with them if they became our guardians? Arthur muttered. He had made a lot of memories with Merlin in this house, and the thought of leaving it behind didn't sit well with him. Merlin immediately understood his concern and gave him a warm smile. There's no need to worry. From what I've seen, Nicholas and Pernelli are the type to understand if we don't want to move. We'll just say this house is an inheritance and that we don't want to part with it. Arthur let out a sigh of relief, and Merlin chuckled. So, we're in agreement to let the Flammels become our guardians, she asked. Yes. It would make things much easier. Not to mention, they're nice people, I trust them, Arthur said with a smile. But the smile on Merlin's face slowly faded. Trust them enough to show them your idea for a magic circle. The conversation had now shifted into more serious territory. Arthur hesitated for a moment before sighing. It's not something I ever planned to keep secret, he admitted, blushing slightly as he looked down. I actually plan to write a few books about it and publish them for everyone. That's also one of the reasons I wanted to meet the Flammels. Through them, I was hoping to connect with Dumbledore and get his endorsement so it would pass through the ministry. Merlin's frown deepened. Before she could respond, Arthur gently set Cosmo aside and stood up. Wait a second. Let me show you something. He sprinted to his room. A few minutes later, he carefully came back down, carrying a stack of books. He set them down on the ottoman between them and handed one to Merlin. These are all the notes I've been taking based on everything you've taught me so far, he said. Merlin flipped through the pages, scanning his accumulated knowledge, the origins of the magic circle theory, the tier system he was developing. I see, she murmured as she skimmed the pages. So, you got the idea from how wizards use magic. A magic circle is essentially a spell transcribed into words and symbols, compared to traditional incantations that rely on pure intent. Words, writing, and drawing are all methods of expressing intent and will. Merlin's mind was racing, processing the information like a living supercomputer. It is ingenious. She leaned forward, resting her hand against her mouth in concentration. What interests me the most is this tier system of yours. Yes. Right now, mages and wizards are lumped into one broad category. But why not classify them based on knowledge and power? Arthur explained enthusiastically. For example, since I'm still a student without a wand, I'd be a tier 1 wizard. I can only draw low-level magic circles with chalk. Meanwhile, with your vast knowledge and power, you'd be a tier 9, capable of altering reality and casting multiple magic circles at once, instantaneously. Merlin slowly arched an eyebrow. Let me get this straight. You want to give wizards and witches, the biggest bigots in the world, another way to discriminate against each other. She expected Arthur to be hit with a reality check. Instead, he just grinned. Merlin, don't act stupid, he said. I know you're smarter than that. This system is a way to fight discrimination. Merlin crossed her arms skeptically. Oh. And how exactly does this prevent discrimination? Arthur's grin widened. Think about it. With this system, even muggles and squibs could use magic circles. The wall separating the two groups would shatter. Merlin's eyes widened as she quickly stood up in disbelief. Seeing the look in Arthur's gaze, she immediately realized the truth. This was your plan from the very start, wasn't it? Your idea might look like that of a wizard trying to innovate how magic operates, but in reality, you're searching for a way to grant magic to muggles and squibs. Realization struck Merlin like a bolt of lightning. It all ties back to his past, doesn't it? Both his parents were squibs. From what I recall from his memories, his mother had once confided in him, she had longed to wield magic. Merlin sighed and closed her eyes. As your teacher and mentor, I should be in full support of your dreams. However, as your advisor, I must also warn you about the difference between idealism and reality. As noble as your intentions are, reality is rarely so kind. In fact, it can be downright cruel. I know that. Trust me, I've seen the cruelty of men up close and personal. Arthur's voice was calm, yet unyielding. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, and when he opened them again, an unwavering resolve burned within his gaze. I had a similar discussion with Mr. Flammel. I know there will be those who use what I create for evil. It is in human nature to fall into temptation. But not everyone is like that. Just because there's one rotten apple in the batch doesn't mean I should throw away the rest. Yes, it is in human nature to do evil, but it is also in human nature to do good. For every person who might misuse my invention, there will be another who will use it to save thousands. Is this idealism? Perhaps. But our ideals shape reality. Idealism is a chisel, and reality is a cold, unyielding stone. And I will use that chisel to carve the world into the shape I desire. Merlin stared into Arthur's glowing blue eyes. They shone bright and powerful in the dim light, unblinking and filled with conviction. His face was calm, expressionless, even, yet the sheer force of his willpower radiated from his gaze. A heavy silence hung between them. Cosmo, Arthur's familiar, purred and rubbed himself against his master's leg, sensing the weight of the moment. Merlin was the first to break eye contact. Follow me. She turned and walked away, snapping her fingers. Her white cloak flew toward her, the hood settling over her head, and her silver staff floated gracefully into her outstretched hand. With a wave of her staff, the door swung open, and they stepped outside into the cool night air. I want to show you something, she said, stopping in the middle of her yard, facing the dense forest ahead. Arthur followed, his brows furrowing in confusion. Cosmo padded alongside him, equally curious. Stand back, Merlin warned, her tone serious. Arthur complied without question. Pay close attention. Merlin closed her eyes and raised her staff. She began to whisper an incantation under her breath. A violet glow surrounded her, and the light split into shimmering particles, swirling around her form before converging at her feet. A massive magic circle formed beneath her, its intricate runes pulsing with raw energy. Arthur watched in astonishment as additional circles began materializing around the first, expanding and intertwining in perfect harmony. The wind picked up sharply, swirling into a tempestuous storm. Arthur had to shield his eyes with his arm, his golden hair whipping wildly in the gale. His breath hitched as Merlin's hood was thrown back, revealing her long silver-white hair, billowing like a celestial veil in the night. The violet light concentrated at the tip of her staff, condensing into a flawless, pulsating sphere of raw magic. As more energy gathered, electric discharges erupted around her, lightning crackling through the air and scorching the ground beneath her feet. Then, she opened her eyes. Arthur's heart stopped. Her piercing violet eyes glowed with an ethereal light, their enchanting brilliance making his pulse race uncontrollably. Framed against the night sky, her cold beauty was nothing short of divine. His arm slowly dropped from his face as his heartbeat thundered in his chest. Heat rushed to his cheeks, and his fingers curled tightly over his heart, gripping his shirt as though trying to steady himself. No. His eyes trembled. He had done the one thing he had desperately tried to avoid, the one unspoken taboo between master and student. Arthur had fallen in love with Merlin. But before he could dwell on it, a deafening explosion shattered the moment. WRRRRNNN, bang. TOTTOTTOT, boom. Merlin's gathered magic was unleashed in a cataclysmic blast. The sheer force of the spell distorted the air and sound itself, sending shockwaves rippling through the ground. A beam of violet energy tore through the earth, splitting the land apart. The soil beneath its path melted into magma, and the trees before her were instantly obliterated, disappearing into a roaring inferno. The entire forest trembled from the impact, the very atmosphere quivering under the sheer destructive force. When the light faded, only scorched earth and rising smoke remained in its wake. The once thriving land had been reduced to a searing, hellish wasteland. Arthur's breath was caught in his throat. Merlin turned toward him, her silver hair cascading elegantly behind her, her violet eyes unreadable. This, she said, her voice calm but heavy with meaning, is the kind of power you would be giving to the witches and wizards of this world. The power to destroy and kill, men, women, the young, the old. Are you sure this is what you want? Arthur took a slow breath, steadying himself. He knew now was not the time for distractions. He pushed aside his newfound emotions, using a clemency to lock them away for another day. He closed his eyes. When he reopened them, they burned with unwavering determination. Merlin tensed slightly, an involuntary shiver running down her spine as she met his gaze. His brilliant blue eyes shone like twin stars, serious, resolute, unbroken. I am ready to shoulder the weight of whatever sins humanity may commit with my knowledge. If evil is born from my creation, then so be it. That is the burden I am willing to bear, no matter what comes to pass. His golden hair gleamed under the starlight, a stark contrast against the ruined landscape. Merlin's breath hitched. For just a moment, standing over Arthur, she saw the shadow of a king. A towering figure, his face obscured by the gleam of a golden sword held before him, his crown and crimson cape marking him as royalty. My king. The thought surfaced unbidden in her mind. She exhaled softly, schooling her emotions as she stepped forward. With a gentle smile, she placed a hand on Arthur's cheek and kissed his forehead. That's good, she murmured. I just don't want you to have any regrets in the future. Chapter 12, A Partial Gift. Third Person's POV. Merlin waved her staff, and the area around them began to restore itself. As the environment healed, she glanced down at Arthur, her brows furrowing slightly. You know you're going to overwork yourself, right? She said, her voice tinged with concern. You're training your body, perfecting your swordsmanship, then studying, more studying, off to the Flammels for even more studying, and then back here to cram some more before collapsing into bed. And then, she gave him a pointed look, you're training and studying in your dreamscape. Where exactly do you plan to find time to finish this tier system of yours and write a book? Merlin asked, eyeing him with a mixture of amusement and worry. Arthur looked down, his fingers beginning to twiddle nervously. I was, kinda hoping you'd help me. You know, with the tier system, and maybe be my editor for the books I'd write about it. Merlin's stare grew sharper, making Arthur feel the need to elaborate. You see. He began, a slight blush creeping up his cheeks. Although I thought of the magic circle system to innovate magic, and, help squibs and maybe even muggles, there's another reason. A more selfish one. Merlin tilted her head slightly, narrowing her eyes. Go on. It was a present for you, Arthur muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. A thank you gift for everything you've done for me. Merlin blinked, momentarily taken aback. She could read Arthur like a book, and she knew he wasn't lying. She opened her mouth to speak, closed it, then asked softly, a gift, for me. Arthur nodded. Well, this is only part of the present. The other part's not ready yet. Anyway, you've told me you like taking in students because you learn from them too. And, well, just like you know me, I know you well enough to say this, you love magic, and you love researching new ways to use it. Merlin arched an eyebrow. So, you mean to tell me, you thought up an entirely new magical system just so I'd have something new to research? Arthur rubbed the back of his head, avoiding her gaze. Maybe. Merlin chuckled, the sound both amused and touched. She crouched down to his eye level, ruffling his messy hair affectionately. Art, that has to be the best present anyone's ever given me, she said warmly. Before Arthur could respond, she leaned in and gave him a long, exaggerated kiss on the cheek, grinning brightly. Thank you. Arthur's face turned scarlet, his thoughts spinning wildly. She really is a succubus. Now then, Merlin said with a smirk, guiding him by the back of the head, let's go back in. I'll help you finish this tier system of yours. From that point onward, Arthur's life became even more hectic. But with Merlin's help, he managed to build a strict routine. Every morning, Arthur woke at 5 a.m. and immediately began training his body. He gripped 2 heavy wooden swords and swung each one 10,000 times a day. He practiced stabbing, slashing, parrying, pushing himself until he was drenched in sweat and his arms felt like they might fall off. After that, he moved on to weight training to build even more strength and muscle. Once his physical training was done, Arthur met with Merlin for his magic lessons. Each day focused on a different magical subject, charms on Monday, potions on Tuesday, transfiguration on Wednesday, and so on. After his early lessons, Arthur traveled to the Flammels, who were thrilled to have taken on the role of his guardians alongside Merlin. Under their guidance, Arthur delved deep into the complexities of alchemy. He found it the most tedious and difficult of his studies. Transmuting matter required an understanding of atomic structures, which meant long hours studying science and chemistry. To achieve some of his more ambitious alchemical goals, he had to incorporate biology into his learning as well. When his time with the Flammels ended each day, Arthur returned home, where he and Merlin continued their magical experiments. Together, they refined the magic circle system and developed the tier classifications. Merlin often served as the test subject, casting spells through the circles and describing the intricacies and difficulties to Arthur. He meticulously documented everything, organizing his notes at his desk late into the evening. Finally, after all this, Arthur would head to bed, but even then, rest eluded him. In his dreamscape, he either studied advanced magical theories with Merlin or honed his sword techniques against shadow constructs. After a month of relentless testing and note-taking, Arthur began writing his first book. The process nearly drove him mad. Merlin, as it turned out, was not the most gentle of editors. Her critiques were brutal but effective. Thanks to her sharp eye and his detailed notes, Arthur managed to complete his first book in just 3 months, though he often joked that he'd lost a few years of his life in the process. Towards the beginning of May, Arthur leaned forward at his desk, one hand pressed against his forehead. The tip of his reading glasses balanced precariously on the bridge of his nose as his eyes scanned the parchment spread before him. A quill hovered beside him, moving rapidly on its own, the scratch of ink on parchment mingling with Arthur's soft muttering. Cosmo, his cat, purred rhythmically in his lap, vibrating with contentment at each absent-minded stroke of Arthur's hand. Overall, a magic circle is in no way different from how we, as wizards and witches alike, cast spells. It all comes down to 3 components: body, intent, and will. In other words, magic, incantation, and wand. The principle of magic circles simplifies and amplifies spellcasting by using geometric patterns to substitute or enhance one or more of these components. By meticulously constructing a magic circle, a wizard may reduce the burden of incantation, stabilize their intent, or even bypass the need for a wand entirely. This allows for greater spell efficiency, consistency, and the possibility of layered casting. Asterisk. The quill finished with a flourish, placing a neat period at the end of the sentence before floating over to the growing stack of completed pages. Arthur exhaled heavily, grabbed the parchment, and stacked it carefully atop the others. He stretched his arms above his head and extended his legs beneath the desk, his joints cracking noisily as he groaned. Cosmo leapt off his lap with a disgruntled meow and a soft hiss, clearly unimpressed by the sudden movement. Arthur removed his glasses, setting them gently on the desk, and massaged the bridge of his nose. After a moment, he rose from his chair, shoulders stiff and aching, and flicked his fingers toward the stack of papers. Obediently, the parchment lifted into the air, hovering behind him as he shuffled out of his room. Stopping in front of Merlin's door, Arthur knocked wearily. "Come in," came Merlin's sing-song voice from within. Arthur pushed open the door, his exhaustion evident. "Mel, please tell me I'm done." "Don't make me write any more," he whined, stepping inside. "That will depend entirely on you, won't it?" Merlin teased, stretching out her hand. "Arthur the author." Arthur groaned as the stack of pages drifted from behind him into Merlin's waiting grasp. "Correct yourselves, now," Merlin instructed the pages with a playful lilt. Immediately, the pages began shuffling themselves, flying in and out of order until the stack neatly rearranged itself. A pair of purple-framed glasses floated from Merlin's nightstand, settling onto her face as she got comfortable. Arthur flopped onto the bed beside her, landing face first into the blankets, his muffled groan indicating both embarrassment and fatigue. Merlin glanced at the title page, raising an eyebrow. "So, this is the title you're sticking with?" Arthur's reply was muffled by the bedspread. "Yes. The Art of Magic Circles. The Fundamental Theory for Beginners, by Arthur King," Merlin read aloud, her tone bemused. "Not a terrible title, but isn't it a bit too long?" Arthur turned his head just enough to grumble, "No. It has to be able to draw people in." Merlin chuckled softly. "It's your book," she conceded, flipping through the pages. Her eyes darted rapidly across the text, occasionally pausing to admire Arthur's carefully drawn diagrams of magic circles and detailed annotations on their principles. Thanks to her enchanted glasses, Merlin finished reading within 30 minutes. She slid the glasses off and set them on the nightstand, a genuine smile curling her lips. "This is very good," she murmured, impressed. "Honestly, a lot of people are going to have trouble believing you wrote this yourself." She paused mid-sentence, catching the soft, steady rhythm of light snoring beside her. Looking down, she saw Arthur fast asleep, his face relaxed in peaceful slumber. Amusement flickered in her eyes as she sighed softly, shaking her head. Reaching over, Merlin gently brushed his tousled hair, her touch tender. "No training tonight," she whispered. "You deserve a quiet, restful night. You've earned it." She leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to the top of his head, her smile warm and proud. "I'm so proud of you. Sweet dreams, Art." Chapter 13, Acknowledged and Delivered. Third person's POV. Arthur jolted awake the next morning, his heart racing. He looked around frantically, eyes still half closed. Where am I? Oh. Realization dawned as he rubbed the sleep from his face. Without wasting another moment, he jumped out of bed and rushed downstairs. The scent of breakfast greeted him as he found Merlin in the kitchen, busy at the stove. "So, Mel, what do you think?" Arthur blurted as soon as he stepped in. "About what?" Merlin asked, raising an eyebrow. "The book, Merlin." "The book? What do you think of it? Is it good?" Arthur asked, his eyes full of hope. "It's acceptable," Merlin replied with a shrug. "I corrected a few grammar mistakes here and there to make it more comprehensible, but it's not half bad." "So, it's done, right?" Arthur asked, trying to keep the eagerness out of his voice. Merlin nodded, and Arthur pumped his fist in the air. "Yes. Are you going to publish it right away?" Merlin asked, glancing at him curiously. Arthur sighed. "I wish it were that simple. But no, not yet. I'm going to write one more, an intermediate guide." "Why?" Merlin asked, tilting her head. "You're not even sure if the first one will succeed. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself?" Arthur shook his head. "For starters, it'll make things easier in the long run. I think people will trust what I write more if they see how it progresses. The first book covers tiers 1 through 3, but the second will cover tiers 4 through 6. People are going to get greedy for more knowledge, so I might as well publish them together. Then, I'll hold off on the third book to keep them anticipating more." He took a breath before continuing, also, Hogwarts is still in session. Dumbledore won't have time to entertain my ideas or visit the Flammels while he's busy as headmaster. His endorsement is what will really set things in motion and grab attention. I should have the second book finished by mid-August, maybe even the end of July since I already know what I'm doing. That'll be just in time for summer break when Dumbledore will be more available. Merlin nodded, turning back to the stove. Very well then. Whatever you think is wisest. Arthur paused, frowning. Did I say something wrong? Nope, Merlin said casually, not looking at him. Then why did you say it like that? Arthur asked, narrowing his eyes. Say it like what? Merlin replied innocently. Whatever you think is wisest, that. Why did you say it like that? Do you think I'm making a mistake? Merlin finally turned to look at him, amusement flickering in her eyes. Art. I'm messing with you. Oh. Arthur muttered, his cheeks flushing red. He coughed and cleared his throat awkwardly. I'm going to do my morning training now. Arthur practically speed-walked out of the kitchen and into the yard, leaving Merlin chuckling to herself as she shook her head. 2 months later. Location, the Flammels' home. Nicholas and Pernelly Flammel closed the book they had been reading, exchanging thoughtful glances. Arthur sat across from them, fidgeting nervously. So, what do you think? He asked, his voice filled with anticipation. 4 starters. Unbelievable, Nicholas said, removing his glasses and setting them down. Pernelly mirrored the gesture, her expression a mix of amazement and concern. Art. Pernelly began gently, this reads like it was written by someone with a great deal of experience. I'm worried that if you present this, no one will believe it was written by you. In fact, if you manage to get Dumbledore's endorsement and publish it, people might assume he wrote it, not you. That won't be a problem, Arthur said, nodding as he understood her concern. The Ministry of Magic will process it officially. We'll have proof that I'm the author. With both Dumbledore and the Ministry backing me, that should suffice, at least until I can prove myself through my own actions, not just their words. Nicholas leaned forward thoughtfully. I know how to get Dumbledore's attention. Do you mind if I send the books to him? Arthur hesitated. Well, we need to be sure it's secure. If it falls into the wrong hands. But after that, I don't mind. Nicholas nodded in understanding and immediately set to work preparing the secure delivery. As he left the room, Pernelly reached over, gently ruffling Arthur's hair. You must have worked extremely hard on these. You should be proud. Arthur looked down, a smile spreading across his face. I am. Pernelly chuckled softly, resting her chin on her hand. You know, I can't help but wonder how that brilliant mind of yours works, how you come up with such bright ideas. Please don't give him a big head, Merlin sighed from her seat next to Arthur. Let's keep him humble. Arthur laughed and shook his head. I didn't do this alone. I had help. I know I wouldn't have made it this far without Mare, Lynn. She just doesn't want to take any of the credit. Merlin shrugged. I might have helped here and there, but this was ultimately all you. You're the one who spent all those nights writing and working. Pernelly smiled warmly. Do you plan on doing anything as grand as Arthur here? She asked Merlin. Not really, Merlin replied, patting Arthur's back. I'm fine as long as I can help him. You sure do care about him, huh? Pernelly said with affection. Without warning, Merlin threw her arms around Arthur. Obviously. MWCH. 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 She peppered his cheeks with playful kisses. Arthur's ears turned bright red as he tried to wrestle her off, but Merlin only clung tighter, laughing. What is your deal? Arthur exclaimed, mortified. He. Don't be afraid of a little affection now. Merlin teased. Pernelly watched them with a soft smile, her heart warmed by their playful banter. Elsewhere. An owl soared gracefully over a vast, shimmering body of water, its wings gliding effortlessly through the cool morning air. Suspended from its talons was a small, carefully wrapped package tied with sturdy strings. As the owl flew further, a grand castle slowly emerged on the horizon, its towering spires piercing the sky. The sun struggled to break through the shadows cast by its majestic silhouette. A/N, play Hedwig's theme. The owl beat its wings harder as it approached one of the tallest towers, ascending toward an open window framed by ancient stone. With a few precise flaps, it gently lowered the package onto the windowsill, then tapped insistently at the glass with its beak. Inside, an old man in flowing purple robes and a long, silver beard glanced up from his desk, his bright blue eyes narrowing in curiosity. He approached the window and opened it, letting in a crisp breeze along with the persistent owl. Well now, he said in a warm, grandfatherly tone, it seems you've brought me something special. The owl gave a solemn nod as the man stepped aside, allowing it to flutter inside and deposit the package onto his desk. Neatly inscribed on top of the parcel were the words, "For Dumbledore." From Nicholas Flamel. A twinkle of amusement danced in Albus Dumbledore's eyes as he reached over to scratch the owl's chin. "Off to the Owlery with you, my friend. Have some food and rest before your journey home. I've my own ways of sending replies." The owl hooted softly in acknowledgement before taking flight once more, disappearing into the morning sky. Turning his attention back to the package, Dumbledore rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Now, what has dear old Nick sent me? It's not my birthday, nor is it Christmas, but I wouldn't mind some sweets. Perhaps Pernelli has been experimenting with new recipes." Carefully unwrapping the parcel, he discovered a neatly folded letter resting atop two thick books. Setting the books aside, he opened the letter and began to read. "Dear Dumbledore. If you recall from our last conversation, I mentioned taking in a student, a remarkably bright boy, wise beyond his years. Pernelli and I have grown quite fond of him and his equally talented little friend, an exceptional young witch. One of the reasons I call this boy wise is due to his groundbreaking theories on magic. His ideas are nothing short of revolutionary. I dare say, if you met him, you'd be just as enchanted by his brilliance as we are." Dumbledore paused mid-sentence, chuckling softly. "It seems Nick has truly taken a liking to this young fellow." He resumed reading. "This boy has a particular talent for runes. He's poured considerable time and effort into documenting his theories and ideas in the books I've enclosed, hoping to share them with the wider wizarding world. However, given his age and limited connections, I fear he may face resistance. I know I ask much, Albus, but if you find these works impressive, and I believe you will, I hope you'll consider endorsing them. Your support would open doors that might otherwise remain closed to him." Also included is a piece of chalk, infused with magic, another of his brilliant inventions, created through alchemy. You'll understand its purpose once you've finished reading. Of course, if the books fail to impress, feel no obligation to act on this request. Sincerely, Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore set the letter down, his brow furrowed with interest. He peered into the box, spotting the two books, a small piece of chalk, and, just as he'd hoped, a bag of freshly baked cookies. He picked up the books, noting the intricate designs of magic circles on their covers. The titles read, "The Art of Magic Circles. The Fundamental Theory for Beginners. By Arthur King. The Art of Magic Circles. The Fundamental Theory for the Intermediate. By Arthur King." Intrigued, Dumbledore opened the first book and read aloud. "This is the beginning of a revolution in magic, and it all starts with one simple question: what is a magic circle?" A spark of amused curiosity flickered in his eyes. The more he read, the deeper his curiosity grew, pulling him further into the pages. Without glancing away, he sank into the chair behind his desk, one hand flipping through the book while the other reached for the bag of cookies. As he nibbled on a biscuit, he muttered under his breath, "What an interesting concept." And with that, Dumbledore was utterly absorbed, the world outside his study fading into the background as he delved deeper into Arthur King's revolutionary ideas. Chapter 14, Hearing Voices. Third Person's POV. Dumbledore paced around his desk, the second book in his hands, seemingly fascinated by what he was reading. "Yes, I see now. The entirety of a magic circle is a rune of its own. A completed magic circle is practically a symbol with meaning, and that meaning manifests as a spell. It's complicated, but it's all connected." He stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes glued to the pages. "What's truly fascinating is the tier system that comes with magic circles. The difference in tiers reflects not just magical power, but also complexity and knowledge. The difference between a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 magic circle is equivalent to casting 5 Tier 1 circles. The jump from Tier 2 to Tier 3 requires the power of 20 Tier 2 circles, that's 100 Tier 1 circles to equal a Tier 3. The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 is even more staggering, 50 Tier 3 circles, or 5,000 Tier 1. Tier 4 to Tier 5 requires 100 Tier 4 circles, that's 500,000 Tier 1 circles. And from Tier 5 to Tier 6, 150 Tier 5 circles, which means 75 million Tier 1 circles. Dumbledore stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. Is there really such a difference in power? As for how to classify each magic circle, to advance from Tier 1 to Tier 2, one must draw a supporting magic circle to enhance the main one's power. For Tier 3, a magic circle is drawn to increase the effects and power of specific runes, combining multiple runes to create more complex effects. Tier 4 focuses on spell matrices, where multiple circles interact to create advanced spell effects. Tier 5 requires layering magic circles, stacking them to amplify power and effect. Tier 6, however, a magic circle at this level can be sustained indefinitely, and it requires the user to create a three-dimensional magic circle that surrounds them. Of course, classifying a witch or wizard under these tiers is another matter entirely. Their knowledge, magical power, and expertise with the tier of magic circle they're attempting to master would need to be tested in order to advance and be formally recognized as a tiered witch or wizard. Dumbledore flipped through the pages, his curiosity piqued by the idea of testing this magic circle theory himself. He recalled from the first book that there was a basic magic circle anyone could try. Flipping through the pages of the first book, he found it, a Tier 2 communication circle. Dumbledore glanced at the chalk resting inside a box on his desk but instead reached for his wand. He was, after all, Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of his era. He studied the magic circle's design and breakdown in the book, then raised his wand. A soft light glowed at its tip as he moved it through the air, and slowly, a magic circle began to materialize before him, shimmering faintly. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled as the magic circle, identical to the one in the book, hovered at the tip of his wand. With a final flick, he tapped the air, and the magical circle held steady, floating in place. A second, identical circle appeared next to his sleeping phoenix's ear. Testing, Dumbledore said. The phoenix startled awake, its feathers fluffing as it looked around in confusion, eyes landing on the glowing circle before glaring at the chuckling Dumbledore. Forgive me, my old friend, Dumbledore said with a soft laugh. I was merely testing something. Foo, it worked spectacularly. He grinned, hearing his voice echoing from the circle near his disgruntled pet. This is truly a wondrous innovation. Dumbledore exclaimed, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Old Nick seems to have stumbled upon a treasure of a student. I simply must meet him. Grabbing a piece of parchment and his quill from the desk, Dumbledore began to write. Arthur King, was it? I can't wait to meet him. I haven't been this excited to meet someone in quite a while. He chuckled to himself, the spark of curiosity igniting once more. At the Flamels. Arthur was taking notes from the book he was reading on human biology and the biology of magical creatures. He looked every bit the perfect scholar as he studied, his brow furrowed in concentration. I think I'll need dragon heartstring and a unicorn horn if I want to create the magic veins. They're perfect conduits for magic, mainly used in wands, so this could definitely work, but I'll need more than that, Arthur thought, resting his hand over his mouth. I'll also need to craft the precise alchemic formula to make it functional. Figuring out the perfect ratio of materials to magic power will take time. Honestly, it might take me the rest of the year, especially since I'm also researching homunculi. There'll be plenty of trial and error. I probably really won't finish until next year. And that's only if I slow down my work on magic circles, he mused, straining against the urge to sigh. I could just have Merlin develop the magic circle, and I'd copy. Arthur paused, then growled softly in dissatisfaction. No. I can't rely on Merlin as my deus ex machina. Copying her work wouldn't be fair to her or to myself. A noble rule of the Pendragon, there are no shortcuts. Shortcuts only lead to missed opportunities along the road. Just then, a sudden burst of fire flared between Arthur and Nicholas, who had been observing and guiding Arthur through his studies. Arthur's eyes widened in awe as he stared at the majestic creature now perched between them. Awesome. A phoenix, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If there was one thing that could break Arthur's disciplined, noble demeanor and reveal the child within, it was magical creatures. The phoenix held a letter delicately in its beak and extended it towards Nicholas. Arthur, barely able to contain his excitement, leaned forward. Can I pet you, please? He asked, his voice tinged with hope. The phoenix turned to look at Arthur, its eyes momentarily flickering with surprise, something both Arthur and Nicholas missed. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, the phoenix lowered its head, concealing its intelligent gaze beneath its fiery feathers. You may, the phoenix chirped. Arthur's face lit up with joy as he gently ran his fingers over the top of the phoenix's head, stroking its warm, soft plumage. You're so soft, and warm. He murmured, almost in disbelief. Nicholas chuckled at how completely engrossed Arthur was. Aren't you curious what Dumbledore has to say? He asked, waving the unopened letter. There's a literal phoenix in front of me, and it's letting me pet it, Arthur scoffed without looking up. That letter can wait. This is way more important. He grinned as he pulled the bird closer, hugging it to his chest with a contented smile. But then, Arthur suddenly froze, his entire body going rigid. He stared down at the phoenix in disbelief. Did you just talk? Nicholas blinked, confused. All he had heard was the soft chirping of the bird. The phoenix recoiled slightly, its wings fluttering in surprise. Blessed child, did you perhaps understand me? It asked, its melodic voice tinged with wonder. Arthur's face showed how taken aback he was. Merlin, he shouted, leaping to his feet. I'm hearing voices. You told me to warn you if I started hearing voices, it's happening. He cupped his hands over his mouth, wide-eyed, and bolted towards the living room, his cries echoing through the halls. Nicholas watched him go, then glanced at the stunned firebird still perched on the desk. With a wry smile, he picked up the letter from Dumbledore. Arthur was right, he thought, this letter can definitely wait. Chapter 15, Bloodline Skill. Third person's POV. Arthur hid behind Merlin, peeking out from the corner, his eyes shimmering with excitement. If there was one thing Arthur loved more than magic, it was magical creatures. Merlin pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. And what exactly did it say to you? I asked if I could pet it, and it said I may. Then I asked if it had just talked, and it replied, Blessed child, do you perhaps understand me? That's when I ran to get you, Arthur said giddily. He was especially thrilled that Fawkes looked nothing like his movie counterpart. One of his biggest pet peeves about the film adaptation was how they had failed to capture the majestic image of a phoenix, instead turning it into what resembled a red stuffed turkey. The phoenix seemed wary of Merlin right from the start. To Arthur, there was even a hint of hostility, which made him curious. There was no need to call forth your guardian, child, Fawkes sang out. Especially considering your guardian is a demon. Arthur's expression soured almost instantly. If there was one thing he hated more than he loved magical creatures, it was someone speaking ill of Merlin. The sudden shift in Arthur's demeanor made the Flamel couple curious. What did it say? Pernelli asked. Arthur frowned. It insulted Merlin. His tone hardened as he turned back to Fawkes. Listen, as much as I respect phoenixes and what they represent, I won't allow you to speak badly about Merlin. That is the one thing I will neither permit nor forgive. Apologize this instant. Authority surged through his voice and presence. The room fell silent as they processed Arthur's sudden change in demeanor, something they hadn't expected. Fawkes met Arthur's intense gaze before glancing at Merlin. After a moment, the phoenix bowed its head. I apologize. It appears I was rather harsh. I hope this does not put us at odds. Arthur translated before returning to his usual grin. All right. Since you properly apologized, no harm done. We'll start over, properly this time. Then, he finally asked the question that had been on everyone's mind, except Merlin's. How can I understand what it's saying? It seems you've been born with a rare magical ability, the gift to understand the language of magical creatures and beasts, Merlin said, as though forming a hypothesis. Oh, like a metamorphmagus. It's extremely rare for a wizard or witch to possess such an ability, Pernelli said, a look of understanding crossing her face. You're quite lucky, aren't you, Arthur? Is it really luck? With how smart and talented Arthur is, I wouldn't be surprised if he comes from some noble bloodline of witches and wizards, Nicholas said with an amused scoff. Arthur felt Merlin's gaze on him and knew she wanted to speak privately. Asterisk, what is it? Asterisk, Merlin asked, opening her thoughts to him. Arthur did the same. Asterisk, I have some questions. Does this have anything to do with me being a Pendragon, or was I just lucky to be born with this ability? Asterisk. No, not a Pendragon, Merlin corrected. Asterisk, a le fay. Asterisk. Thanks to his occlumency lessons, Arthur kept his emotions in check, but inwardly, he was astonished. Asterisk, a le fay. How the hell am I a le fay? Asterisk. We'll talk about this later, Merlin said, knowing the conversation would take too long. Arthur clearly had more questions but mentally noted them for when he and Merlin were alone. Just then, Fawkes let out another cry, drawing their attention back to him. Arthur nearly laughed at being turned into a translator. He's asking if we can hurry along with the reply, he can't stay too long, or else Dumbledore will start to worry. Oh, that's right. Nicholas said, finally remembering the letter. He reached over to his desk and opened it. His eyes scanned the parchment before looking up. He says he finds your research and books fascinating. However, before endorsing anything, he wants to have a one-on-one meeting with you tomorrow. From the way he words it, he seems eager to discuss your ideas in more depth. He's asking for a time and place where you two could meet. Here should be more than fine, if that's okay with you, Pernelli suggested, glancing at Arthur for confirmation. Arthur nodded. As for the time, it should be around when I usually visit in the afternoon. Nicholas nodded in agreement and retrieved a quill and parchment. After writing down the time and place, he sealed the letter in an envelope and handed it to Fawkes. Before the phoenix could leave, Arthur gently ran his fingers over its fiery feathers, smiling warmly. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Phoenix. I hope we can truly be friends in the future. Fawkes stared into Arthur's earnest eyes and soft smile. Then, with the envelope secured in its beak, it gave a slow, deliberate nod. In an instant, flames engulfed its body, and it vanished, leaving behind glowing embers that quickly faded into the air. Later that night, Arthur and Merlin arrived back home. Without hesitation, Arthur rushed inside and scooped up Cosmos, who had been resting in its small bed. The cat let out a startled screech as Arthur held it up, his eyes narrowing in determination. All right, there's no fooling me, little man. Speak. I know you can do it. I know your secret. Don't worry, I won't say a word to anyone. Cosmos simply tilted its head, yawned dramatically, stretched out its tongue, then lazily smacked its lips. Meow. You think you're real funny, don't you? Arthur deadpanned. Ow. Arthur yelped, rubbing the top of his head as he turned to Merlin with a look of injustice. What was that for? Stop bothering Cosmos, Merlin scoffed. But, Mel. I think my abilities are broken. I can't understand him, Arthur said, genuinely disappointed. They're not broken. Cosmos is just a normal cat, Merlin explained with a sigh. Your abilities only work on magical creatures. Oh. Arthur muttered, realization dawning on him. Then, his expression grew serious. Earlier, you mentioned that my ability is tied to the Lufei bloodline. If that's the case, why do I possess it? Merlin motioned for Arthur to sit down. This is going to take a while to explain, so get comfortable. Arthur settled onto the couch, and Cosmos curled up in his lap. He hesitated before asking, before anything, it wasn't just a coincidence that I was named Arthur and my sister was named Morgana, was it? Merlin shook her head. That wasn't a mere coincidence. Arthur looked down, his fists tightening on his lap. I see. So my sister was actually Morgana Lufei. His brows furrowed in thought. But that's weird. She wasn't anything special, she didn't appear to be on Reincarnator either. If she was truly Morgana from the legends, she wouldn't have acted the way she did. Momo was just normal. She cried, made a mess when she ate, played with toys, and blew spit bubbles. She used to follow me around like any little sister would follow her older brother. His grip on his lap tightened further. She was a normal baby who cried at night, so much so that she annoyed our father. I had to step in to protect her from him. I refused to believe that all of that was just an act. Merlin watched him carefully before speaking. And I don't doubt that. I'm not saying she wasn't just a normal baby. But the Lufei bloodline is unique. To truly understand, you need to learn more about her. She sighed. Leaning forward, she raised a finger. What I'm about to tell you is a secret known only within the Lufei household. Arthur leaned forward, curiosity and anticipation lighting up his features. Within the Lufei family, every 100 years, there is a potential for someone in the bloodline to awaken the memories of Morgana Lufei, memories she intentionally transferred through her lineage. Arthur's eyes widened. She did that, on purpose. Merlin nodded. She did it for one reason and one reason only, to ensure that, if Arthur Pendragon ever truly returned, she could continue her revenge. Arthur felt a chill run down his spine. And the last time these memories were awakened. Merlin's voice was calm but firm. 109 years ago. Arthur's breath hitched. 109. He murmured, his mind racing. Then, realization struck him like lightning. 9, the same age Momo would be today. Chapter 16, Lefei Bloodline. Third person's POV. Could those memories potentially awaken within me? Could she take over my body or something because of it? Arthur asked warily. Merlin shook her head. You don't have to worry about that. The memories only awaken in the female members of the family, which is why the Lufei lineage was primarily considered a matriarchal household, where women ruled over men, unlike the usual norm. Wait, then how exactly do I possess both the Lufei and Pendragon bloodlines at the same time? Isn't it usually the case that one bloodline dominates the other? Arthur wondered aloud. I just have so many questions. I'll answer some of them, Merlin replied. However, for others, you'll need to research and find the answers yourself. I won't hand you everything on a silver platter. Arthur sighed but nodded. As for why you have both bloodlines, Merlin continued, it's simple. One of your parents was a descendant of the Lufei, and the other was a descendant of the Pendragon. Arthur groaned. Merlin, I could have figured that out myself. Then why ask? Merlin tilted her head in confusion. Just, never mind. Go on, Arthur urged her. As for how both bloodlines coexist within you. Let me put it in a way you'll understand. Merlin tapped her chin thoughtfully before explaining, think of the Lufei bloodline as yin and the Pendragon bloodline as yang. They are opposing forces, constantly clashing. However, because of that conflict, they also push each other to grow stronger. Merlin then smiled. In your case, because of you, a once diluted bloodline, one that had weakened over the eons, has become quite pure again. I suspect this is also why both your parents were squibs. Their bloodlines had become too tainted due to generations of inbreeding in an attempt to keep the blood pure, when in reality, that kind of practice weakens it. But that's neither here nor there. She waved it off, noticing Arthur's disgust at the mention of incest. Arthur sighed, an action he found himself repeating a lot lately. Just how pure is my bloodline exactly? Merlin pondered for a moment. From what I can sense, I'd say it's as if you were a direct descendant of the original ancestors, as if you were their own child. Arthur raised an eyebrow. That pure, huh? Merlin nodded. Arthur took a deep breath before asking, all right, so what exactly does the Lu Fei bloodline do? And while we're at it, what about the Pendragon bloodline? I won't say anything about the Pendragon bloodline, Merlin said with a mysterious smile. That's something you'll have to discover on your own. But don't worry, it won't be long before you find your answer. Arthur frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Merlin simply kept smiling, refusing to elaborate. Arthur huffed. Fine. Since you won't tell me about the Pendragon bloodline, what about the Lu Fei's? Well, since you've already started to awaken its abilities, I'll explain, Merlin said. To understand the Lu Fei bloodline, you need to understand Morgana herself. In your previous world, there were two versions of her story, one where she was King Arthur's half-sister, and another where she was the Queen of Avalon, the fairy kingdom, and a fairy herself. In this case, both are true. Arthur listened intently. The Lu Fei bloodline is also known as the fairy bloodline. It was what allowed Morgana to be recognized as a fairy and become the Queen of Avalon. This is also why the Lu Fei and Pendragon bloodlines are opposing forces. Fairies and dragons were considered natural enemies. Merlin continued, through this bloodline, Morgana became a master of dark magic, wielding magical power equal to my own. Because she was a fae, communicating with magical creatures was as natural to her as breathing. Casting and creating spells also came effortlessly to her due to her bloodline. Believe it or not, her greatest talent was actually in healing magic, though that may have just been her personal specialty. She then smiled knowingly. The Lu Fei bloodline is adored by magical creatures. They will see you as a treasured friend and companion. Arthur looked down at his hands in awe. So to summarize, the Lu Fei bloodline grants affinity with magical creatures, communication with magical creatures, enhanced magic power, enhanced spell creation, potential healing magic. Don't forget dark magic affinity, Merlin added seriously. To the Lu Fei's, dark magic was their signature. They were among the most fearsome magic users the wizarding world had ever seen. Right. Arthur muttered, staring down at his hands. Then, looking up at Merlin with confusion, he asked, why aren't you advising me to stay away from such magic? Shouldn't you be warning me to be careful and never to try black magic or something? Merlin scoffed. But why the hell would I? That'd be pretty hypocritical of me. I use both black and white magic. Black magic isn't inherently evil, it's the people who wield it for their own selfish gains that are. White magic can be just as destructive as black magic in the wrong hands, just as black magic can be used for righteous and just purposes when placed in the right ones. I see, Arthur murmured, nodding to himself. Mighty is neither the pen nor the sword, but the hand that wields it. As he spoke, he idly ran his hand over Cosmos's ears. Merlin blinked in surprise before grinning and clapping her hands together. Well said. Exactly. In the end, it's all about how you choose to wield it. Arthur, just know this, I'll never stop you from doing what you want. If you decide to become some evil overlord or use dark magic to conquer the world, I won't interfere. The decision is yours alone. I'm not here to dictate your life, I'm here to guide you, to offer advice. What you do with that advice is entirely up to you. Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. Well, I'd be the world's biggest idiot if I didn't take advice from Merlin the Wise. Merlin smirked. Damn right. Arthur chuckled before growing thoughtful. I do have another question, though. Is the reason I was able to create the magic circle so easily because of my Lu Fei bloodline? Easily. Merlin scoffed. If I recall correctly, and I saw it with my own 2 eyes, you were struggling quite a bit when you first started. Yeah, but even so, I feel like it came to me faster than it should have. This is something that would normally take years to master. Merlin tilted her head from side to side, as if debating how much she should reveal. No, it's not entirely because of your Lu Fei bloodline. But, it does play a role. That's all I'll say. Arthur blinked, surprised by the shift in her tone. There was something she wasn't telling him, something serious. He exhaled softly, closing his eyes for a moment. I'll find out when the time comes. Merlin raised a questioning brow. Satisfied? Arthur shrugged. For the most part. I still have some questions, but I doubt you're going to answer them, so I won't bother. Merlin leaned forward and ruffled his hair with a smirk. Look at you, growing wiser and wiser. Looks like all my good traits are rubbing off on you. Arthur shot her a deadpan look as she chuckled to herself. Chapter 17, Shadow Duel. Third person's POV. Arthur raised his sword in front of him, standing face to face with a shadowy figure that also held a blade in its grasp. Both stood in identical stances, their swords held upright, both hands firmly wrapped around the hilt. Their gazes locked as Arthur carefully studied his opponent's stance, searching for any weaknesses. Yet, he found none. His opponent, however, saw multiple openings, he was simply deciding which to exploit. Suddenly, the shadow stepped forward and swung its sword in a wide arc. Arthur, caught off guard, barely managed to react. He countered by slashing back, their blades clashing with a ringing echo. Arthur grimaced under the force of the attack. Before he could formulate a counter, another strike came at him, forcing him into a defensive stance. Their swords continued to clash, ringing out with every exchange as they struck and countered in rapid succession. The shadow moved with fluid precision, forcing Arthur to match his rhythm. After months of fighting this opponent, Arthur had come to recognize a pattern. Every sparring match was a lesson. The shadow was always pushing him, ensuring that Arthur was never at too great a disadvantage but was constantly being challenged to grow. I guess today's lesson is footwork, Arthur thought as he focused on mirroring the figure's movements. Then, without warning, the shadow struck downward. Arthur raised his sword flat above him, blocking just in time. His arms and legs trembled from the impact. All right. I'm sorry for getting distracted. Arthur gritted his teeth as he pushed the shadow's sword away before lunging forward with a thrust. But the shadow ducked low and swept Arthur's legs out from under him. Arthur crashed to the ground with a thud but rolled just in time to dodge the follow-up stab. Springing to his feet, he blocked another slash aimed at his neck, gripping his sword tightly with both hands to push his opponent back. Yet, before he could counter, the shadow was already upon him again. Silver streaks cut through the air as they exchanged blow after blow. Sparks flew with each clash, their swords dancing in an elegant and deadly rhythm. Their movements mirrored each other like a well-coordinated dance, the ringing of metal their only music. The shadow, seeing Arthur had kept up with its footwork, increased its speed. That was when Arthur lost the upper hand. His reactions faltered, he struggled to block and dodge as the shadow's assault became relentless. Cuts began appearing on his clothes and skin. Even though this was the dream realm, he still felt the exhaustion creeping in, his muscles aching with every movement. His breathing grew heavier, but this was a familiar challenge. After months of training, Arthur had learned to regulate his breath, keeping fatigue at bay just long enough to continue fighting. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to keep swinging, meeting the shadow's blade even as his arms screamed in protest. But now, his eyes couldn't keep up. The shadow's sword moved too fast, more slashes carved into his body. Blood dripped from his wounds, and though the pain seared against his skin, his expression remained stoic. If I can't follow its blade with my eyes, Arthur thought, closing his eyes in determination, then I'll follow it with my instincts. It was a gamble. But in this fight, he had nothing to lose, not even his life. Cuts appeared across Arthur's cheeks, arms, thighs, torso, and legs. He tried to block, but his sword missed entirely, allowing fresh wounds to form. Each failed attempt at defense brought him closer and closer to defeat, until a silver streak flashed across his chest, twisted mid-motion, and aimed directly for his neck. Clink. Arthur's blade met the shadow's just in time, deflecting the attack away from his throat. Though the shadow had no face, its posture spoke volumes, surprise. It readjusted its stance and struck toward his neck once more. Clink. Another block. Sweat trickled down Arthur's face, mixing with the open cuts across his body, making them burn even fiercer. But his expression remained stoic. A slash toward his torso, he failed to block. Another strike, this time, a successful deflection. Mississippi block. Mississippi block. Slowly, Arthur's misses became less frequent, until the shadow suddenly stopped attacking altogether. Arthur furrowed his brows before opening his eyes, glaring at his opponent. His chest heaved with exhaustion. Why aren't you attacking? Let's continue. The shadow stared at Arthur as if looking upon him and sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. Then, with nothing but 2 fingers, it pushed him back. Arthur instinctively stepped backward but felt his legs give out beneath him. He collapsed onto one knee, using his sword for support. His grip tightened around the hilt with both hands, barely keeping himself from falling completely. His breathing was hoarse, he had pushed himself to his absolute limit. Sweat and blood soaked his body as he gasped for air. His limbs trembled, his muscles screamed in protest, and exhaustion clouded his vision. But still, he refused to surrender. Arthur bit down on his lip until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the shadow, his gaze unwavering. So what's your point? He growled. I'm still breathing, aren't I? I'm not done until I say I'm done. So pick up your sword and keep swinging, because the only way I'll stop is if my head is cut from my body. With sheer willpower, Arthur pushed himself to his feet, shaking with every movement. His muscles rebelled against him, but he ignored them. His sword scraped against the ground as he stared into the shadow's formless visage, unyielding. Shakily, he raised his arms, gripping his blade with both hands. His sword trembled in his grasp, but he took a deep breath and steadied himself. Adjusting his footing, he lifted his weapon into the same upright stance as when their duel had begun. The shadow remained expressionless, yet its posture spoke for it. Respect. Arthur took a step forward. A silver streak flashed. His sword shattered. His head flew from his small, battered corpse. This was the Shadow's final act of courtesy, for the conviction Arthur had shown. Ugh! Hi! Arthur awoke with a yell, startling Cosmo beside him. His hands shot to his neck as he gasped for air. His bedsheets were drenched with blood and sweat, and many of his wounds had carried over from the dream realm into reality. Damn it, he hissed, slamming his fist into the mattress. Even though I've improved by leaps and bounds, I'm still no closer to defeating him than when I first started. Despite his words sounding like a complaint, a grin stretched across his face. Just how strong is he, really? It's going to be that much sweeter when I finally manage to defeat him. He looked down at his trembling hands, his grin widening. Who knew having such a strong opponent would be this exciting? Shaking his head, Arthur jumped out of bed. Ah, right, today's the day I meet Dumbledore. I better get ready. Falling into his usual morning routine, Arthur exercised at dawn before preparing for the day, though not without Merlin stopping him first to heal his wounds. Chapter 18, Albus Dumbledore. Third person's POV. Arthur and Merlin walked up the steps to a warm-looking home. He wore a rolled-up blue dress shirt with a vest over it, his gloved hands tucked into his pockets, while a coat was draped over his shoulders, its sleeves swaying in the wind. Merlin was dressed in a purple witch's gown with a matching hood that complemented her eyes. She held her staff like a walking stick in one hand while cradling Cosmo close to her with the other. Arthur knocked on the door, and after a few seconds, Pernelli opened it with a sigh. Arthur, dear, how many times have I told you? You don't have to knock. This is your home as well, after all. Sorry, it just feels rude to barge in without notice, Arthur replied with a polite smile. Pernelli stepped aside, allowing Arthur and Merlin inside. As they entered, she leaned in and whispered, Dumbledore is already here. Nick is entertaining him while waiting for you. Arthur nodded, and Pernelli was surprised to feel the air around him shift. As he moved forward, leading the way, his stride was perfect, exuding an air of nobility and quiet authority. It's like I'm letting a member of the royal family into my home, Pernelli thought with amusement before her brows furrowed in confusion. Seriously, just what is this boy's background? Arthur soon reached the living room, where Nicholas and Albus Dumbledore sat across from each other. Albus, a tall, much older man with long grey hair and a white beard, wore a deep blue wizard's hat and matching robes. The moment Arthur entered, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled as he appraised the young man from head to toe, from his well-groomed golden hair to his polished dress shoes. Both Nicholas and Albus stood from their seats, and instinctively, Albus nearly bowed in greeting before catching himself just in time. Arthur spoke first, taking the lead in the conversation. He placed his right hand over his heart and nodded his head in a courteous greeting, closing his eyes briefly. Good evening. You must be Headmaster Dumbledore, I've heard much about you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Arthur King, the author and creator of the books and magic system that have come into your possession. The adult stared at Arthur, momentarily dumbfounded by his formal and refined demeanor. Dumbledore, caught off guard, stumbled slightly over his words. Oh, yes, I am indeed the headmaster. However, with a lifetime of experience behind him, he quickly regained his composure. But you may simply call me Professor, headmaster is far too formal. I am delighted to meet you, Sir Arthur. As soon as the words left his mouth, Albus internally frowned. He's been trained in the art of nobility, and trained well. I was so caught off guard I even added Sir before his name without thinking. In that case, Professor, just call me Arthur or Art, Arthur said as he shook Dumbledore's hand. What frightening magical power, Arthur thought cautiously. No wonder he's known as this era's most powerful wizard. What strength, Dumbledore thought in surprise. It's not just nobility he's trained in, he's trained his body extensively as well. Even through his gloves, I can feel the roughness and calluses beneath. Signs of someone who works hard. I can't help but be impressed. As Arthur withdrew his hand, he gestured toward Merlin. And this here is my companion, Merlin Serm. She assisted me greatly in completing my book, she is, in a way, my editor. Merlin grasped the hem of her witch's dress and bowed. I, Merlin Serm, graciously greet the headmaster. The same applies to you, young lady. You may simply refer to me as Professor, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. If that is your wish, Professor, Merlin nodded. I hope you'll forgive me for being direct, Professor Dumbledore, Arthur continued, his tone shifting slightly. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, I'd like to begin discussing the reason for your visit. With that, Arthur took a seat across from where Dumbledore had been sitting, essentially taking Nicholas's spot. I'll go get some refreshments, Nicholas said, quickly excusing himself. I'll help. Pernelli added, hurrying after him. Merlin remained behind Arthur, standing silently as an observer. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, I understand. After all, pleasantries can be a bit tiresome at times, can't they? He said lightheartedly. Arthur couldn't help but nod in agreement, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before we discuss the matter of me endorsing your work, Arthur, I was hoping you could enlighten me on a few things. After all, I can't help but be curious about the boy who plans to revolutionize the magic works. Ask away, Professor. I'll answer to the best of my abilities. However, just to be clear, I'm not revolutionizing how magic works, I'm merely shedding light on the potential it has, which many fail to perceive, Arthur responded in a scholarly manner. Dumbledore chuckled softly, nodding in understanding. All right. Then tell me, how did you come up with such an ingenious way to use magic? Your book is truly remarkable, the depth of knowledge within it is astounding. Arthur smiled at the question. Nicholas has asked me the same thing before. He let out a small chuckle before continuing. Ever since I was little, I dreamed of practicing magic, summoning flames from my fingertips, levitating objects with just a thought, all the wondrous things magic can do. Arthur sighed, his expression turning wistful. But as you can probably guess, none of that is possible for me until I turn 11. I was disheartened by the fact that I couldn't actively practice magic, so I did the next best thing, I chose to study it. I focused on the branches of magic that didn't require a wand or spellcasting. Leaning forward, Arthur rested his elbows on his knees, pressing his fingertips together. Dumbledore was surprised to see Arthur's eyes briefly glow with a faint blue light as his expression turned serious. As a headmaster and a professor, I'm sure you understand this better than most. When we encounter limitations, it isn't a sign to give up or turn back. No, limitations exist so that we can find ways to overcome them. Arthur's voice was steady, his gaze unwavering. Dumbledore felt a slight tremor in his heart as he stared into Arthur's eyes. He was taken aback by the sheer willpower behind them. Eyes are the window to the soul, after all, and Arthur's soul radiated an unyielding determination. What a powerful mental fortitude. Dumbledore thought in awe. Dumbledore could practically see the strong will deep within Arthur's gaze. With a will as strong as his, I have no doubt he will become an extraordinary wizard. How delightful. This is exactly how youth should be. Then, just as suddenly as the tension had built, Arthur smiled, breaking the heavy atmosphere. He leaned back casually. And the way I chose to overcome my limitations was through preparation, preparing for the day when I can finally wield magic. I studied everything I could, magical theory, potions, magical creatures, and runes. Arthur's expression softened into one of fondness. When I picked up my first book on runes, I couldn't put it down. The more I learned about the intricacies of the language, the more ideas began to form in my mind. He placed a hand on the glass ottoman in front of him and traced an imaginary rune with his finger. A single rune holds meaning on its own, but if you add another beside it, its meaning can change entirely. For example, this symbol means protection. Now, if I add this one, it transforms into force field. Arthur continued miming additional rune inscriptions with his fingers. The more I studied, the deeper I delved. That's when I started asking myself questions. What would happen if I constructed full sentences using only runes? If runes are the language of magic, could I influence the magic around me through written words? Could I, theoretically, bypass the need to control my own magic and instead harness magic purely through runes? I see. Dumbledore nodded, his lips curling into a smile. What an inquisitive child you are, he teased. Arthur scratched his cheek. I wouldn't necessarily call it that. You might call it the curious nature of a child, I call it impatience. Dumbledore let out a hearty laugh. Ho ho ho, yes, I can certainly see why you'd think that. Then, regaining his composure, he nodded approvingly. Truly, Arthur, my boy, I am deeply impressed by your way of thinking. Arthur's eyes gleamed with amusement as he leaned forward slightly. Impressed enough to give me an endorsement, he asked, a hint of playfulness in his tone. Dumbledore chuckled again. Not quite there just yet, but you're certainly getting close, he teased, already finding Arthur a fascinating conversationalist. Chapter 19, Early Retirement. Third Person's POV. Arthur and Dumbledore continued their discussion about Arthur's motives for writing his book. Dumbledore wasn't just making conversation, he was testing Arthur, subtly assessing what kind of person he was deep down. Arthur had already figured that out. He played along, responding to Dumbledore's probing questions with carefully crafted answers. He spoke sincerely but never revealed anything too personal. Every response was calculated, designed to present him in a favorable light, but not so perfect that it would raise suspicion. He painted himself as an eager, impatient child who simply loved magic, learning it, mastering it, and sharing his discoveries. He admitted to having ambition, but only in ways that seemed harmless, never anything that would affect others on a grand scale. By the end of their conversation, both Arthur and Dumbledore were chuckling. Dumbledore studied the young man with an unreadable twinkle in his eyes. One thing is for certain, he mused. This boy is nothing like Riddle. In fact, I would go as far as to say he's his complete opposite. What a remarkable young man, not just good-hearted, but extraordinary. His knowledge of magic already surpasses most Hogwarts students. Well, it would have to, considering he created such an intricate branch of magic. Then, with a thoughtful expression, Dumbledore asked, "Tell me, Arthur, what do you plan to do after graduation? Do you see yourself working for the ministry? Or perhaps you'd prefer to become a teacher, sharing your knowledge with others?" Arthur smirked and gave a thumbs up. "Neither," he said. "I want to be a businessman. My goal is to delegate my work to others so I can retire early." His words stunned everyone in the room, including Merlin. Are you serious?" Pernelli asked in disbelief. Arthur nodded. "Of course. Isn't that why people work so hard? To be set for life and retire early. That's my goal. I'll build a grand business, make a fortune, and use it to fund any research or projects I want. No stress about money, no struggle to gather materials, I'll just sit back and let the funds flow in." He sighed wistfully, gazing off into the distance. "Now tell me, doesn't that sound like the ideal life?" A heavy silence followed, until Dumbledore suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho." His eyes twinkled with amusement. "You are truly an interesting child, Arthur, my boy. Full of surprises. You're not even a teenager, and you're already thinking about retirement. What a fascinating goal. In other words, you don't care for glory, you just want to continue your research in peace, without worry." Nicholas leaned forward curiously. "But don't you want to share your discoveries with the world? Isn't that the reason behind all this?" Arthur shrugged. "More or less. I have no problem letting others benefit from my retirement projects. If it helps advance the study of magic, then good for them." He referred, of course, to witches and wizards as a whole. Then, reaching for his book, resting on the ottoman in front of him, he held it out to Dumbledore with a charming grin. "So, Professor, would you help me retire early?" Dumbledore's eyebrows knitted together as he considered the proposal. Closing his eyes, he weighed the pros and cons of endorsing the young man before him. Nicholas and Pernelli stood behind Arthur, a supportive hand on his shoulder, watching intently as Dumbledore deliberated. When he finally opened his eyes, his bright blue gaze was firm and resolute. He studied Arthur, who met his stare without the slightest hint of fear or hesitation. There was only pure, unshakable confidence in his eyes. The tension in the room was thick, until Dumbledore suddenly smiled. Reaching out, he took hold of Arthur's book. "All right," he said. "I'll sponsor the publication of your work. Think of it as my way of supporting my future student." He winked. Nicholas and Pernelli erupted in celebration, high-fiving each other and cheering, far more excited than Arthur himself. Arthur, meanwhile, simply offered Dumbledore a grateful grin. After all, he had planned for this outcome. Success had been all but guaranteed, so why celebrate something inevitable? As Nicholas and Pernelli continued their lively display, Merlin chuckled, finding their reactions rather adorable. "I greatly appreciate it, Professor Dumbledore. I won't forget this act of kindness you've shown me, and I'll be sure to repay it in full," Arthur said with elaborate grace, carrying himself like a true noble. Dumbledore nodded, smiling warmly. "The best way you can repay me is to stay true to the path you have chosen and continue doing your best. From our conversation, I can tell you are an exceptionally bright child, Arthur. I expect great things from you." Arthur grinned. "Then I'll be sure not to disappoint." Pernelli awkwardly joined the conversation. "So, how exactly will you go about endorsing his work?" Dumbledore pondered briefly before answering. "Well, it would have to go through the ministry, wouldn't it? Arthur's work will need to be tested and approved before it can be officially acknowledged and released to the public. However, with my connections, the process should be completed much faster than usual. You can expect quick results." "Oh, I do," Arthur said with a smirk. "That's precisely why I value your endorsement so highly. If I handled everything alone, it would take years to get through all the bureaucracy. But your name alone can cut those years down to mere months." Arthur sighed. "Of course, that doesn't mean there aren't any downsides to speeding up the process." "Downsides?" Dumbledore raised a curious brow. "What kind of downsides?" "Credit," Arthur replied, his expression turning slightly grim. "No one will believe I wrote these books. Wizards and witches alike will assume it's some kind of publicity stunt, that I'm just a figurehead while someone else did all the work." "Ah," Dumbledore murmured in understanding. "Yes, that would be a difficult perception to overcome." "It'll be annoying," Arthur admitted, "but I don't mind. Eventually, I'll earn my recognition through my future achievements." Then, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he extended his hand toward Dumbledore. "So, in the meantime, I'll leave the credit in your hands until the day I come to reclaim it. I trust you to keep it safe for me, Professor." Amusement flickered in Dumbledore's eyes as he chuckled. "It seems you already have a plan." Arthur nodded. That I do, but I'll keep that to myself for now. I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. Very well, Dumbledore said, turning toward the window and noticing the dimming light outside. With a sigh, he added, I hadn't realized how late it's gotten. Standing up, he looked back at Arthur. It seems we'll have to continue this discussion tomorrow. I'll return in the morning, and we can head to the ministry together. I take it you'd like to begin immediately. Arthur rose from his seat as well, nodding. That would be much appreciated. And thank you for agreeing to this in the first place. They exchanged a firm handshake, both wearing brief but knowing smiles. Later that night, Arthur and Merlin arrived back home with a crackling pop. As soon as they stepped inside, Merlin gave him an amused look. Nice work out there. It's good to see you've been paying attention to everything I've taught you. Why, thank you, Arthur said, dramatically bowing. Merlin chuckled. You really threw Dumbledore for a loop with that whole talk about early retirement. That was what sealed the deal. Arthur blinked at her, confused. What are you talking about? I was completely serious. Merlin froze. Wah. Arthur plopped onto the couch, pulling Cosmo into a tight hug as he sighed dreamily. That is my ultimate goal, speedrun to retirement. Work hard now so I don't have to later. Merlin stared at him, an exasperated look in her eyes. Oh Art, you poor fool. Fate won't be so kind. Chapter 20, Summary of Events. Third person's POV. The following month of August had become quite hectic for Arthur. For starters, just days after meeting with Dumbledore, Arthur was led towards the Ministry of Magic. There, he even had the pleasure of meeting Cornelius Fudge, the minister himself. Upon learning that Dumbledore's visit had been to endorse Arthur and support the publication of his book, the ministry officials were both skeptical and confused by the unusual move. However, Dumbledore's influence within the ministry was immense. His words carried great weight, and his requests often inspired immediate action. Because of his status, the officials had no choice but to comply, no matter how unorthodox the situation seemed. They accepted Arthur's manuscript and began following the necessary procedures required for publishing any book intended for public release. However, due to the nature of Arthur's work, the process took far longer than usual. The ministry had to ensure that the information within the book wasn't spreading misinformation or dangerous knowledge. The entire review process dragged on for over a week. Given that it was Dumbledore's request, a panel of renowned witches and wizards, specialists in runes, were summoned to evaluate the contents of the book. This stirred quite the commotion within the ministry, as those same scholars, upon reading Arthur's work, demanded to meet the author in person. When they finally met Arthur, they were stunned. Expecting an elderly scholar, they were shocked to discover that the writer was just a 10-year-old boy. Skepticism turned to amazement the longer they spoke with him. Arthur explained the context of his work in far greater detail than what was written, and it became clear that he was indeed the author. Even more surprising, his understanding of runes surpassed their own. Some even encouraged him to write a dedicated book on the subject. Once the review was complete and the book had passed every test, it was officially approved for public release. When the Daily Prophet heard that Dumbledore had endorsed the work of a young, wandless wizard, they jumped at the chance for a story. After all, anything tied to Dumbledore was guaranteed to draw attention. By mid-August, Arthur found himself standing before dozens of magical cameras, his picture and charming smile splashed across every single page of the Daily Prophet. However, there was one crucial factor Arthur had failed to consider in his sudden rise to fame, something that would have an unexpected impact. He was cute. Too cute. With his bright golden hair like a lion's mane and his dazzling blue eyes that sparkled like gemstones, not to mention his noble demeanor, Arthur quickly became famous for reasons unrelated to his writing. His appearance alone caused the hearts of witches, young and old, to swoon. Still, Arthur handled the attention with surprising ease. To him, any publicity was good publicity, especially if it meant his books would sell faster. Whether it was Dumbledore's endorsement or Arthur's looks, the books flew off the shelves. However, not all the attention was positive. Some within the magical community believed the entire event was a publicity stunt, that Arthur was just a poster child chosen for his looks. Many bought the book out of curiosity, expecting propaganda, but were shocked by the depth of knowledge contained within. Toward the end of August, Merlin suggested hosting a book signing event. Arthur agreed, and with help from Nicholas Flamel, Pernelli, and Dumbledore, the plan was set into motion. Nicholas and Pernelli were instrumental in organizing the event. Dumbledore, busy with the start of a new term at Hogwarts, couldn't offer much assistance during the event itself. The book signing took place at the beginning of September. Arthur wore a nervous smile as he realized the crowd lined up to see him consisted mostly of young witches eager to find out if he was just as adorable in person as in the photos. Merlin found the situation far too amusing and doubled over in laughter at Arthur's embarrassment. Thankfully, there were also scholars and curious witches and wizards genuinely interested in his work. Arthur was delighted to speak with them, answering their questions with enthusiasm. After the event, Arthur's celebrity status within the wizarding community solidified. His face kept appearing in the Daily Prophet, even when he hadn't done anything newsworthy. Bizarre rumors swirled, including theories that Arthur was Dumbledore's secret son. Arthur paid them no mind. Even with his newfound fame, he continued his training and studies with unwavering focus. From September through the end of October, Arthur managed to write another book, this time a simpler one focused solely on the art of runes. He titled it, Understanding and Deciphering the Language of Magic. By Arthur King. This only earned Arthur more fame, firmly establishing him as a renowned author with 3 books already to his name. He continued promoting his works through the Daily Prophet, making appearances here and there throughout the remainder of the year. Despite the whirlwind of attention, Arthur never once ceased his alchemical research. With each passing month, he edged closer to his goals, his knowledge in alchemy and its related fields deepening significantly. November seemed to have passed the quickest. During this time Arthur had spent his time more or less with the Flammels, growing closer and viewing them as more than just people that could be of use to him. He had come to care about them and view them as close family. He was deeply thankful to them, as they had consistently supported him throughout his chaotic and eventful months. Their bond had grown so close that both Arthur and Merlin had begun referring to them fondly as Penny and Nick. Then December arrived, bringing with it an unexpected surprise that left Arthur bewildered, and Merlin in tears from laughter. Arthur had been nominated for an award based solely on his appearance, and he won first place. It was a unanimous decision. Arthur was horrified. The idea of growing up to become another Lockhart made his skin crawl. As the end of the year approached, award season arrived, and to Arthur's surprise, his books began receiving accolades as well. Due to their popularity and sales, they were recognized across the magical community. What made Arthur's books stand out was how, over time, more readers began to truly comprehend the complexity of what had been written. The depth of the systems he described and the potential behind them astonished many. Even skeptics who doubted Arthur was truly the author couldn't deny the value and brilliance of the content. Arthur never expected such recognition, his only goal had been to share his knowledge with the world. Unfortunately for him, this meant even more pictures, interviews, and book signing events, causing his fame to skyrocket once more. And on top of it all, Arthur had earned a considerable amount of money. Even without an inheritance, if he were to attend Hogwarts, he would have no trouble affording the highest quality materials available. Still, Arthur had no intention of spending the money on himself. He had far greater plans for how to use the income from his books, but that would come later. Christmas came and went joyfully, with Arthur spending the holiday with the Flammels. Even Dumbledore dropped by for a short visit. Gifts were exchanged, and warmth filled the home. Before he knew it, the new year had arrived, and with it, Arthur's birthday. He had turned 11, a pivotal age for every witch and wizard. Chapter 21, Gringotts Bank. Third person's POV. Arthur returned inside for breakfast after his usual morning training. Even if it was a special day for him, that didn't mean his routine was going to be broken. After showering away the morning sweat, he sat down at the table. Merlin placed a warm plate of birthday breakfast in front of him. So, Merlin began, eyeing the thoughtful expression on his face. Judging by that look in your eyes, I take it you already have an idea of how you want to spend your day. Arthur gave a slow nod. I do. There are a few things I want to take care of. He reached into his shirt and pulled out a small key tied around his neck. I think it's time. I've delayed this moment long enough. It's time we go to Gringotts and open the Pendragon Vault. Oh. Merlin raised a brow, surprised. Why now of all times? Is it because you turned 11? Arthur shook his head. No, it's something much simpler. I've finally figured out the alchemic formula for the project I've been working on. It took me a while, but I've done it. I don't want to use the money for my books, that's reserved for the business I'm starting. So I'll need additional funds. And honestly, I might need Gringotts' help to get things running. Merlin nodded, understanding. As they ate, she asked, are we stopping by the Flammels first, or going straight to Gringotts? Arthur chewed thoughtfully before replying, Gringotts. If we go to Penny first, she'll throw me a celebration that'll last the entire day, and we won't get anything done until tomorrow. I'd rather get this over with. All right, I'll send them a note explaining the delay, Merlin said. Once you're finished eating, get ready and I'll take us to Diagon Alley. Arthur finished his breakfast and headed to his room to change. He dressed in a white and gold three-piece suit, the middle hem of the jacket split into 2 elegant tails. Even his usual black gloves had been swapped for white ones. He looked refined, like a young aristocrat. Deciding not to bring their furry companion, Arthur and Merlin left him behind with plenty of food and water. The two apparat to an old, abandoned shop they discovered during Arthur's previous book tours. From there, they calmly made their way to the northern end of Diagon Alley, toward Gringotts. It wasn't hard to find. Gringotts was an imposing, snow-white, multi-story marble building that towered over the surrounding shops. Located partway down the alley and near its intersection with Nocturne Alley, the bank's grandeur was unmistakable. As Arthur stared up at it, Merlin glanced his way. "Nervous?" she asked. "More like excited," Arthur grinned. "I want to see what kind of treasure I'll find in the vault." They climbed the white stone steps to the burnished bronze doors, flanked by a goblin in a scarlet and gold uniform. Contrary to the green-skinned versions from fiction, these goblins lacked any such pigmentation. They were pale, short, and sharp-eyed. Arthur smiled warmly at the goblin doorman. "Greetings." The goblin said nothing, only stared at Arthur with a strange, wary look. He seemed unsettled. Arthur glanced at Merlin, confused. She simply covered her mouth and chuckled quietly. Unbothered, Arthur stepped forward and opened the bronze door for her, bowing slightly. "Ladies first." "Wow, such a gentleman, and they say chivalry is dead," Merlin teased with a pleasant smile. "As long as I'm around," Arthur replied with a grin, "chivalry is eternal." That earned a hearty laugh from Merlin as the two stepped inside Gringotts. The bronze door only seemed to lead into a small entrance hall. The actual way into the bank was guarded by a silver inlaid door, and engraved in bold letters for all to see were the words, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." "That is such a cool verse," Arthur said with a sigh. However, before he could open the door, Merlin stepped forward and did it herself, motioning for Arthur to enter ahead of her. Arthur strutted inside, his white-gloved hands in the pockets of his matching white trousers. His coat, draped casually over his shoulders, fluttered with each confident step. He was greeted by the sight of a vast marble hall, with long counters stretching across its length and doors leading off to various vault passageways. Nearly 100 goblins were stationed behind the counters, busy at work. Arthur and Merlin approached the nearest available goblin. The nameplate on the marble counter read Goberk. "What do you want?" Goberk asked, looking down at them with a mixture of boredom and suspicion. "We'd like a private conference," Arthur replied, his tone firm and authoritative. "The matter we wish to discuss is not for public ears." Goberk raised an eyebrow. "And who are you? By whose authority do you demand such a privilege?" Arthur didn't reply with a name. Instead, he reached beneath his shirt and pulled off the chain that held a key, holding it up for the goblin to see. "Pass it here," the goblin demanded, snatching the key and pulling out a monocle. As he examined the key, his expression shifted. His eyes widened, and his breathing hitched. In a tense, almost threatening voice, he asked, "Tell me, boy, where did you come by this key?" "Grant us the conference, and then we can discuss that matter," Arthur said calmly, holding out his hand. The goblin hesitated before handing the key back. "Cover for me," he said to a nearby goblin, then quickly climbed down from his perch. He approached Arthur and Merlin. "Follow me." The two followed as Goberk speedwalked through a series of doors, eventually reaching a long corridor lined with more rooms. He stopped at one of the doors and pulled out a keyring with several jangling keys. After isolating the correct one, he inserted it into the lock, and with a satisfying click, opened the door. Inside was a private chamber, heavily warded and enchanted to prevent eavesdropping. The goblin hurried to his desk as Merlin closed the door behind them. Without wasting time, the goblin demanded, "Where did you find it?" "The key to the legendary vault of the Pendragon family, where did you get it?" Before that, Merlin interjected smoothly, "We require a magical contract. A non-disclosure agreement. No one is to hear or speak of what is about to be discussed." "I know what an NDA is, girly," the goblin snapped, rolling his eyes. He squinted at them, clearly debating whether to proceed. But the key was too tempting to refuse. With a reluctant sigh, he pulled out a sheet of enchanted parchment from his drawer. Arthur let Merlin handle it. She filled out all the clauses, ensuring airtight protections and severe consequences should Goberk break the agreement. Once complete, Goberk signed his name with a grumble, and Arthur signed his just below. The moment Arthur's quill left the paper, the goblin's eyes widened, his jaw dropping as he read the name. The document magically duplicated, one copy flew into Goberk's hands, while Merlin collected the other. What is your name again?" the goblin asked, stunned. Arthur leaned back in his chair, interlocking his fingers. "My name is Arthurius Arthur Pendragon, head and heir of the Pendragon household," he said with a smile. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Chapter 22, Bloodline Test. Third person's POV. Greed burned heavily in Goberk's eyes, though there was always a faint glimmer of respect, something unusual for creatures like him, especially towards wizards. Goberk placed a hand over his mouth to hide the twisted grin that threatened to spread across his face. But to Merlin and Arthur, his excitement was as clear as day. After a moment, Goberk managed to compose himself and spoke with a more serious tone. To think a day would come when I would meet one of the esteemed lords of the Pendragons. It is a great honor. Is it? Arthur asked, suspicious. Goberk smiled. Oh, but it is. You see, we of the goblin race only respect one kind of human, and that respect extends to all of the same bloodline. The originator of your name, King Arthur. He leaned forward slightly, his voice lowering with reverence. King Arthur was the only human who treated us goblins with genuine respect. He acknowledged our customs, followed our laws, and even considered the goblin king of his time a friend. A fleeting sneer crossed Goberk's face. The wizards of today, however, are far too arrogant and rotten. Arthur smiled faintly. Yes, I can see how that might be the case. Clearing his throat, Goberk changed the subject. Anyway, setting that aside, how may I be of assistance? I'd like access to the Pendragon Vault, Arthur said. I need to retrieve a few items. Funds, mostly. The smile on Goberk's face slowly faded. I'm afraid it's not that simple. If you wish to access the vault, you'll need more than just the vault key. Oh. Arthur raised an eyebrow. And what else would I need? Goberk's grin returned. He opened a drawer, pulled out a weathered piece of parchment, and placed it on the table between them. In order to gain access, you must first prove your identity. A blood test is required, to confirm you truly are who you claim to be. He grinned. Of course, you're free to decline, but that would also mean no access. So you're saying you doubt my identity and want proof, Arthur said, crossing one leg over the other. Goberk, unapologetic, replied, yes and no. Yes, I do have my doubts. You may claim to be a Pendragon, and you may even bear their mannerisms. But for all I know, you found the key and are impersonating a noble bloodline to steal what remains of their legacy. The Pendragons have been in decline for a long time, it's a tragedy, really. And now you appear, claiming to be one of them. Can you blame me for being cautious? Arthur nodded, unfazed. Goberk's reasoning made sense. Thank you, Arthur said sincerely, with a grateful smile. Goberk blinked, caught off guard. What? Thank you for protecting my family's vault, and for taking proper precautions. It tells me the Pendragon treasures have been in responsible hands all this time. For that, I'm grateful. Arthur gave him a respectful nod, and for a brief moment, Goberk smiled genuinely, before his sneer returned. Don't thank me just yet. This is also about my own safety. Arthur tilted his head curiously, prompting him to elaborate. Goberk's expression turned grim. The Pendragon Vault is heavily enchanted. Only someone with true Pendragon blood can enter. If I take you down there without confirming your identity, we'll all be dead within seconds. He slid the parchment across the table. So for everyone's safety, including mine, I highly recommend the blood test. 1 drop is all it takes. The magic in this parchment will do the rest. Arthur turned to Merlin, who raised a single brow. She studied the parchment briefly, then nodded. There's no harmful enchantment. It's safe. Arthur glanced at his gloved hand, took a breath, and slowly removed it. His rough, calloused fingers extended toward Merlin. Without a word, she took his hand and gently ran her fingernail across his index finger, drawing a thin red line. Arthur held his finger above the parchment and squeezed out a single drop of blood. As it landed, the parchment absorbed it instantly. A ripple of red spread across the page like ink in water. Slowly, words began to appear, written in blood-red script. Arthur leaned forward, studying the message as it revealed itself. Name, Arturius Arthur Lionheart Pendragon. Date of birth, January 1, 1980. Gender, male. Bloodline composition. Pendragon, 100% purity. Leafy, 100% purity. Parental lineage. Victor Alexander Lionheart, na Black, na Leafy. Ivy Aurelia Lionheart, née Peveril, née Pendragon. Ancestral houses. House of Pendragon. Originally a powerful magical house, later became House of Peveril to survive magical persecution. House of Leafy. Known for its powerful sorcery, the house evolved into House of Black to escape the darker aspects of its past. Inheritance rights. Heir to the House of Pendragon, through maternal line. Heir to the House of Leafy, through paternal line. Heir to the House of Peveril, through maternal line. Heir to the House of Black, through paternal line. Inherits rights to all Pendragon, Leafy, Peveril, and Black family artifacts and properties. Arthur stared silently at the paper before him, blinking several times. What exactly am I looking at? He asked, unsure whether to feel amazed or overwhelmed. Goberk, intrigued, leaned over to glance at the parchment, then froze. His eyes widened, disbelief painted across his face. Arthur slowly turned to Merlin, his eyes demanding answers. A silent stare that spoke volumes. Merlin sighed softly, already anticipating the tidal wave of questions. She reached out telepathically, her thoughts calmly flowing into his. What you're looking at is accurate. Before the House of Peveril existed, it was originally the House of Pendragon. To protect themselves during a time of magical persecution, they disappeared from history and re-emerged under a new name. There's a long history behind it, far too much to unpack all at once, so we'll take it slow. Now, the part about the House of Leafy, that's not the full story. Yes, it became the House of Black, but not simply to escape their past. One of their members was excommunicated after losing the sacred protection of the Fays. That individual became the founder of the House of Black, a disgraced offshoot of the Leafy line. Again, there's much more to this, but this is all I'll share for now. Just understand that you are directly tied to all four houses. Arthur sighed internally. How convoluted. Already, his head ached at the thought of the legacy, and the politics it would inevitably drag him into. Meanwhile, Goberk looked as if he might faint. Unbelievable. He murmured, half in awe, half in shock. To think I would ever live to see a descendant of both legendary houses standing before me. Arthur glanced back at the parchment, though his eyes lingered only on one thing, the name of his mother. He closed his eyes for a moment before slipping his glove back on. Say, I have a question, he said calmly. Do I now get unrestricted access to all the vaults? Goberk's eyes narrowed in consideration. But he saw no greed or ambition in Arthur's gaze, only curiosity. I'm afraid that's not how it works, young lord, he replied, his tone shifting, now touched with reverence and respect. Though you possess the right, you do not yet possess the means. Access to any vault requires not just blood, but either the vault key or the Lord's ring. Unless, of course, you already have those. I do not, Arthur said plainly. Then I must apologize. Even as heir, I cannot grant access to the other vaults. However, you may enter the vault of the Pendragons, as you do possess that key. Arthur nodded with a small, satisfied smile. That's why we're here, after all. Please, lead the way. Goberk returned the smile, his grin wide and genuine. It would be my honor. Chapter 23, A Bond Across Lifetime. Third Person's POV. Arthur suddenly found himself stepping into a large minecart. He stood next to Goberk, with Merlin right behind him. He tried hard to suppress the growing excitement bubbling inside him, along with the grin threatening to take over his face. Merlin, sensing his emotions, smirked faintly. He's such a little kid, I swear. Arthur stiffened and glanced at her with an awkward smile. You do know our link is active, right? Oops. She replied, completely unapologetic and unashamed of her words. Keep your hands and feet to yourselves at all times, Goberk warned, gripping a lever on the side of the cart. You're in for a bumpy ride, so hold on tight. With that, he yanked the lever, and the cart released with a jolt. As the cart began to speed up, Arthur's thoughts drifted to what he had recently learned about the House of Pendragon and the House of Peveril. Hey Mel, doesn't this make Harry Potter a Pendragon too? Since he's descended from the Peverils. Yes and no. Technically, he is a Pendragon, but by now, his bloodline has been so diluted over the generations that it's evolved into something else entirely. Still, that trace of Pendragon blood, probably only around 1-5%, would explain his talent in the books. The Pendragon bloodline is so potent that even a sliver makes a massive difference. What's so special about the Pendragon bloodline, anyway? What aren't you telling me? Arthur asked. You'll see, Merlin replied with a mysterious grin. Wah. Ah. Arthur screamed as the cart suddenly dropped downward, picking up incredible speed. The sudden inertia nearly threw him off, and he had to grab the side just in time. The wind roared in his ears. They were moving so fast that his surroundings blurred into unrecognizable streaks of rock and flickers of torchlight. Vaults carved deep into the underground flashed by in a dizzying rush. Arthur's cloak flailed wildly behind him, his hair slicked straight back from the wind. His face lit up with exhilaration. He laughed, overwhelmed by the thrill, as the wheels beneath them squealed sharply around each turn. They descended deeper and deeper, until suddenly, everything was swallowed by darkness. Arthur couldn't even see his own hand in front of his face. The ride dragged on for minutes, long enough for his earlier excitement to dim. Gradually, his eyes adjusted to the impenetrable dark. Then, he saw it. A light at the end of the tunnel, radiating with a brilliance untouched by any shadow. They surged toward it, faster and faster. As they burst through, Arthur grunted, shutting his eyes against the blinding radiance. Then came the screech of metal grinding against metal, followed by the sizzling sound of sparks flying. The cart trembled violently, threatening to throw them off. Arthur held on tighter, the vibrations rattling through his bones. For a moment, it felt like the cart might shatter apart. The screeching finally softened as their speed slowed, though Arthur still couldn't open his eyes, the light was too intense. At last, as the cart screeched to a stop, Goberk's gruff voice broke through the ringing in Arthur's ears. "We've arrived." Arthur, with the help of Merlin, stepped out of the cart, shielding his eyes with one hand. His eyes were scrunched and squinting as he slowly adjusted to the overwhelming radiance. As he scanned for the source of the light, he suddenly froze. His breath hitched, stalled for a heartbeat. His pupils dilated, trying to drink in every detail of the sight before him. Lowering his hand, Arthur stood transfixed, captivated by the most beautiful and majestic creature he had ever seen. "Arthur." Merlin's voice echoed through the cavern, but it was just background noise now. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the guardian beast before the vault of the Pendragon. Towering, regal, and divine, there stood a dragon. Not just any dragon, but the mightiest, most magnificent dragon Arthur had ever laid eyes upon. Its scales were the purest white, with golden veins running through them, catching and reflecting light with a mesmerizing gleam. But it wasn't just its color that commanded awe, it was the wings. Not leathery, but grand plumes of radiant feathers. Each feather shimmered with a celestial glow, gold and white cascading like sunlight over still water. Across its chest and flanks, glowing glyphs of ancient origin pulsed faintly, warding sigils that thrummed with forgotten power. Crescent moon-shaped horns, pure white tipped in gold, curved from either side of its head. At the joints of its wings, golden claws jutted out like divine blades. Arthur took a step forward, unaware of anything but the being before him. He stared into its golden, slit-pupiled eyes. There was no disdain in that gaze, only recognition. And love. The divine dragon slowly closed its eyes and lowered its head, just as Arthur raised his hand. The two met in stillness, his hand resting gently against its snout. They both closed their eyes, basking in the silent, soul-deep connection. Arthur leaned into her, his hand gently stroking beneath her chin. Without realizing it, he whispered, "Hello, old friend. It's been a while." "Yes, it has been," came the reply, a rich, melodious female voice, full of maturity and timeless wisdom. To Goberk, however, it was a strange and eerie sight. The boy stood pressed against the dragon, growling in low tones, and the dragon responded with similar sounds. He furrowed his brow, utterly baffled. Merlin, however, raised a brow and smiled softly. "Dragonic language. He doesn't even realize what he's doing," she mused. "I doubt he's even aware of the words he's speaking and hearing. He's lost in that old bond. The bond he once shared with her, the dragon bound to King Arthur." She grew wistful as she watched Arthur press his forehead to the dragon's snout, tears falling from both their eyes. The bonding of a dragon is sacred, a unification of souls. No one grieved his death more than her, well, maybe one other. Merlin gave a sad chuckle before shaking her head, eyes still fixed on the tearful reunion. She noticed Goberk beginning to open his mouth to speak, and immediately placed her staff across it. His eyes widened as he turned to see Merlin glaring daggers at him. "Don't," she mouthed sternly. When he nodded and backed off, she withdrew her staff with a huff. "Seriously, read the room." Her gaze softened again as she looked toward the dragon. "I'm glad she got to see him again, even if he doesn't remember her yet. When he passed, she nearly faded from heartbreak. If I hadn't promised her they would meet again in the far future, she might have vanished into despair, or ended her own life." Merlin looked upon the dragon with quiet pride. "Just like I promised. You stood guard over the Pendragon vault, and now you've been reunited. I've kept my word." Chapter 24, Into the Pendragon Vault. Third person's POV. It took Arthur a moment, but he gradually began to recover from the overwhelming attachment he'd felt through the bond he once shared with the dragon before him. To his surprise, he found himself shedding tears. He softly wiped the wet streaks from his cheeks and bowed his head toward the divine beast. "I hope you can forgive me for showing you such a sight," he said quietly. "You were just so beautiful and divine. I suppose I couldn't help myself." The dragon laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed through the cavern. Nudging Arthur playfully, she said, "Worry not, child. There is nothing to forgive. I thank you for such a compliment. It has been a long time since I've heard words like those." "Whoa." Arthur breathed. "This Laffey bloodline skill is so busted. I'm actually talking to a dragon. How cool." The dragon scoffed, a flicker of disdain in her expression. "Oh, please. Your connection to the Fae has nothing to do with our ability to communicate. That is thanks to the blood of the Pendragon." "What? Really?" Arthur blinked in surprise. He had assumed the Pendragon blood would allow communication with dragons eventually, but he thought the Laffey line, being magical, would have similar capabilities. "The Fae may commune with lesser dragons," she explained, "but not with us. We do not allow it. That is simply how it is." The contempt in her voice toward the Fae made Arthur curious. What history do they share? He wondered. "Wait," he said, tilting his head. Lesser dragons. I mean no offense, but what are you then? What makes you special? The dragon's lips curled into a grin, her white fangs gleaming. I am not like the common dragons that roam your world. Those are lesser beings. They are known as lowborns. I am what's known as a true dragon. I see. And what exactly is a true dragon? Arthur asked, eyes shining with curiosity. I'll leave that explanation to Merlin, she replied with a mysterious smile, glancing toward Merlin and nodding. Oh God. Then I'm never going to find out, am I? Arthur said, looking dejected. The dragon threw her head back and roared with laughter, while Merlin shot Arthur a deadpan look. I see Merlin still hoards her knowledge and takes her sweet time sharing it, the dragon said wistfully. Some things never change. Then she looked down at Arthur, her tone softening. Well then, young Art. I'll leave you to the task you came for. Enjoy yourself, it was a pleasure to see you again. She gave him a long, wet lick, running her rough tongue over him like a giant dog. Ugh. Yuck. Ha ha ha. Arthur laughed, now soaked in dragon saliva. As she looked down at the boy laughing and wiping the thick goo off himself, a blurry image flashed through her mind, a taller blond man, his face indistinct, standing where Arthur was now, laughing the same way. Her great eyes brimmed with tears once more, and she smiled warmly at the memory. Arthur, using a bit of magic, cleansed himself of the slime and turned back to the golden white dragon. Before I go, if it's not too much trouble, may I ask your name? Seraphenix, she said gently. You may call me Seraphenix. Arthur nodded with a respectful bow. It's an honor to know one as noble and elegant as you, Seraphenix. Likewise, young Arthur, she replied. He didn't question how she knew his name, assuming it was just another form of her ancient magic. Turning to Merlin and Goberk, Arthur said, All right, let's head into the vault. I'm fine, Goberk said, raising a hand. This is as far as I'm permitted to go. I'll wait here for your return, young lord. Arthur nodded, taking the lead with Merlin close behind. They soon arrived at a massive golden archway sealed by an enormous vault door. The door itself was oddly plain, no handles, no valves, only a single keyhole placed directly at the center where the door's two sides met. Arthur held up the key and, using his limited skill in wandless magic, performed a levitation charm. Goberk watched in stunned silence. Despite Arthur's young age, he was already performing feats that few could. But then, he remembered who Arthur truly was. Arthur guided the key toward the lock, brows furrowed in concentration. With a gentle push of magic, the key slid in, and to his surprise, that was all it took. The key turned on its own, and a golden radiance pulsed through the vault door. Thin strands of multicolored light began to spread outward from the center, where the key was inserted, carving intricate patterns that traced a path for even brighter light to follow. Arthur stared, slack-jawed, as he realized the light wasn't spreading randomly, it was forming an image. A crest slowly took shape, encompassing the entirety of the vault door. The image was that of a radiant sword, its blade surrounded by luminous lines to show it was glowing. The hilt bore two feathered wings, intricately detailed, and behind the sword stood a red Welsh dragon, its maw open in mid-roar as it breathed fire. That, Merlin said, drawing Arthur's attention, is the Pendragon's crest. Remember it well. Arthur nodded solemnly, just as a long, screeching sound echoed through the cave. The vault doors began to slide open, splitting the crest down the middle. A blinding light burst forth from the widening gap. Arthur raised a hand to shield his eyes, and what he saw beyond left him speechless. An audible gulp escaped him. Mountains of gold coins, overflowing treasure chests, glittering jewels, ancient crowns, and ornate jewelry lay scattered before him. It was paradise. He quickly composed himself using oculomancy. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. When he reopened them, his gaze sparkled, not with greed, but with determination. For what, he didn't quite know. He took a step forward, then another, striding into the vault with Merlin close behind. As Arthur walked deeper into the chamber, he was bathed in golden light. He moved slowly, his head turning left and right to take in every detail. Shelves lined with ancient tomes and books greeted him on one side, while racks of weapons, swords, spears, staves, lined the other. Merlin observed him quietly. But then she noticed him stop. Arthur stood still, his head lowered, shoulders trembling. Art, she called out, her voice laced with concern. Arthur slowly turned, one hand covering his mouth, tears brimming in his eyes. Merlin. He croaked, voice cracking. I don't ever have to work again, he said, trembling, I could retire right now. Is this what they mean by generational wealth? His hand moved from his mouth to cover his eyes as he wept. Merlin raised a brow. You do know this is all fake, right? Arthur froze. Slowly, he lowered his hand, his expression falling. What? He stammered, dread washing over him. Merlin rolled her eyes. It's all an illusion. A glamour, meant to keep up appearances. To convince others that the Pendragons are still wealthy and powerful, keep would-be enemies at bay. None of this treasure has any real value. With every word, color drained from Arthur's face. A single tear slid down his cheek. The grief on his face was so profound, it looked as if someone dear to him had died. "Buffed, I'm joking," Merlin said with a grin. "You should totally see your face right now. It's hilarious." "Wah, you were joking," Arthur screeched. "What is wrong with you?" Merlin burst into a fit of laughter, doubling over and clutching her stomach. "You were actually crying. That makes it even better." "Oh, your face, gods, it was priceless." Arthur stood trembling, his face beat red as a storm of emotions washed over him: relief, joy, fury, frustration. Why you devil. You demon. You vile witch." Merlin, utterly unbothered, wiped a tear from her eye and puffed out her chest proudly. "All extremely accurate. I accept your compliments." Then, with a mischievous grin, she added, "That's for the comment you made earlier about my teaching methods." Arthur huffed and spun around, stomping away in a fit of rage. His arm swung wildly as he stormed down the golden path. Merlin hummed cheerily to herself as she skipped after him. Arthur's furious expression slowly softened as the path came to an end. His heavy steps grew light, then hesitant. His eyes widened, and he came to a stop. He stood, stunned into silence. Before him, at the end of the golden road, was a stone, an ancient, weathered boulder. Embedded within it was a sword, its hilt gleaming in the light, pointing skyward. It was the sword. Caliban. Chapter 25, The Holy Sword. Third person's POV. Merlin. "What exactly am I looking at?" Arthur asked in astonishment. "Are you pretending not to know?" Merlin replied with an amused smile as she walked over and stood beside him, both of them staring at the stone before them. "That, Arthur, is Caliban. The sword in the stone. The very same sword King Uther plunged into the rock with his dying breath, declaring that only the rightful king of Camelot would be able to draw it. And the sword that the original Arthur pulled free, proving himself and becoming king," Merlin said mystically. "But in the legend, wasn't it said that the sword broke? That's why King Arthur went to the Lady of the Lake and was given Excalibur?" Arthur asked, confused. "You have to understand something important, Art," Merlin said, glancing at him. "The story from your old world might not match the events of this one. In your tale, yes, Caliban shattered during a battle against the Black Knight, King Pellinore, Percival's father. And something similar happened here. Arthur was soundly defeated, and if I hadn't intervened, he likely would have died." Her eyes drifted as if replaying the memory. He knew then that he needed a new weapon, one stronger, more fitting for what lay ahead. But that didn't mean he simply discarded the broken sword. No, that Arthur was a sentimental fool. He kept the shattered blade with him to the very end. After his passing, I took what remained and spent years slowly restoring it with my magic. Once it was whole again, I saw no reason to keep it for myself. So, I returned it to where it rightfully belonged, with the remaining members of the Pendragon line. Arthur turned toward her, blinking in surprise when he noticed the mischievous grin spreading across her face. He, you should have seen their faces when I brought the sword back," she laughed, pointing at the stone. "It looked exactly like this." "Wait, you brought the sword embedded in the stone? Like in the legend?" Arthur asked, incredulous. "Yep," Merlin said, chuckling. "I showed up on their doorstep with the rock in hand, handed it over, and told them, 'Enjoy.'" Arthur rubbed his face and laughed, shaking his head as he pictured it. "Anyway," Merlin continued, "after that, they tried to pull the sword from the stone. Some succeeded, others didn't. Those who managed became the next Pendragon patriarch or matriarch. When their time ended, they'd return the sword to the stone for the next generation. But over time, fewer and fewer succeeded. Eventually, it became a rare feat, something that happened once every few generations. The last time the sword was pulled was 5 generations ago." She paused to let Arthur process everything, then added, "It became a rite of passage. When a Pendragon child turned 11, they'd try to pull the sword. Some succeeded, most didn't." "I see," Arthur muttered. He closed his eyes and let out a slow breath, his shoulders relaxing. "If I try, it's just going to slide right out, isn't it?" "You're not interested in trying?" Merlin asked. "Are you kidding me?" Arthur shot her a look, then turned back to the stone. "Of course I am. It's Caliban. One of the greatest, most legendary holy swords. But before I give it a shot, I have to ask, were there any other traditions the Pendragons followed? This coming-of-age ceremony is the first I've heard of." Merlin smiled. "You might not know this, but the Pendragons were famous for a lot of things. One of the biggest was being the house of magical swordsmen. As you know, when a witch or wizard turns 11, they get a wand suited to them. But for Pendragons, it wasn't just a wand. They also received a weapon, a sword or something else, that matched their magic and fighting spirit. She pointed behind them, back the way they came. You saw all those weapons in the vault, right? Each one belonged to a prominent Pendragon. Did the Lafuis have a similar tradition? Arthur asked. Yes, Merlin nodded. But they leaned more toward pure magic. Instead of weapons, they crafted or inherited grimoires, spellbooks and tomes filled with magic. Arthur placed a hand over his mouth, deep in thought as he stared at the golden floor beneath him. You've already half completed the Lafui tradition, Merlin said gently. All that's left is to fulfill the Pendragon one and claim your weapon. Wait, what? Arthur looked up at her in confusion. Merlin rolled her eyes. That book you carry around, the one filled with your spell designs and completed magic circles. That's basically a grimoire. Not official, but it functions the same. A grimoire isn't just a record of spells, it's a magical medium, like a wand. Would I really even need a wand at this point? Arthur asked curiously. No, not really, Merlin replied, shaking her head. But it helps keep up appearances. Speaking of wands, if Caliban is here, does that mean the original wand of King Arthur is as well? He asked, glancing around in interest. Merlin chuckled. Quite the greedy one, aren't you? But unfortunately, no. His wand was destroyed during his final duel with Mordred. Bummer. Arthur muttered. Merlin's expression turned thoughtful. The Pendragons had one more tradition, though it was even more challenging than the coming-of-age ceremony. It was eventually discontinued. In the early days, children of age were given dragon eggs to care for. It was their duty to ensure the egg hatched and a bond was formed, a bond only possible due to the Pendragon bloodline. However, as generations passed and the bloodline became diluted, they could no longer form proper bonds. In some cases, the dragons even turned on them. So, the tradition was ultimately abandoned. Arthur's eyes lit up with excitement. Does that mean I might be able to bond with a dragon someday? Merlin gave him a mysterious grin. Eventually, she said vaguely. Anyway, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to pull the sword from the stone? Arthur took a deep breath. His chest rose and fell as he exhaled, grounding himself. It just feels like an important moment. I'm getting a little jittery. But when he opened his blue eyes, they were calm, still as a tranquil lake. His gaze was fixed on one thing, the golden and blue hilt of the legendary sword. He stepped forward, his coat swaying with each movement. Every step was deliberate, filled with quiet determination. Circling the stone, Arthur examined it closely. The hilt of the sword was royal blue, adorned with a polished sapphire embedded at the top. Golden regal patterns flowed down to the handguard, where an inscription read, Whosoever pulleth out this sword of this stone is rightwise king of all Britannia. He studied the inscription for a moment, then moved to stand directly behind the stone. The hilt gleamed, the red ruby where the handguard met the hilt pulsing gently in the light. Arthur stretched out his white-gloved hand, curling his fingers around the hilt. He inhaled sharply and closed his eyes, feeling his magic begin to flow into the sword, then back into him. A connection was forming. The sapphire and ruby glowed with ethereal light as Arthur began to pull. The sword slid out smoothly, effortlessly. As it rose, the silver blade shimmered with brilliance, and a golden light erupted from the stone, illuminating the area like the first rays of dawn breaking through darkness. Raising the hilt above his head, Arthur then swept his arm to the side, unleashing a sudden, powerful gust of wind. His golden hair whipped around him as his coat flared dramatically behind him, nearly slipping off his shoulders. Bringing the edge of the blade to his face, Arthur gripped the hilt with both hands and turned it so the flat side reflected his image. The silver gleam of the blade shifted into a holy golden glow. His hair shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, and when he opened his eyes, they shone a radiant blue, glowing with power. Caliban, the sword of selection, had deemed Arthur worthy. Arthur Pendragon was now a wielder of a holy sword. Chapter 26, Chapters 26, The Lord's Ring. Third person's POV. Merlin watched the scene unfold with a serene smile gracing her lips. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes at Arthur's dramatics, though a gentle softness lingered in her gaze. Arthur held the blade in his hand, examining it carefully. He traced a finger along the flat of the blade. The silver luster had shifted upon forming its connection with him, it now gleamed with a golden hue, a vibrant blue streak running down the center, thinning out before stopping just short of the tip. It was, without a doubt, the most beautiful sword Arthur had ever laid eyes on. Marvelous. Absolutely divine. He murmured, his British accent slipping through in his awe. If you're so in love with that thing, why don't you just marry it? Merlin teased. Arthur's cheeks colored faintly. Oh, shut it, Merlin, he shot back with a smirk, his accent more pronounced in his embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject. Anyway, does Caliban have a sheath? As much as I'd love to carry it around everywhere, even swords need a place to rest. Merlin chuckled, her grin growing unnaturally wide and mischievous. Want to know something funny? She asked, lips twitching like she was bursting to let him in on a joke. Arthur tilted his head. I suppose, he said, unsure of what it had to do with his earlier inquiry. Throughout the Pendragon's history of wielding Caliban, none of them had a sheath for it. They tried to make one, but they always shattered. Caliban's power resisted containment. It became known as the sheathless sword. However, they never realized it did have a sheath. The real one was in front of them the whole time. Whenever the wielder's time came, they were unknowingly returning it to its sheath. Her shoulders shook with contained laughter. Arthur stared at her, blinking, then slowly glanced down at the stone beneath him. He pointed. You mean to tell me? Ha 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 ha. Merlin burst out laughing, nodding. That's the official sheath of the sword. And those idiots never figured it out. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Is the sheath really just a rock? He awkwardly pictured himself walking around with a boulder strapped to his back, sword sticking out of it. Merlin shook her head, still laughing. No, silly. It's under a bewitching charm I cast. She stepped forward, summoning her silver scepter into her hand with a shimmer of magic. With a tap of the staff against the stone, she dispelled the enchantment. The mossy rock began to glow. Light particles lifted into the air, revealing the true form hidden beneath, a magnificent silver-gold sheath. Arthur blinked. It was just as stunning as the sword. A golden cross rested near the base, golden diamond-like patterns trailing up its length to the tip. Accio, Arthur murmured, and the sheath flew into his palm. Carefully, he aligned the now golden blade and slid Caliban into the sheath. The sword's holy aura dimmed as it was fully enclosed, disappearing entirely. Wait a minute, Arthur said, pausing. I never asked, do the blade and sheath have any special powers? I feel like they do, but I can't quite place it. They do, Merlin confirmed. But your bond with the sword is still young. You're not ready to sense everything yet. The sheath has the power of size alteration and accelerates magical recovery. And the sword? Arthur prompted. Merlin grinned. It can cut through space. Arthur stared. I'm sorry, that's insane. It's not as overpowered as you think, she explained. At the moment, you could only manage 2 slashes before draining your entire magical reserves. But that won't always be the case. As for the sheath, cutting your recovery time in half isn't flashy, but it's invaluable. Size alteration, huh? Arthur muttered, focusing. The sword rapidly shrank in his palm, after images trailing behind its movement. Now resting in his hand was a tiny version, smaller than a dagger. Hey, Mel, Arthur said, lifting it with a finger. Think you could make me a chain so I can wear it around my neck? Merlin held out her hand. A single golden coin zipped into her palm. With a motion of her other hand, she gestured for Arthur to toss her the miniature blade. He did so, and she clasped both items together. A faint magical glow pulsed around her hand. When she opened it, a golden pendant rested in her palm, the miniaturized Caliban now embedded within it. She walked over, fastening the chain around his neck from behind. Arthur placed a hand over the pendant, glancing back at her and batting his eyelashes dramatically. Oh gosh, Merlin, it's simply beautiful, he said in an exaggerated feminine voice. Merlin rolled her eyes, chuckling. All right. Now go gather the funds we need. We've dilly-dallied long enough. Arthur nodded and began gathering as much gold as his pouch could carry. While stuffing coins inside, he glanced at Merlin. Hey Mel, do you think I could also get a suit of armor? This vault has them, right? Yes, it does, Merlin replied, but I wouldn't recommend it. Armor needs to be custom-made to suit your needs. You can get one later. All right, Arthur said with a shrug. Oh, and one more thing. Does this place have the Lord's ring? I should probably take it to prove my identity later on. Good call, Merlin said, nodding. The Pendragon Lord's ring should be in this vault. I'll go fetch it for you. She turned and strolled off along the golden path, disappearing into the distance. Arthur continued stuffing gold into his pouch until it was full and heavy. He admired his haul with a look of satisfaction, then heard someone clear their throat behind him. He turned to see Merlin, down on one knee. Arthurian Pendragon. She intoned dramatically, holding a ring between her fingers. Arthur gasped and slapped a hand over his mouth. Oh Merlin, he exclaimed, fake tears welling up in his eyes. Merlin extended the ring toward him, voice thick with mock emotion. Would you make me the happiest succubus alive and become the official lord of the House of Pendragon? Oh Merlin. I do. You know I do. Arthur cried, holding out his hand. With a smirk, Merlin slid the ring onto his ring finger. With this, it's official. You are now the head of House Pendragon. Arthur held his cheeks and swayed side to side. Gosh, Merlin, PFTTT. He couldn't hold it anymore and burst into laughter, Merlin joining in right after. Examining the ring, Arthur noticed the Pendragon crest carved into a brilliant blue gem. He extended a hand to help Merlin up, shaking his head. Come on, you dork. Let's go. I've got everything I need. Arthur led the way back through the golden road toward the entrance. You sure you got everything? Merlin asked. Yeah, and if I need anything else, I can always come back, Arthur replied. As they exited, the massive vault doors slowly closed behind them with a deep, resounding bang. The glowing crest above it shimmered, reversed, then vanished completely. Outside, Seraphonix and Goberk awaited them. Arthur walked up to the dragon and looked up with a flicker of pity. Say. Do you really have to stay here all by yourself? Seraphonix chuckled softly. I appreciate your concern, young Pendragon. But worry not, I have sworn to guard this vault. It is a duty I am honored to uphold. But. Arthur hesitated. Doesn't it get lonely? Being here all alone. Seraphonix's eyes softened. I won't lie. It has been lonesome, but I've grown used to it. She paused, then added, Say, young Pendragon, may I ask a favor? Arthur straightened. Anything. It's the least I can do after everything you've done for the Pendragons. Seraphonix's tail slowly uncurled from behind her, revealing a glowing white and gold orb nestled at its end. Arthur instinctively reached out as she lowered it into his hands. This, she said, is my child, not yet born. Arthur's eyes widened in awe, cradling the warm, glowing egg in his palms. I've delayed her birth. This vault is not the place I want her to grow. I would be grateful if you took her with you, show her the world, keep her safe. But. Arthur hesitated. Seraphonix looked at him with a gentle smile. Will you do this old dragon that favor? Arthur looked down at the radiant egg, thinking quietly. After a moment, he gave a solemn nod. All right. But don't think this is the last time we'll see each other. I'll come visit whenever I can. I'm sure this little one will be more than happy to meet her mother when the time comes. Seraphonix's smile grew. She leaned her head down, nudging Arthur gently. He reached up and patted her snout. I would appreciate that, immensely. Chapter 27, Business Venture. Third Person's POV. Arthur was now seated once again in Goberk's office, having just said a reluctant farewell to Seraphonix. Her egg rested warmly in his lap, and he gently caressed it, comforted by the heat it radiated. Lord Pendragon. Goberk began, but Arthur raised a hand to stop him. If you don't mind, may I speak first? Arthur asked with a faint smile. But of course. Go on, Lord Pendragon, whatever it is you require, Goberk replied respectfully, his tone soft and obliging. I need the bank's assistance for a business endeavor, Arthur said, grinning. I want to start my own enterprise. But to do that, I'll need help from the bank. With your support, I'm certain things will move along smoothly and quickly. At the mention of a business proposal, especially from a Pendragon, Goberk's eyes lit up. Doing business with a Pendragon could only mean one thing, wealth and prosperity. Still, he knew better than to jump in without due diligence. Money, after all, was a goblin's lifeblood. A business, you say? Goberk repeated, rubbing his hands together, a large grin spreading across his face. And what exactly would this business entail? Everything, Arthur replied. I want to sell everything, my books, magical items, potions. Anything a witch or wizard might desire. I see. Wait, your books? Goberk asked, raising a brow. Arthur smiled. He had thrown that in deliberately, bait for Goberk to catch. Yes. Have you heard of Arthur King? Goberk blinked. No. PHTTT. Merlin clamped a hand over her mouth and turned her head, her shoulders trembling as she fought back laughter. Arthur's cheeks flushed slightly. Goberk tilted his head, still confused. Arthur cleared his throat. Just know I'm a published author who's made a fair bit of money from his work. So rest assured, I'll bring you profit. Ah, right. Of course. Arthur King. Yes, I remember now, you're that young author everyone's been talking about. Goberk exclaimed, slamming a fist into his palm. There's no need to lie, Arthur said flatly, his eyes dull with exasperation. Goberk blushed, realizing he'd been caught. Sorry. Meanwhile, Merlin was hunched behind Arthur's chair, gripping it for dear life as sharp gasps of suppressed laughter escaped her. Arthur stared ahead, blinking slowly, expressionless. Don't mind her, he said in a monotone. Now, as I was saying. For you to understand the business I'm proposing, what it entails, the type of products, and the potential profit margins, you'll need to understand the books I've published. It all ties together. He then launched into a brief summary of his publications, specifically those involving magic circles. So once that's established, we'll sell parchments with single-use spells. Imagine it, spells that can be activated just by tearing a piece of paper. The possibilities would be endless. They'd fly off the shelves. Arthur didn't need to continue. Goberk had already stood up and was slamming his hands on the table. His eyes trembled with greed, breath short and raspy. His lips and mouth had gone dry, he licked them instinctively, his mind racing with ideas and possibilities. Arthur gently secured the egg around his waist, leaned forward, and rested his chin on his palm. Then, in a seductive whisper, he said, "Now imagine using magic, without a wand." Goberk froze, his head rising slowly as his eyes widened in disbelief. His breath caught in his throat. Just what exactly are you planning?" he asked, stunned. Arthur's grin widened, unsettling despite his charming features. "I don't know. But don't you think it's unfair that magical creatures like yourself aren't allowed to wield wands?" "I certainly do. Honestly, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Magic should be for everyone. The witches and wizards of today, they're nothing but cowards." "You're crazy, absolutely crazy," Goberk mumbled, still in awe. "Well, we all have to be a little crazy to survive in this world, don't you think?" Arthur chuckled. No, you misunderstand. I meant that in a good way." Goberk's grin returned, his sharp goblin teeth showing. "Honestly, if you could feel how fast my heart's pumping right now, you'd wonder how it hasn't exploded from excitement." "So what do you say?" Arthur asked, raising a brow. "I'll give you 20% of the total profit." 25%, Goberk countered immediately. Arthur shrugged. "All right. I can work with that." "Eh? Really?" Goberk asked, surprised. Arthur leaned back in his chair. "Yeah. You're going to be doing most of the heavy lifting and management anyway. I won't always be available to run things, which is why I'm entrusting it to the bank. Honestly, even if you'd asked for 30%, I would have agreed. But if 25 is all you want, who am I to complain?" Arthur smiled, cool and composed. Goberk stared at Arthur for a few seconds, realizing he had been had. However, instead of being upset, he laughed, a low, eerie cackle that echoed through the room. "Before I begin drafting the contract, there's something I must say, Lord Pendragon. Regarding our earlier agreement about your identity, there was a clause stating I could only reveal your information with your explicit permission. I now request that permission to inform the current Goblin King about you. I implore you to consider it. This will greatly aid in the business venture you have in mind. We'll need the support of other goblins. As much as I would love to handle this alone and keep all the profit, I'm but one goblin. I'll need all the help I can get," Goberk said, as humbly as he could. "There's no need for all that. I trust your judgment. If you believe it's the best course of action, then you have my permission," Arthur said with a nod, flashing Goberk a sincere smile. Goberk blinked, clearly taken aback. You trust my judgment?" he asked slowly, unsure if he had heard correctly. "I mean, yeah. We're going to be business partners, after all. In business, what's important isn't gold or profit. It's trust. Trust is worth more than gold, in my opinion. I'm relying on your help to run this business, so of course, there needs to be a level of trust between us. Don't you agree? You are a strange one, Lord Pendragon. No self-respecting wizard or witch would ever put their trust in a goblin. We're considered vile creatures, after all," Goberk said with a faint smile. It felt strange, being trusted. Unnatural. But not in a bad way. Arthur chuckled and shook his head. "I am someone that believes vileness and cruelty doesn't come from a specific race, but rather from an individual. We shouldn't judge the imperfections of others while we ourselves walk as imperfect beings. Humans can sometimes be just as cruel, or not even more vile, than any goblin could. Like I said, you're a strange one, Lord Pendragon," Goberk said with a sigh. "Oh, and just so we're clear, I don't want to be known as Pendragon. My alias is Arthur King. And as for our business, we'll call it King Enterprise." "I'll begin working on the contract," Goberk replied, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Wait, will I need my guardian's signature?" Arthur asked. He had a feeling the answer would surprise him. Goberk gave him a stern look. "Lord Pendragon. You may be young, but you are still the head of a house. You even carry the ring to prove it. What kind of house lord needs their guardian's signature?" Arthur nodded in understanding, then placed a large pouch of golden coins on the table. "All right then. Let's dive into the details of our business. I have a feeling this might take a while." "Agreed." Goberk sighed, his eyes glinting greedily as he stared at the bag of galleons. We shouldn't judge the imperfections of others while we ourselves walk as imperfect beings. You totally stole that trying to sound cool, didn't you? Merlin teased as they stepped out of Gringotts Bank. Arthur rolled his eyes, wiggling his fingers as he sighed, his hands cramping from all the paperwork. His other hand remained tucked inside his coat, hiding the dragon egg. Can't you just let me have my moment? Merlin chuckled. At least try to be original. Quotes exist for a reason, and I plan to use as many of them as I can, Arthur replied, puffing his chest out with pride. They continued down Diagon Alley, laughing and teasing each other. Arthur soon bumped into a small hooded figure carrying a stack of books. Sorry, he said quickly, before continuing on. The girl paused, then slowly lowered her hood and clutched her books tighter. The title of the top book read, The Art of Magic Circles, The Fundamental Theory for Beginners by Arthur King. She stopped briefly and looked back. Her long, wavy onyx hair partially veiled her face. Her brilliant blue eyes, like polished gems, narrowed as they focused on Arthur. She scoffed softly and turned back toward Gringotts. Merlin, who had also paused, stared after the girl. What's wrong? Arthur asked, noticing her sudden frown. Merlin gave him a polite smile and shook her head. Nothing. Don't worry, I just thought I saw someone I knew. Merlin, you're like 1,000,000 years old. Anyone you could have possibly known is probably long dead. Smack. Ouch. Arthur yelped, clutching the top of his head with one hand as he winced in pain. Merlin huffed and marched forward without looking back. Chapter 28, Monster. Third person's POV. After Goberk finished dealing with Arthur, a large grin spread across his face. Although he was eager to start working on the tasks Arthur had left him in charge of, he still had a shift to finish before he could begin. With a reluctant sigh, he returned to his empty spot on the pristine row of white marble stands. Next, he called out with a grumble, a scowl settling firmly on his face as he leaned forward. A moment later, a little girl appeared before him, draped in a dark hood, her wavy onyx hair peeking out as she carried a stack of books. I'd like a private consultation, she said quietly. Goberk raised an eyebrow. 2 in a row, he thought. But is she worthy? He sneered at the girl below. No one could be as impressive or worthy as the Pendragon boy. And who's asking? He asked in a bored, uninterested tone. The girl reached into her coat and tossed him a key. Goberk caught it lazily, rolling his eyes. But then he stiffened, blinking in surprise as he examined the obsidian key. He quickly pulled out a monocle to inspect it more closely. This is. The girl raised a single finger to her lips. Her sapphire eyes, cold and hard beyond her years, narrowed into sharp, merciless slits. There was nothing friendly in her gaze. A shiver ran down Goberk's spine. He swallowed hard, nodding slowly. What are the chances? Right away, miss, the goblin said stiffly, hopping back and shouting, cover me. Again. Just do as you're told. Goberk snarled, his voice sharp with authority. He made his way down to the girl and motioned for her to follow. Come with me. As he led her away, a wide grin crept onto his face, euphoria rushing through his veins. Could this be another business opportunity, he mused, practically skipping. The girl glanced at him, her expression twisting into visible disgust. She was disturbed by the emotions radiating from him. Soon, they were in Goberk's office. The girl took a seat across from him, setting the books on the desk. Spare me your nonsense, she said curtly. Let's get this over with. Give me a magical contract to ensure your silence regarding anything you learn from here on out, and bring out the bloodwork test. She rolled her eyes. Goberk blinked, momentarily stunned. She was nothing like Arthur. A weary smile tugged at his lips. That's what I get for getting too hopeful. My expectations were too high. I was right after all, Lord Pendragon is the unique one. Well, she snapped. Are you just going to keep staring at me with that stupid look, or are you going to hand over the paperwork already? Her shout snapped Goberk out of his thoughts. He sneered contemptuously. Right away. Miss, he muttered, lacing his tone with thinly veiled disdain. He reached into his drawers and handed her the required sheets. After signing the magical non-disclosure contract, the girl bit down on her lip until blood welled up. She wiped her hand across her lips and smeared the blood onto the parchment. The paper absorbed it, and moments later, glowing words began to sear themselves into place, written in her blood. She frowned in disgust at the sheet and passed it to Goberk. Here. Now hurry up, I need access to my vault. Goberk studied the bloodwork parchment. His eyes widened until they nearly popped from his skull. In disbelief, he stood up from his seat. You, unbelievable. He muttered. Just what is happening, he asked, staring fearfully at the parchment in his trembling hands. Name, Morgan Lionheart Layfey. Date of birth, April 30, 1981. Gender, female. Bloodline composition. Leafy, 100% purity. Pendragon, 100% purity. Parental lineage. Victor Alexander Lionheart, na Black, na Leafy. Ivy Aurelia Lionheart, née Peveril, née Pendragon. Ancestral houses. House of Pendragon. Originally a powerful magical house, later became House of Peveril to survive magical persecution. House of Leafy. Known for its powerful sorcery, the house evolved into House of Black to escape the darker aspects of its past. Inheritance rights. Heir to the House of Pendragon, through maternal line. Heir to the House of Leafy, through paternal line. Heir to the House of Peveril, through maternal line. Heir to the House of Black, through paternal line. Inherits rights to all Pendragon, Leafy, Peveril, and Black family artifacts and properties. Goberk stared at the sheet with trembling hands. I didn't know he had a sister. You're a Pendragon and a Leafy. Your parents. Arthur Pendragon is your brother. A hand shot forward, grabbing him by the scruff of his shirt and yanking him across the table with a rageful slam. Goberk gasped from the sudden movement, watching as her hood fell away, revealing her full face. She was nearly the spitting image of the boy he'd seen just moments earlier, except more feminine. Her hair was as black as midnight, cascading in waves, and her features were delicate yet sharp. But her eyes, those sapphire blue eyes, sparkled just the same. There was no mistaking it. They were siblings. Yet what unsettled Goberk most wasn't the resemblance, it was the fury burning behind those eyes. That monster. Morgana spat, her voice laced with venom. A flicker of fear and terror twisted through her glare. That monster is no brother of mine. I don't know what it is, but it's not my brother. Her jaw clenched so tightly it seemed her teeth might shatter. If you ever, and I mean ever, refer to it as my brother again, I will slit your fucking throat and watch you bleed out. And believe me, I've seen people die from a slit throat. I know exactly what it looks like. So don't test me. Do I make myself clear? Goberk gulped, his head bobbing rapidly in terrified agreement. Morgana sneered and shoved him back into his chair with contempt. Good. Now stop wasting my time and take me to my vault. Meanwhile. My baby boy. Look what I brought you, your new sibling. Arthur exclaimed, walking into the room with a beaming smile as he carried the dragon egg meant for Sarah Phoenix. Cosmo's jaw slackened into a lazy yawn, tongue hanging out as he stretched on his bed. Arthur gently set the dragon egg beside him. You're going to be a big brother, Cosmo. My handsome little boy. So be sure to protect it, all right? He leaned down, pressing a kiss to Cosmo's head, his hand brushing affectionately along the top. Sorry if I'm projecting a little, he added with a soft laugh. Being a big brother. It's a huge role, after all. Arthur, came Merlin's voice, hesitant and concerned. Arthur quickly wiped at his eyes, standing up from Cosmo's bed. Yeah. Are you all right? She asked sincerely. Arthur smiled, chuckling weakly. Yeah. I don't know, I guess I'm just feeling sentimental today. Maybe it's because it's my birthday or something. Can't quite explain it. Merlin sighed inwardly. The connection with Sarah Phoenix left more of a mark than I realized, not to mention running into her. Her of all people, and he didn't even recognize her. She offered him a gentle smile. Why don't we head to the Flammels? They're waiting to celebrate. Penny's been really excited, it's your first birthday with them, after all. Sure, Arthur nodded. But first, I need to place an order. A few extra things I'll need delivered. I thought we already made an order at Diagon Alley. Merlin asked, one eyebrow raised. We did, but for what I have planned, it's not enough. I couldn't risk ordering everything at once, it'd look too suspicious. Fair enough, Merlin said with a nod. What do you need? I can get it from multiple sources if needed. Well. Arthur trailed off with a grin. Chapter 29, Magic Circuits. Third person's POV. The next day. Arthur woke up the next day with a light smile tugging at his lips. The celebration the Flammels had thrown for him still lingered pleasantly in his mind, it had been warm, intimate, and exactly what he needed. As always, Arthur began his morning routine. After his training and a refreshing bath, he found himself seated across from Merlin at the breakfast table. Midway through their meal, a rhythmic tapping echoed from the window. Curious, Arthur turned to look and saw a group of owls, each carrying different packages. Oh, whoa. The items are already here. That was quick. Arthur exclaimed, surprise lighting up his face. He made to stand, but Merlin raised a hand to stop him. Finish your breakfast. Let me get them, she said, standing up and moving to retrieve the parcels while offering food to the owls. She set the packages down on the table and began opening them one by one. A couple of dragon heartstrings, check. She unwrapped the next. The horn of a unicorn. It wasn't killed, right? Arthur asked, frowning. Merlin shook her head and tilted the base of the horn toward him. See how smooth it is at the bottom? That shows it was naturally shed and found. She set it aside and moved on. Next, she pulled out balls of nearly transparent white yarn that shimmered in the light. Silk from a northern magic silkworm. Extracted wand cores, a few milliliters of dragon blood. And I got some phoenix feathers from Fox, so that completes everything I need, Arthur said with a wide grin. You did? Merlin asked, giving him a curious look. Yeah. He sheds most of the time and handed me a few during our last meeting, Arthur explained, beaming with pride. All right, so can you finally tell me what all this is for? You've been really secretive, Merlin said, setting the packages aside. Sure, Arthur said, a bit of pink touching his cheeks. Remember when I gave you that magic circle and said it was only a part of the gift, the rest wasn't ready yet? Yeah. Merlin replied, eyeing him warily. Well, this is the other part. I've been planning to give you this as a present. I mean, it benefits me too, but I created it with you in mind, Arthur rambled excitedly. Hold on, let me grab my alchemy book, he said, abruptly standing up and rushing off, leaving his breakfast behind. It's the magic circle scenario all over again, Merlin thought with a wry smile. When Arthur returned, he was carrying a stack of books. What I've been researching this whole time is how to create magic circuits or magic veins, whichever you prefer. He opened a book to a detailed diagram of the human body filled with glowing colored lines running through it. You once said that magic inside us is wild and directionless, that it's our job as witches and wizards to give it form. So I wondered, what if it wasn't directionless? What if wands and incantations became unnecessary? What if they were inconsequential? Merlin stared at Arthur in silence, watching the spark of madness in his eyes, the kind only a true genius at work could have. I was looking at my hands when I was questioning it and noticed the veins under my skin, Arthur continued, and I thought, veins carry blood through the body, so what if something similar could carry magic? That's how the idea was born. He flipped to another page and turned it toward her. So I thought about how to create these magic veins. The answer I came up with is. He motioned to Merlin expectantly. She remained silent, expression unreadable. Alchemy. Arthur declared proudly, undeterred. It took almost a year of painful, meticulous work, but I finally figured out the right equation and crafted the proper alchemical formula to create mana circuits. That was hard, but even harder was figuring out how to integrate them into the body. He pushed the book aside and pulled out another, filled with complex diagrams of magic circles. The answer lies in the magic circles. I took the original one and evolved it into a more complex version, one that can embed the circuits directly into us. And now that we have everything, we can begin. Merlin smiled. Arthur, you're crazy. You know that, right? Arthur snapped his fingers and winked. I got it from you. Merlin chuckled at that. As she looked back at Arthur's notes and supplies, she noticed he had gathered double the required amount. Shaking her head, she couldn't help but laugh. Can you help me make room? I want to get started right away, if you don't mind, Arthur asked shyly, withdrawing the magic chalk he'd grabbed with the books. You're so impatient, Merlin sighed, rolling her eyes. But very well, I know the feeling of wanting to see all your hard work come to life. With a tap of her staff, all the furniture in the room slid aside, clearing space in the center. Merely holding out her hand, Arthur's book flew into Merlin's grasp. She gave the magic circles only a brief glance before sending it back. Then, Merlin pointed her staff at the ground and began to wave it in slow, deliberate motions. Black ink began to tattoo itself onto the polished wooden floor, an exact replica of the magic circle from the book. It was large, with several smaller circles surrounding the center. There, Merlin said, stepping back. You go first. You can begin. She motioned toward Arthur. Thanks, Mel, Arthur replied, gathering the items and placing them precisely inside the smaller magic circles. In a way, it's kind of like a ritual now that I think about it. Arthur smiled to himself as he stepped into the large magic circle and sat cross-legged at the center of the pentagram. Merlin watched him, both intrigued and cautious, in case she needed to intervene. Arthur raised 2 fingers to his face and closed his eyes. Magic circle, activate, he muttered. Though unnecessary, speaking aloud helped him visualize the process. The circle beneath him sparked to life, glowing with a soft violet light that bathed the room in lilac hues. The smaller magic circles lit up even brighter as Arthur continued, comprehension of magical matter, complete. Deconstruction of magical matter, underway. The items within the magic circle began to disintegrate, breaking down into their purest magical and physical forms. Arthur slowly raised his hand above his head. Next is reconstruction, realignment of matter into my desired form. The broken-down elements began to float toward his fingers, flowing from their sections of the circle with perfect synchronicity. The swirl of matter condensed into a milky white liquid that spun and solidified, forming a translucent sphere that hovered above his palm. Arthur opened his hand and allowed the sphere to settle into his palm. Bringing it to his lips, he muttered, "Step 1 complete. Activating secondary magic circle process." The central circle flared brighter, overshadowing the smaller ones as Arthur opened his mouth and placed the sphere inside. He swallowed. The glowing sphere was visible as it traveled down his throat. When it reached the center of his chest, it dissolved, and Arthur cried out, clutching his chest in pain. "Art!" Merlin called, panic creeping into her voice. The liquid within him moved with a mind of its own, visibly spreading through his body. Arthur held up a shaking finger. "It's supposed to be painful," he said through gritted teeth. Zigzagging patterns of white magic carved through his flesh like a circuit board. His hair began to rise, defying gravity as he collapsed backward with a pained scream. "Aya!" He thrashed violently as the magic climbed from his chest to his neck, across his face, and finally up to the top of his head, where it began to harden. The circuits absorbed Arthur's own magic, shifting from white to a glowing royal blue. Still writhing, his back arched and his eyes rolled back. Everything around him began to darken as consciousness slipped from his body. Arthur's eyes slowly rolled back into place as he panted heavily, his eyes shut tight. His clothes clung to his skin, soaked in sweat, but he felt something else too. A weight pressing down on him. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to find Merlin straddling him, gripping his chest to pin him to the ground. Her staff was aimed directly at his forehead. But what truly stunned and frightened Arthur wasn't her position, it was her expression. Merlin looked horrified. She was trembling, her knuckles white as she clutched her staff. Her jaw was clenched, and her eyes darted with fear. "Ah. Mel. Ah. Art." Merlin breathed out. "It's really you, right? Why wouldn't it be me?" Arthur asked, raising an eyebrow. "What's going on?" "Ah. Oh, nothing. Nothing," she stammered, lowering her staff, though her hands still trembled. "You suddenly went limp and stopped responding. I was worried. Thought I lost you for a moment." Arthur offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry. Didn't mean to scare you." Merlin exhaled shakily. "It's fine, as long as you're okay," she said, moving off of him and offering her hand. As Arthur stood, he glanced at his hands, flexing them open and closed. Suddenly, glowing royal blue, circuit-like lines sparked to life beneath his skin, spreading across his body. His hair lifted as if carried by an unseen wind. "Ho ho ho." "It worked," he said with a shuddering laugh. A few steps away, Merlin watched with a strained smile. Her grip on her staff tightened until her knuckles turned white. "Damn it. Damn it. God damn it. What the hell have I done?" "Meow." Merlin flinched violently and spun toward the sound. Her eyes widened, and she froze. Cosmo sat there, watching her with a wide, unsettling, Cheshire-like grin. Arthur, meanwhile, was still completely absorbed in the glowing lines running across his body. Damn me and my curiosity, Merlin thought. Chapter 30, Circuit Functions. Third Person's POV. Once Arthur finished examining his body, he turned toward Merlin, who had managed to compose herself quickly, aided by her mental discipline and magic. While that task came easily to her, it didn't make her immune to its emotional toll. A quiet doubt, a deep guilt, still clung to her, one only she knew and carried alone. Outwardly, she remained the picture of control, a mask so flawless that not even Arthur, or anyone else, could see through it. "I can feel it, Mel. It's coursing through me," Arthur said with a wide grin, fingers curling as if trying to physically grasp the power within him. "My magic." Merlin raised an eyebrow. "So, does that mean you can now cast whatever spell you want with just a thought?" "Kinda yes, kinda no," Arthur said, his voice laced with both focus and reflection. "I should be able to perform any spell with minimal effort, but two major things affect that: energy consumption and comprehension. If I don't understand the spell's structure, I won't get far. And if the spell's too powerful, I won't have enough magic to use it." "That's it?" Merlin asked, intrigued. "Well, no," Arthur replied, "but those are the main two. The core principles. Then there's stuff like mental clarity, visualization, emotion. They all play a role, but they're secondary to energy and understanding." Merlin nodded, offering a small smile. But before she could say more, Arthur sighed. "What sucks is that I don't even have a major spell to test. I spent most of my time developing the alchemical formula and crafting the correct magic circle. My grimoire is practically empty. All I've got are auxiliary skills like the second-tier communication circle. The only real offensive spell I have is my first-tier magic bullet." He raised his arm and closed his eyes. His magic circuits lit up, glowing with an intense blue light. A simple one-ring circle began forming in front of his palm, runes weaving together slowly. Once complete, it crackled with energy as it activated. Magic gathered at the center of the pentagram, forming a royal blue sphere, the same hue as Arthur's own magic. The moment the sphere was fully formed, it shot forward with the roar of a shotgun blast. The force flung Arthur back, slamming him against the wall. The projectile tore through the opposite side, blasting through stone and exploding in the distance, uprooting dirt, tearing through grass, and leaving a small cloud of smoke in its wake. Merlin shut her eyes and pressed her lips together in a tight line. She tilted her head up and inhaled sharply. Arthurius, she said, her voice eerily calm and devoid of emotion. Arthur, now slumped against the wall, winced in pain. He sat on the ground, holding his trembling arm, trying to steady himself. Yes, he replied hesitantly. Just, help me understand, Merlin said, still not opening her eyes. What possessed you to think it was a good idea to fire a volatile spell indoors? What outcome exactly were you expecting? Her tone was restrained, but her twitching eyelids betrayed her inner frustration. I honestly don't know, Arthur admitted. I just got too excited. But hey, I did learn something new, another limitation, mastery. I need to get better with the spells I do have. So, that's a plus. I mean, not really a plus, but it's good that I figured it out early, right? He added with an uneasy grin. Oh, is it now? Merlin's tone raised a pitch. When she opened her eyes, they locked onto Arthur with laser focus, making him visibly shrink. Honestly, I should make you fix that wall by hand as punishment. Arthur bowed his head slightly. I apologize. I let my excitement get the best of me. That was reckless. I'll make sure not to repeat the same mistake. She exhaled, long and heavy, as though releasing the weight of 1,000 thoughts. Don't worry about it, she murmured. With a single wave of her hand, the damaged floor seemed to ripple, the ink and scarring fading away as the room returned to its untouched state. You're quite lucky I'm so understanding. Thanks, Mel. And I truly apologize once again, Arthur said, standing up and brushing off his clothes with a nod of respect. Merlin gave a dismissive wave, unwilling to dwell. Then I suppose that leaves only me left. Arthur stepped aside, clearing the way as Merlin took her place at the center of the circle. He began carefully placing the necessary materials into the smaller circles. Once everything was in position, he gave her a thumbs up. Merlin inhaled sharply, her violet eyes fixed ahead. She had no need to speak like Arthur did, for who she was, words were merely accessories that held no value. The room dimmed as the circle pulsed to life beneath her, glowing in soft hues of lilac and silver. The air shimmered as the materials within the smaller circles began to break apart, reduced to raw magical and physical matter. She raised her hand calmly, guiding the deconstructed particles toward her, allowing them to spiral above her palm before fusing together into a dense, luminous orb. Unlike Arthur, Merlin made no dramatic declarations. Her lips, which were beautiful, unblemished, and showing a rich color, slowly parted as she shoved the glowing sphere into her mouth and swallowed. Immediately, her body tensed. The magic within her began to surge and burn its way through her nerves, but she didn't scream. A low grunt escaped her, barely audible. Her fists clenched. Her eyes squeezed shut. She bit down hard on her lip, refusing to give in to the pain. The circuits began to spread across her skin, intricate patterns lighting up in a stunning cascade of glowing purple. The lines danced across her body like constellations in motion, elegant and mesmerizing. Her long snow-white hair floated upward, caught in the current of raw energy now circulating through her veins. When it was done, Merlin stood, steady, breathing heavily, but composed. Her circuits dimmed to a soft pulse, the power now fully integrated. Arthur watched in awe. That was incredible. It feels incredible. You've truly outdone yourself, Art. As expected of my star pupil, Merlin grinned. Which only made Arthur blush in embarrassment. As Merlin closed her eyes and inwardly examined herself, she asked, "Have you thought about what you're going to do next? This seems like a grand achievement, and I can see the effort behind it. So I can't help but wonder, what's your next move?" Arthur nodded. "I planned to create a homunculus to see if I could manage it, but after seeing how long this project took, I've decided to take my time with that one. It won't be my main priority, that's for sure. What I really want to focus on are two things, my business with the bank, and my grimoire. I want to create an official one and complete the tradition of the Leifui. I've been slow in developing magic circles, even though they were my invention. I want to dive deep into them, especially since I'll be attending Hogwarts this year, starting in September. If it's magic circles you need, you're welcome to study mine," Merlin offered with a tender smile, her eyes still closed as she calmly mastered the new power coursing through her, a supernatural feat only someone like her could perform, when it would take Arthur years to achieve the same. "No," Arthur said firmly. I don't know, call it pride or whatever, but I can't accept that. It just doesn't feel right. I feel like your circles are something special, and I shouldn't have access to them so easily. This journey, I have to carve it myself. That's not to say I'm completely opposed though, because I do see the value in learning from you. He placed a hand on his chin and thought. How about this, a proposal? For now, I'll focus on creating my own magic circle, and you'll continue developing yours. Even after we go to Hogwarts, we'll keep at it. Then, at the end of every school year, we'll meet up, compare notes, and share our understanding. That way, we both benefit from each other. Arthur looked at her earnestly. I think that's what I struggled with earlier, it wouldn't feel fair to either of us. I can't just take your hard work and call it mine. It's a matter of principle. Of honor. As both wizard and witch. Merlin covered her mouth as she giggled. How righteous you are, O gallant magic knight. It seems you understand the sacred code of chivalry between a witch and a wizard. There's no need to make fun of me. Arthur muttered, pouting slightly. Which only made Merlin laugh louder, without restraint or shame. Chapter 31, King's Magical Enterprise. Third person's POV. A month later. Arthur found himself once again seated inside the marble halls of Gringotts, tucked away within a private office lit by enchanted lanterns and reinforced with layers of magical security. Before him sat none other than Goberk, his business liaison, advisor, and at this point, unofficial tormentor, if the ever-growing stack of paperwork between them was anything to go by. The goblin looked every bit the part of an overworked administrator, tired bags under his sharp eyes, a slight twitch in his left brow from lack of sleep, and posture that leaned just a bit too far forward. Still, his ever-present grin gave the impression of satisfaction, perhaps even pride, as he tapped one clawed finger against the desk. We've already selected the location where the main building of your business will be established. The floor plans are complete, and the other logistics have been taken care of, Goberk said. He pushed a thick file towards Arthur, the papers neatly bound but intimidatingly tall. What we need now is your formal approval. These are your plans, your business, your name, it's crucial everything aligns with the image and purpose you've envisioned. Sign here, here, and here. Arthur eyed the stack with an expression that could only be described as quiet dread. A soft sigh escaped him, and his fingers flexed instinctively. His dominant hand, already aching at the thought of hours of signatures, twitched. Really wish I could use magic for this part, he muttered under his breath, more to himself than anyone else. But Goberk wasn't done. In fact, he was just getting started. We also need to discuss the employees who will manage and oversee your shop during your absence, as well as the production of the product itself. Not to mention, we still require the Ministry of Magic seal of approval, without it, all of this could be for nothing. Oh, and about the name you suggested. While King's Enterprise isn't terrible, I feel it lacks clarity. I was thinking of renaming it to King's Magical Enterprise. Arthur let out a groan, equal parts amused and exhausted, and slumped slightly in his chair. His hands reached out to start flipping through the documents, quill already at the ready. For the employees, hire whoever you see fit. I trust your judgment, just make sure they're loyal. Werewolves, half-giants, centaurs, I don't care. If they can do the job and want it, give them a chance. Arthur said as he continued to sign. We'll need solid contracts that outline their pay and include a non-disclosure clause. Goberk looked up in alarm. Wait a minute, you'd seriously hire those foul beasts? Arthur shot him a raised eyebrow, cutting him off. That look alone was enough to silence Goberk, who quickly shrank back. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Goberk continued, that might be bad for business. Customers could be hesitant to buy from a shop run by them. Arthur returned to reading through the documents, shaking his head slightly. You're underestimating people. There's one emotion that can overpower fear, prejudice, and hesitation, curiosity. I'm not worried, if we offer something truly new, truly innovative, they'll overlook almost anything to get their hands on it. Goberk gave a reluctant grunt of agreement. If you say so, Lord Pendragon. As for the Ministry of Magic, that's already taken care of. It took a couple of hard-pressing weeks, but with Headmaster Dumbledore's help, we secured the seal of approval. Mel. Standing behind Arthur, Merlin reached into the inner pocket of her cloak and pulled out a carefully wrapped parchment, sealed with the red wax insignia of the ministry. She handed it to Goberk, who inspected it before nodding in approval. As for production, Arthur continued, we've got it sorted, especially for the single-use spells, named still pending. Magic circles will be engraved on stamps, dipped in magic ink, and pressed onto paper for fast and efficient production. Goberk nodded once again, impressed. It's good to see you're on top of things, Lord Pendragon. Business is always more profitable with dependable partners. Arthur smiled as he began stacking the signed papers to the side. And the name change? Go for it. I actually quite like it. Goberk puffed out his chest with pride and squared his broad shoulders. Then, after a quick breath, he declared, with everything now in place, construction, staffing, and product manufacturing, I estimate that King's magical enterprise will be ready to open in 4 to 6 months. 4, if everything goes smoothly. I'm content with those numbers, Arthur said, continuing to work through the documents. Their discussion went on well into the evening, the sun beginning to dip below the horizon as Arthur signed, reviewed, and finalized his path toward building something entirely his own. After his detailed and exhausting discussion with Goberk, the days began to blur together as the weeks rolled by in rapid succession. Arthur found himself returning to Gringotts on more than just a few occasions, each visit filled with paperwork, follow-ups, decisions to make, and problems to address. What initially felt like a slow, deliberate process quickly accelerated into a fast-paced series of developments, keeping him constantly on his toes. However, those weeks didn't just stay as weeks, they stretched out, unfolding into months before Arthur even realized it. Time moved quickly, but Arthur made sure not to let a single moment go to waste. He refused to grow idle, knowing full well that every bit of progress made now would determine the success of his future endeavors. Downtime was a luxury he couldn't afford, and he had no intention of indulging in it. Throughout those long months, the vast majority of Arthur's focus was poured into his grimoire, a deeply personal magical tome where he documented all of his research, spells, theories, and original magical constructs. This wasn't just a casual hobby or academic project, this was the heart and soul of his magical ambitions. He dedicated countless hours to studying and refining the complex art of magical circles. These intricate symbols of power required not only knowledge and precision, but immense patience as well. Creating a magic circle was far from simple. It wasn't as easy as drawing a shape on a piece of parchment and calling it a day. It demanded deep understanding of magical laws, a clear grasp of the purpose and intended effect, and a meticulous layering of runes and spell matrices. Each tier of magic circle required a different level of mastery, and the complexity scaled dramatically. For Arthur, a Tier 1 magic circle, which was considered basic but still required respect, typically took him a few days to create from scratch. A Tier 2 circle was notably more demanding, often taking up several weeks of non-stop effort, revisions, and recalibrations. But the true test of his capabilities came with the Tier 3 circles. These behemoths of magical design took an entire month to construct, assuming he faced no interruptions. And often, there were interruptions. Despite the difficulties and the ever-present fatigue, Arthur pressed forward. By the time King's magical enterprise was ready to officially open its doors, Arthur had completed an impressive array of magical circles, 2 fully functional Tier 3 circles, 6 finely tuned Tier 2 circles, and 11 versatile Tier 1 circles. Each one was tested, inscribed with care, and recorded in his grimoire with detailed annotations. Chapter 32, Grimoire. Third Person's POV. It was midway through July, and Arthur sat in his bedroom, surrounded by sheets of paper, pages that filled his incomplete grimoire. Nestled between his legs sat a golden and white egg. An egg Arthur had been continuously feeding magic into for the past few months. He stared down at it, thinking. Merlin said that, due to it being in suppressed incubation for so long, made to rest for years, it would need a plethora of magic to restart. I've been feeding it for months, and so far, it's only gotten warmer. I wonder how much longer I'll have to keep this up. I feel like a mother hen, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head before turning his attention back to the papers spread in front of him. First things first, the first tier magic circles I managed to create, Arthur said, refocusing as he began to study them. Tier 1 magic circles. Clean, a spell that cleans any clothes, equipment, and potentially rooms. Camouflage, the spell allows the user to change their skin color to blend in with their environment. Magic bullet, a spell that allows the user to shoot out a condensed ball made of magic. Haste, a spell that could instantly increase an individual's movement speed by about 20%. Light orb, summons a floating ball of light to illuminate dark areas. Gust, sends out a small burst of wind strong enough to blow away light debris. Whisper, sends a quiet magical message up to 10 meters away. Minor heal, gradually heals small wounds, scrapes, and bruises. Magic thread, produces a magical string that can bind or tie small objects or foes. Muffle steps, silences all movement of the user's feet. Float object, levitate a small object, under 5 pounds, a few feet off the ground. Tier 2 magic circles. Firebolt, fires a small but focused flame burst strong enough to pierce through objects and cause explosions. Wind slash, unleashes a cutting gust of wind from the caster's hand or weapon. Ice shard, launches a sharp fragment of magical ice at a target. Minor barrier, creates a small, semi-transparent shield to block light physical or magical attacks. Shock pulse, sends a burst of static electricity in a short-range area. Smoke screen, releases a puff of smoke to obscure vision. Tier 3 magic circles. Mana burst, infusing one's weapons and body with magical energy and instantly expelling it. Simply put, recreating the effect of a jet burst by expanding large amounts of magical energy. Reinforcement strengthens not only the physical material and body, but also amplifies the core and functionality. Arthur stared intently at the list in front of him, one hand resting over his mouth as his eyes scanned each line with silent concentration. His mind was deep in thought, weighing each spell and concept he had developed up to this point. I shouldn't focus on creating any new spells for the time being, he thought to himself. What I need now is to dedicate my time and energy to mastering the ones I've already created, perfecting them, refining their execution, and learning how to effectively incorporate them into my personal combat style. With a practiced wave of his hand, the loose sheets of paper responded immediately to his will, flying up into the air before aligning themselves in perfect order. They gently slid back into the pages of his book, each sheet finding its rightful place. Once the last paper was secured, the book shut itself with a quiet thud, revealing a sturdy cover adorned in rich blue and vibrant yellow, two colors that had gradually, almost unconsciously, become symbols of Arthur's evolving identity. He rose from his seated position, picking up both the thick, spell-laden book and his dragon egg that rested on his lap. Clutching them firmly in his hands, he made his way out of his room, his mind now focused on his next step. He needed towards the one person that would help him achieve this next step, Merlin. She was in her study, as usual, buried in her own magical research, her door closed but never truly unwelcoming. Arthur knocked gently, his knuckles tapping rhythmically against the wood. "Mel," he called out softly. The sound of footsteps followed by the creaking of the door opening signaled her arrival. She peered out at him with a curious expression. "What is it?" "Are you finally ready to get started?" she asked, brushing a few stray strands of hair from her face. Arthur nodded and held up the book in his hands. "I'm ready to make this official," he said. "This book holds everything, my understanding of magic, the theories I've developed, and the spells I've worked so hard to create. I want to bind it. I want it to become my true grimoire." Merlin's gaze shifted from the book to Arthur's face, and she gave a thoughtful nod. Without another word, she stepped out of the doorway, gesturing for him to follow her toward the living room. As they walked, she began to speak. "As you're already aware, the House of Leafy were masters of the black arts. They didn't merely practice magic, they bled for it, suffered for it. Their rituals were intense, often unforgiving. So binding a grimoire, especially one as personally crafted as yours, is far from a simple task." Arthur's brow furrowed. "What exactly do I need to do?" he asked, his curiosity edged with a hint of apprehension. Merlin sighed, her expression becoming serious. "To forge a true connection with your grimoire, you have to offer it more than just magic. You must link it to your very life. In short, you need to be on the verge of death." Arthur froze mid-step, blinking in disbelief. "I'm sorry, the verge of what now?" he asked, his voice sharp with concern as he turned to stare at her. "You're creating a bond between your life force and the grimoire," Merlin explained patiently. "You're not just imbuing it with power, you're making it an extension of yourself. And to do that, the ritual requires that you give over more than half of your life energy. It's dangerous, Arthur. Extremely so. Many members of the Leafy family didn't survive the process. In fact, it was one of the main reasons their numbers dwindled so rapidly, pushing their house to the brink of extinction." Arthur swallowed hard. "I see," he replied hesitantly. "So what exactly do I need to do?" Merlin reached into the folds of her robe and pulled out a small slip of parchment. She read from it slowly, clearly. "You'll need to pour your blood over the book while chanting the words, Coniungat nos sanguis meus, sit nobis magici nos jungat." Arthur quietly repeated the phrase to himself, then gave a loose translation aloud, furrowing his brow. "May my blood connect us. May our magic unite us." Merlin nodded approvingly. "Correct. Your blood acts as the medium, your magic the binding force. Together, they link your soul to the book. But let me make something very clear, under no circumstance are you allowed to fall unconscious during the ritual. You must not stop chanting. If the incantation is interrupted, the backlash will kill you. Instantly." Arthur took a moment to absorb the weight of her words. His expression grew grim, but resolute. "I'll give you a few minutes to prepare," Merlin began, but Arthur cut her off. "There's no need," he said firmly. "Let's begin now." "I'm ready." "Are you absolutely certain?" she asked, her voice low and serious. "There's no point in waiting. I've come this far," he said. "Let's just begin." Merlin studied him for a long moment before giving a single, solemn nod. She stepped aside, clearing space in the center of the room and silently preparing the area. Arthur handed her the dragon egg for safekeeping, knowing she would guard it well. Then, with deliberate care, he sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the book before him. Arthur grasped the necklace at his chest. Caliban reacted instantly, shifting in a shimmer of light and magic until it took the form of a short, gleaming dagger. He took one last breath. And then he cut. The blade slid across his wrist, clean, deliberate. Pain flared white-hot, but he didn't flinch. His blood spilled freely, thick and vibrant, pooling in his palm before dripping down onto the grimoire. It hit the cover with a soft, wet tap. Then another. Then another. At first, nothing happened. Arthur began the chant in a low, steady voice. Coniungat nos sanguis meus, sit nobis magici nos iungat. A soft blue shimmer formed around the book. He repeated the words again. Coniungat nos sanguis meus, sit nobis magici nos iungat. The shimmer deepened into a glowing aura. The blood soaked into the cover as if the book were drinking it, hungry, ancient. The golden trim lit up faintly, tracing Arthur's name in old Lafi script. Arthur's vision was sharp, focused. But with each word, each heartbeat, something inside him was dimming. The bleeding hadn't slowed. His strength was seeping into the pages, threading itself through the ink, the parchment, the binding. The book was pulling more than blood now, it was pulling life. Arthur's breath hitched. His tongue grew heavy. Con. Iungat nos, sanguis meus. His voice faltered. His hands trembled. Sweat beaded across his brow, and the candlelight began to swim in his vision as his blood continued to flow without signs of slowing. Merlin stepped forward instinctively, but he lifted a shaking hand to stop her. Sit, nobis, magici. The grimoire pulsed with radiant light now, glowing brighter with every whispered word. The pages fluttered of their own accord. A vortex of wind circled Arthur, lifting his hair, flaring the edges of his clothes, yet his body was swaying, sluggish. He could barely keep upright. His eyes rolled for a second before he forced them open again. The blood loss was catching up fast. His lips were cracked and pale now, voice reduced to a hoarse rasp. Nos. Iungat. The moment the final word left his mouth, the light of the grimoire flared blindingly bright, almost searing, before collapsing inward like a dying star. The pages snapped shut with a thud. A shockwave of silent magic surged outward in all directions, and Arthur felt it, the bond. It wasn't just a book anymore. It was his. It was alive, and it had his blood in its veins. The connection was complete. He blinked slowly, vision swaying, the world around him melting at the edges. A dull, comforting hum echoed from the book. It had accepted him. Arthur managed a tired smile as he slumped to the side. Just before the darkness overtook him, he whispered. Mel. And with that, he collapsed fully, unconscious, bloodied, pale, but alive. Merlin was at his side before his body even hit the floor, catching him gently, her expression a mix of awe and worry. You stubborn, brilliant idiot, she muttered, already beginning the healing spell. As Merlin finished the final stroke of healing magic, a soft glow faded from her fingertips. Arthur lay unconscious on the ground, his breathing slow but steady, the strain of the ritual having finally caught up with his body. She sighed quietly, brushing a damp lock of hair from his forehead. Despite everything, he had made it through. Just as she turned to gather her things, a gentle but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable, but then it repeated again. Tap. 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 Merlin looked up, her brows furrowing in curiosity. The sound was coming from the window. She crossed the room quickly, her robes trailing behind her, and paused in front of the glass panes. Perched just outside on the windowsill were 3 owls, regal and alert, their feathers slightly ruffled from travel. Each of them had a letter tied neatly around one leg. One owl, a tawny barn owl, blinked at her with intelligent eyes, while the other 2 were sleek snowy owls, one gave a soft hoot as if urging her to hurry. Merlin opened the window with care, allowing the cool morning breeze to slip into the room. The owls stepped inside without hesitation. She gently untied the letters from their legs, offering the tired birds a spot to rest and a small bowl of food conjured with a flick of her wand. They settled down with quiet gratitude. Her eyes dropped to the letters now in her hand. 2 were addressed to Arthur in elegant handwriting while one was addressed to her. The first bore the official seal of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, its emblem embossed in gold. Her eyebrows rose at the sight. Oh, then this most likely means it's finally opening day, she murmured thoughtfully. About time. Arthur's second envelope and the envelope addressed to her caught her attention even more. They were identical, the parchment was thick and creamy, and pressed into the wax seal was a crest divided into 4 equal parts, each bearing the emblem of one of Hogwarts' noble houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. A small smile tugged at her lips. Hey. Art's going to have a field day with this one, she said aloud to no one in particular. It was official. Arthur and Merlin's acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had arrived. Chapter 33, Hogwarts Letter. Third person's POV. Fudud, Arthur cried out dramatically as he shot up like the Undertaker rising from a coffin. His eyes were half-lidded, and his face looked slightly sunken from the sheer amount of blood he'd recently drawn from his body. Luckily for you, I figured this would happen, Merlin said with a smirk, gesturing toward the nearby table. So I whipped up a little something in advance, a small meal, just for you. Without hesitation, Arthur placed a hand over his chest. In an instant, a glowing blue magic circle appeared and hovered over his torso. Haste. A surge of energy ran through him, and in the blink of an eye, Arthur zoomed over to the table and began to scarf down everything in sight. His jaw moved so fast it was almost a blur, devouring the food like a starved beast. Luckily, the speed spell kept him from choking, his body perfectly synchronized to handle the rapid intake. Careful not to bite your tongue, Merlin warned, shaking her head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She watched as he vacuumed up the last of the meal like it was nothing. Within minutes, the table was cleared. Arthur leaned back, rubbing his stomach with a satisfied sigh, then collapsed against the back of his chair with a content grin. Mel, you're the best, he murmured, eyes already drooping shut as he prepared to drift into a well-earned nap. Don't get too comfortable just yet, Merlin said, her voice lilting with curiosity and mischief. Something arrived with the owls while you were unconscious. Arthur cracked open one eye, still half lost in post-meal bliss. What is it? With a grin growing on her face, Merlin reached into her robe and pulled out 2 envelopes. She held them up like a magician performing a card trick, fanning them out dramatically. Take a wild guess. Arthur blinked, his confusion vanishing the second he noticed the wax seal on the envelopes. His eyes widened with realization, and he tried to leap to his feet, only to stumble and faceplant with a dull thud. Merlin chuckled, barely holding back a laugh as Arthur sprang up again, this time like a startled meerkat. His bright blue eyes shimmered with excitement as an enormous grin spread across his face. Wait. Did they really arrive? Our Hogwarts letters. Yup, Merlin said, laughing fully now. 1 for you and 1 for me. Awesome. Arthur whooped, practically diving across the table as Merlin handed him his envelope. He jumped to his feet and began spinning in place, holding the letter above his head like a sacred relic. Do you know how long I've waited for this? Since my past life. I've always dreamed of going to Hogwarts, it's literally been a childhood dream of mine. And now it's actually happening. Merlin watched him with a fond, endearing smile as he twirled like a kid on Christmas morning. Well, she said, raising an eyebrow, are you just going to keep frolicking like a lunatic, or are you actually going to open it? Right. Sorry. Arthur repeated, practically buzzing with excitement as he tore into the envelope with shaking hands, pulling out the letter inside like it was made of gold. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme. Mugwump, International Confede of Wizards. Dear Mr. King. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. He. Arthur giggled, jumping and twirling the letter around. While Merlin had an exasperated look as she rolled her eyes. Arthur then looked back down and turned towards the other page of the letter that contained all the things he needed to buy. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, 4-day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Lita Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenios Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. 1 day, Merlin. Arthur muttered under his breath, eyes glued to the parchment listing the required books and materials for first-year students. Merlin glanced over at him with a puzzled expression, tilting her head slightly. 1 day what? She asked, watching him closely. Arthur's grip on the letter tightened just a little as he spoke, his voice quiet but resolute. 1 day, my books are going to be on this list. If they aren't, if I can't make that happen, then I've failed. That's my goal. Whether it's next year or 5 years from now, my name will be there, etched in ink. Merlin blinked, then nodded slowly with a small, approving smile. That's a noble dream to chase. She turned her attention back to her own letter, unfolding it with a little more care. Her eyes landed on the name at the top, Ms. Serm, and she gave a short, thoughtful nod before neatly folding the letter and slipping it back into her robe. Just as Arthur was still processing the moment, Merlin pulled out another envelope and offered it to him. By the way, this also came for you while you were out. It's from Gringotts. Arthur groaned dramatically, already imagining a mountain of paperwork. Please don't tell me it's more documents to sign. Don't kill the mood. Today's been incredible, I nearly died, but I got my Hogwarts letter, so the day's still a win. Despite his words, he opened the envelope and began reading. His eyes scanned the parchment quickly, and his expression shifted in real time, first wary, then curious, and finally, downright ecstatic. With a burst of energy, he jumped into the air and shouted, "Booyah!" Merlin let out an amused sigh, one hand coming up to her face. I'm guessing it's good news. Oh, it's beyond good, Arthur said with a wide grin as he waved the letter dramatically in front of her. It's from Goberk. He's letting me know that King's magical enterprise is officially up and running. Grand opening is in a week. He called it a friendly warning to get ready, speech, outfit, all that jazz, since even the Daily Prophet will be present. He let out a content sigh, folding the letter and slipping it into his pocket. Then, with a softer smile, he looked at Merlin. Shall we go tell the Flammels? I'd like them to know. Merlin's expression warmed as she nodded. If that's what you want, let's go. A short while later, Arthur and Merlin arrived at the Flammels' quaint home. At this point, Arthur had become so close to them that knocking first felt unnecessary. It was more of a second home now. He swung the door open with a flourish and stepped inside with barely contained energy. In the living room, Nicholas and Penny Flammel were relaxing peacefully. Penny was knitting, while Nick was lazily flipping through a book with one hand and sipping tea with the other. Upon noticing the arrival of their young guests, both Flammels turned with bright smiles. Well, look who it is, Nick said warmly. Welcome back, dears, Penny chimed in. Arthur beamed as he practically skipped into the room, Merlin following closely behind. The elder couple immediately noticed the spark in Arthur's demeanor. He was practically radiating joy. Something good happen, Art? Penny asked, raising an eyebrow. You're bouncing around more than usual, and that's saying something. It sure did, Grandma Penny. Arthur declared with a nod so enthusiastic it looked like his head might fall off. Penny's expression softened at the nickname. What had begun as a silly joke died to her doting nature now held genuine affection. It warmed her heart every time she heard it. Arthur reached into his pocket, pulled out his Hogwarts letter with a flourish, and held it up proudly. Merlin and I finally got accepted into Hogwarts. Penny's face lit up like the sun. Finally, she exclaimed before crossing the room and pulling them both into a tight, warm hug. I know how much this meant to you. I'm so happy for you too. Thanks. Arthur murmured, cheeks turning red from embarrassment. Nick, setting his tea aside, asked with a smile, so, shall we help you get everything on the list? Could be a fun outing for all of us. Penny's face lit up even more, if that was possible. That's a wonderful idea, Nicholas. Probably the best one you've had in a long time. Nick feigned offense, leaning back with a hand on his chest. Hey now, I have plenty of good ideas. Before the playful argument could continue, Arthur stepped in, voice filled with pride. Actually, there's one more thing. My business, the one I've been working on, is about to open. Grand opening is next week, and I'd really like for you both to come. Nick furrowed his brow. Business? What business? Penny was also looking confused now, exchanging glances with her husband. Arthur scratched the back of his neck, suddenly realizing he might have forgotten a small detail. Wait, did I not tell you? I swore I did. I've been working with Gringotts. It's called King's Magical Enterprise. Official grand opening is next week. There was a beat of stunned silence. Both Flammels just blinked at him, trying to determine if this was some kind of elaborate prank. What? They finally shouted in unison. Arthur flinched, shrinking slightly as he flashed them a sheepish grin. Surprise. Chapter 34, Early Shopping. Third person's POV. The next day, Arthur decided to tackle the shopping list he had been given. He wanted to enjoy the trip to Diagon Alley with the Flammels, something Penny was more than happy to join in on. The replies were already sent out, right? Arthur asked Merlin as they made their way to meet the Flammels. Yes, Art, Merlin said with an exasperated tone. Ours was probably the first one to come back. Besides, aren't you being a little impatient? We still have all of this month and the next to send a reply. Same with the shopping, we literally have 2 months. Arthur rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment as they climbed the steps to the Flammels' home. I just want to study all the books I'm going to be buying. I want to be prepared, that's all. Merlin rolled her eyes as they entered the house. Arthur, Merlin, Nicholas, and Pernelly wandered the hidden wizarding world that was Diagon Alley. Arthur and Pernelly were walking ahead, both buzzing with excitement like children who couldn't contain themselves. Meanwhile, Nicholas and Merlin lingered at the back, exchanging sympathetic looks with each other, clearly used to this sort of energy. All right, Pernelly said, her eyes sparkling with rare enthusiasm. First things first, let's get you two fitted for your robes and all the clothing you'll need for your term. Pernelly led them toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Welcome, dear customers. What can I do for you today? Madame Malkin, a small witch with a pleasant smile, greeted them warmly. We're here for some early shopping, they need fittings for their school robes, Pernelly said, motioning toward Arthur and Merlin. Madame Malkin blinked when she got a good look at them, slightly caught off guard by how cute the pair were, especially Merlin with her unusual silver-white hair. Ah, yes, Hogwarts letters have gone out now, haven't they? Very well, come along, follow me to the back, Madame Malkin said, quickly collecting herself. Arthur and Merlin were soon standing on stools as long robes were dropped over them. Madame Malkin expertly pinned and measured them, working quickly and efficiently. Before they knew it, the process was done. Well, that went by rather quickly. Pernelly said, sounding slightly disappointed. I wanted them to at least put you two in some cute outfits, she pouted. I'm honestly glad they didn't, Merlin scoffed. I wouldn't have minded either way, Arthur shrugged with a faint smile. Now Nicholas took the lead, while Arthur and Pernelly trailed a few steps behind. He led them to Flourish and Blots, and when they entered, they were greeted by shelves that seemed to stretch on forever. It was more a maze than a bookstore. Soon, Arthur and Merlin were carrying towering stacks of books, though Pernelly and Nicholas helped lighten the load by carrying a few themselves. As Arthur rounded a corner, he accidentally bumped into someone carrying a large stack of books. Arthur barely staggered, but the other person wasn't so lucky. Oof, the girl exclaimed as her books scattered everywhere. Sorry about that, are you all right? Arthur asked, slightly wide-eyed when he recognized who it was. She had bushy brown hair that seemed to fly in every direction and two slightly prominent front teeth. It was none other than Hermione Granger. I'm all right. I should be the one apologizing, Hermione said, wincing slightly. When she opened her eyes after the impact, she froze. Arthur was crouched down beside her, smiling pleasantly. Here, let me help you, Arthur said as he set down his own stack of books and began gathering hers from the floor. Thanks, Hermione stuttered out, her cheeks tinged pink with embarrassment. Arthur offered her a kind smile as he gathered the fallen books, stacking them neatly in his arms. He let out a small hum of amusement as he glanced at the covers. Seems like you're getting a head start too, he said conversationally. These books look almost exactly like the ones I'm picking up. Decided to get some early shopping done. Why yes, Hermione answered with another small stammer. She quickly scrambled to her feet, brushing her robes off before looking up at Arthur, her brown eyes sparkling with excitement. I just found out about the wizarding world yesterday. I wanted to learn everything I could before school starts, she blurted out, unable to hide her enthusiasm. Before Arthur could reply, a concerned voice echoed from behind the towering shelves. Hermione dear, please stop wandering off on your own, a woman's voice called, sounding both worried and faintly amused. This place is an absolute maze. Arthur turned to see a couple rounding the corner, an elegant-looking woman and a man with a kind smile, each balancing their own precarious pile of books. He immediately pieced it together, Hermione's parents. As their eyes fell on the scene of scattered books and their daughter flushed with embarrassment, Mr. Granger gave a sheepish chuckle. I'm terribly sorry if our daughter caused you any trouble, he said apologetically, shifting his books into one hand to offer the other. She can get a little overzealous when it comes to learning new things. Hermione huffed indignantly, shooting her parents an embarrassed glare that only made her look even younger. Meanwhile, behind Arthur, Nicholas and Pernelly Flammels were exchanging amused glances with the Grangers, trading polite conversation about how easy it was to get lost in Flourish and Blots. As the adults spoke, Hermione's gaze shifted curiously towards Merlin. Her eyes widened slightly as she caught sight of Merlin's striking silver-white hair that shimmered almost unnaturally under the warm shop lighting. Without thinking, she blurted out, "Why is your hair that color?" in her crisp English accent. Merlin immediately narrowed her eyes, drawing herself up with a scoffing expression. "Why are your teeth?" she began in a cutting tone, before Arthur, anticipating disaster, clapped a hand firmly over her mouth. "A genetic mutation," Arthur said quickly, offering Hermione a polite and slightly strained smile. "She was born with it. Just something unique." Merlin gave Arthur an unimpressed side-eye glare but didn't resist. Arthur, meanwhile, shot her a pointed, warning look that practically screamed behave. Hermione tilted her head thoughtfully, staring at Merlin's hair again before giving a slow, genuine nod. "It's very beautiful," she said seriously. Merlin blinked, clearly caught off guard. As Arthur slowly removed his hand from her mouth, she straightened up proudly, flashing a small, almost regal smile. "Thank you," she said simply, her tone far more gracious now. A moment later, Hermione turned back toward her parents and said urgently, "We should get moving. We still have a lot to do." "Just a moment, darling," Mrs. Granger sighed, already used to her daughter's single-mindedness. Mr. Granger fished a slightly crumpled sheet of parchment out of his jacket pocket, peering at the list written in neat handwriting. "If you don't mind," he said, turning toward the Flammels with a polite smile, "could you help us with directions? We're trying to find this shop, Mr. Ollivander, makers of fine wands, since 382 BC, I believe." As Nicholas and Pernelli happily started giving detailed directions, Arthur took the opportunity to properly introduce himself. "I don't think we've been formally introduced," he said warmly, extending a hand. "Arthur King." Hermione gave a brilliant smile, her earlier embarrassment forgotten, and shook his hand enthusiastically. "Hermione Granger," she said proudly. "Merlin Sir," Merlin said shortly, folding her arms and giving a slight nod rather than offering her hand. With introductions out of the way, Mrs. Granger gently tugged at Hermione's sleeve. "Come on now, Hermione, we have a schedule to keep." Hermione frowned in thought, stubbornly planting her feet. "Just a bit longer," she insisted with a determined expression. "I want to pick up a few more books first." Her parents shared an exasperated glance but relented with a sigh. "All right, but don't wander too far." After exchanging a few more polite goodbyes, the Grangers disappeared with Hermione back into the winding maze of bookshelves, Hermione already launching into a rapid monologue about the next books she needed. Arthur and the Flammels headed toward the front counter to check out. Arthur shifted his arms awkwardly, balancing the heavy load of books as he moved. As they walked, Merlin elbowed Arthur sharply in the ribs, making him stumble slightly. "Genetic mutation, your face," she muttered under her breath, clearly still salty about his earlier interference. Arthur grimaced dramatically but couldn't help the breathless chuckle that escaped him. "Ugh, give me a break," he groaned, setting the books down on the counter alongside her. Merlin leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice into a mischievous whisper. "So," she purred, her eyes sparkling with amusement, "how did it feel to meet your childhood crush?" Arthur's ears turned a vivid shade of red almost instantly, and he shot her a scandalized glare. Merlin covered her mouth to muffle a delighted giggle, absolutely reveling in his flustered state. "For the record," Arthur muttered defensively, turning to help the clerk sort the books, "Emma Watson was everyone's first childhood crush. It's not just me." Merlin only laughed harder, poking him again as Arthur groaned in mortified resignation. It was going to be a very long shopping trip. Chapter 35, Owls and Wands. Third person's POV. After their trip to Flourish and Blots, Arthur and Merlin strolled leisurely down the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. Just a few paces behind them, the Flammels, Nicholas and Pernelli, followed, taking in the magical sights and vibrant atmosphere that surrounded them. "Have either of you decided where we're heading next?" Nicholas asked, his eyes scanning the shopfronts with interest. All around them, wizards, witches, hags, and warlocks bustled about, darting in and out of shops, bartering over cauldrons, and chatting animatedly over their purchases. The street buzzed with life, glowing signs, and the occasional puff of smoke or spell spark flickering in the air. As they passed one shop, Merlin abruptly paused. Her gaze had locked onto the storefront of Elop's Owl Emporium, where the words were etched in elegant golden lettering across the window. Behind the glass, dozens of owls sat perched on various cages, some ruffled their feathers, others hooted softly or dozed peacefully, nestled into themselves. There were snowy owls, barn owls, tawny owls, and even exotic ones with iridescent plumage from distant corners of the magical world. Merlin stared quietly, a pensive look overtaking her usually sharp features. Before she could say anything, Arthur glanced at her, noticed the way she was staring, and without a word, grabbed her hand and marched her into the shop. Pernelli followed closely behind, a curious smile on her lips. "Wah! Arthur!" Merlin yelped, startled as she was pulled forward by his sudden determination. Arthur looked over his shoulder and grinned. "You were staring, so I figured you were interested. Come on, you want an owl, right?" "I suppose I was thinking about it," Merlin admitted, her voice trailing off. "But that doesn't mean I was planning on getting one right this second." Arthur blinked at her like she'd said something ridiculous. "Why are you being shy about it? You're acting weird." Merlin's eye twitched. "Arthur," she said in a low, warning tone, "you have this very special talent for making me want to punch you." "How is that my fault?" he retorted with a scoff, guiding her further inside. "You're the one acting all mysterious over an owl." Inside, the air was filled with the distinct sounds of fluttering wings and soft, rhythmic hoots. Dozens, if not hundreds, of cages hung from the ceiling and lined the walls, each holding a unique owl. Their feathers shimmered in shades of white, gold, brown, and even deep purples and greens. Every one of them seemed to have its own personality, watching curiously or preening under the gentle glow of enchanted lanterns. Go on, pick one, Arthur encouraged with a playful nudge. I'd get one myself, but I already have Cosmo with me. He pouted, kicking idly at the air and shoving his hands into his pockets. Stupid rule about only bringing one animal. If it were up to me, I'd bring 10. Merlin raised an eyebrow and smirked. And it's because of people like you that the rule exists. They walked slowly through the aisles, taking in the owls one by one. Arthur's eyes lit up each time they passed a particularly majestic bird, but each time he sighed dramatically and resisted the urge to take one home. Merlin glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, stifling a chuckle at how genuinely tortured he looked. She caught Pernelli also watching him with mild amusement. Want to help me choose one? Merlin asked, casting a side glance at him with a faint smile. Arthur stopped mid-step and turned to her. Are you serious? She nodded with a light roll of her eyes. We'll both be using the owl anyway. It'll be our joint companion. Arthur's lips parted slightly in disbelief before curling into a wide, hopeful smile. His eyes sparkled with childlike excitement. Really? Merlin gave him a long look before finally nodding again. Yes, really. His grin grew even wider as he practically bounced in place. Without another word, he took off toward a nearby perch and began pointing at owls excitedly, rattling off pros and cons with such enthusiasm that Merlin couldn't help but laugh under her breath. Merlin soon stepped out of the shop, cradling the cage of a majestic great horned owl in her arms. The owl's distinctive feather tufts, resembling prominent horns or ears, gave it a regal appearance. Its plumage was a striking blend of white, charcoal, and ashen gray, with feathers so fine they looked almost dusted in frost. The owl's half-lidded golden eyes, heavy with what appeared to be disinterest or perhaps judgment, scanned its new surroundings with slow, calculated turns. Have you two decided on a name yet? Pernelli asked, peering at the bird with gentle fascination. Arthur glanced toward Merlin before speaking. Even though we'll both be using it, I think you should have the honor of naming it, Mel. Merlin arched a brow, amused. Why would I name it Mel? Not exactly an inspiring name for an owl, she teased with a sly smirk. Arthur gave her a blank look, unamused. You know what I meant. She chuckled, tapping her chin in mock thought before suddenly exclaiming, horny. A stunned silence fell. No, both Pernelli and Nicholas shouted in perfect unison, their eyes wide in alarm. Merlin tilted her head and blinked innocently at them, putting on her best expression of naive confusion. What? It has adorable little horn-like tufts. It's appropriate. You'll understand, and thank us, when you're older, Nicholas said stiffly, clearing his throat. For now, just, please choose another name. Fine, Merlin sighed with exaggerated disappointment, dramatically looking off into the distance. Her pouting expression quickly gave way to a mischievous grin that spread slowly across her face. Arthur caught sight of her devilish smile and had to press a hand over his mouth to stifle a laugh. I'll name him Mercury, she finally announced. Arthur blinked. After the Roman god. Merlin gave him a look of incredulity. No, after the metal. Or maybe the planet, obviously the god, Arthur, she replied with dry sarcasm. That was uncalled for, Arthur muttered with a small pout, pretending to be hurt. Behind them, the Flamel couple exchanged a glance of relief and chuckled softly. So, where to next? Pernelli asked, watching the two young magicians bicker with fond amusement. Ollivanders. Arthur declared with glee, practically bouncing on his feet. Although he didn't require a wand, his grimoire handled most of his magical needs, he still couldn't resist the idea. There was something thrilling, almost romantic, about owning a wand. It was part of the full wizarding experience, and he wasn't about to skip it. The group made their way through the bustling street until they arrived in front of the quaint, crooked storefront of Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The moment Arthur stepped inside, he was struck by the atmosphere. The narrow shop was dusty and dim, but it radiated a quiet power. Wand boxes towered in haphazard stacks that seemed to defy gravity, reaching up toward the shadowy ceiling. Welcome, welcome, a frail, energetic voice greeted them. An elderly man stepped forward from the back room, his silvery eyes brightening the moment he saw Arthur and Merlin. New faces. Always a joy. But you too. I can feel something quite special about you both. Ollivander's gaze narrowed slightly as he studied them. Years of crafting wands had honed a keen intuition within him. He had seen many witches and wizards in his time, but there was something different about these two. Before the Flamels or Ollivander could inquire, Merlin raised a hand politely. Sorry, I already have a wand. It's a family heirloom. Ah, Ollivander nodded with a wistful smile. A shame, but a treasured wand is worth holding on to. He turned toward Arthur. Then that means you are my customer today. Seems so, Arthur said, stepping forward with eager energy. Excellent. Let's begin. Stand here, arms out, please. As Arthur extended his arms, Ollivander bustled around him with a measuring tape that moved as if alive, taking precise measurements of his arms, fingers, and even the space between his eyes. You're oddly muscular for your age, Ollivander noted with mild surprise. I work out, Arthur replied casually, keeping it simple. Very well, Ollivander said, turning toward a row of wand boxes. I think I have just the thing. As the old wand maker moved to retrieve a wand, a sudden thought sparked within Arthur's mind, mischievous and curious. I wonder what would happen. He released a subtle thread of his magical energy into the room. Instantly, the entire shop reacted. A low hum filled the air as wand boxes began to tremble. The vibrations grew more intense until, with a thunderous rustle, every wand in the store launched from its shelf and soared into the air. What in Merlin's name? Ollivander ducked as dozens of wands shot past him, swirling toward Arthur in a storm of wood and magic. Wands of all lengths, cores, and wood spun rapidly around Arthur, creating a cyclone of enchanted instruments. They twisted and twirled like leaves caught in a whirlwind, forming a glowing spiral with Arthur at the epicenter. The others watched in stunned silence. Inside the vortex, Arthur's eyes gleamed with awe and quiet reverence. He could feel the longing of each wand, each one buzzing, humming with energy, as if begging to be chosen. They recognized him. They weren't just reacting to his magic. They were reacting to his presence, his potential. They wanted to be wielded by a king. Chapter 36, Which one to choose? Third person's POV. By Merlin's beard. Ollivander muttered under his breath, utterly mystified by the sight before him. Arthur stood motionless, encased in a swirling pillar of wands, dozens of them, all levitating in perfect harmony as they rotated slowly around him like planets orbiting a sun. Each wand seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, humming with suppressed magic as if eager to be chosen. Merlin's eyebrow twitched in mild irritation at the invocation of her name, but she said nothing. So which one am I supposed to pick up exactly? Arthur asked, scratching his cheek with an awkward chuckle. Despite the strange situation, a wide, almost boyish grin stretched across his face. He was clearly enjoying the moment more than he was confused by it. Ollivander was nearly speechless. Whichever one calls to you, I suppose. He said slowly, his eyes wide. In all my years, and I have lived through many, I have never witnessed a phenomenon quite like this. It's magnificent. Extraordinary. Never before has a wizard been met with the acceptance of all the wands at once. This is unprecedented. As far as my records and memory can tell, such an event has never occurred in our history. He began to circle Arthur, his hands clasped behind his back, examining him with the kind of intensity one might reserve for a once-in-a-lifetime artifact. The rule has always been, the wand chooses the wizard, never the other way around. But you might be the exception. It's possible that for you, it's reversed, the wand doesn't choose you, you choose the wand. Nicholas and Pernelli Flammel exchanged wary glances nearby. While they hadn't predicted this exact outcome, they had strongly suspected something out of the ordinary would happen, given Arthur's uncanny nature and the many unusual events that followed him. Ollivander placed a thoughtful hand beneath his chin, tapping it slowly. My best advice, and I mean this sincerely, is to feel. Reach out with your instincts. Let your soul guide you. A wand is not just a tool, it is a lifelong partner. It must resonate with your very essence. Arthur slowly turned his head, eyes narrowing as he studied the many wands spinning around him like a carousel of destiny. Each one was different, in wood, length, core, and aura, yet each seemed equally welcoming. He extended his hand and let one wand drift into his palm. Blackthorn, unicorn tail hair, 9 inches, Ollivander said immediately, his voice automatic with practiced precision. Arthur gave it a casual wave. A bright burst of light exploded from the tip with a dazzling flare, illuminating the room for a second. Then, quietly, he shook his head and said, "No. I'm sorry." He returned the wand carefully back into its vacant orbit. He reached out for another. Applewood, Thunderbird tail feather, 11.5 inches, Ollivander identified again, eyes gleaming. Arthur tested it with a flick. A bolt of lightning shot from the wand like a cracking whip, scorching the floor before fading into smoke. You're powerful, no doubt, but not the right one for me, Arthur said, sounding almost apologetic as he slotted it back into its revolving place. We're going to be here for a while, aren't we? He sighed with a resigned smile. Arthur, Merlin called out suddenly. Third row. 5 o'clock. Without hesitation, Arthur's hand shot out toward the direction she indicated. A wand floated down to him, elegant and unique. It was a healthy golden brown in color, with dark black roots spiraling delicately up its length, merging at the tip in a perfect spiral. Ollivander stepped forward, mouth slightly open, but Arthur beat him to it. With a graceful motion, he swung the wand. Blue roses, vivid and ethereal, blossomed into existence, raining gently around him like petals in a dream. The entire chamber was cast into a surreal, almost sacred beauty, like something captured in an enchanted painting, or perhaps something that could inspire one. The deep blue of the petals contrasted brilliantly with Arthur's equally striking blue eyes. He raised his hand, letting a few petals fall onto his palm, their softness carrying a certain sense of peace. With another wave, the petals swirled around him, converging into a single long-stemmed rose, glowing faintly with residual magic. He turned toward Merlin and extended it out with a smirk. "For you," he said smoothly. Merlin rolled her eyes, a smirk playing at the corner of her lips. Holding her owl cage in one hand, she gave a playful curtsy by picking up the hem of her dress with the other. "Thank you," she teased as she accepted the enchanted rose. Arthur stared down at the wand still in his hand, curiosity lighting his features. "I like this one." "What is it?" Ollivander's eyes lit up with reverence as he began to explain. "That, my dear boy, is made of English oak, 13.5 inches in length. A wand made for good times and bad, steadfast and loyal as the wizard who earns it. Wands of English oak are rare and demand partners of immense strength, courage, and fidelity." He paused, studying Arthur carefully. Owners of such wands often possess deep intuition and an affinity for the natural world, its creatures, its plants, and the magic that connects all things. The oak tree is known as the king of the forest, and its wood must be collected only between the winter and summer solstices, a sacred rule respected by wand crafters for generations. Arthur blinked in pleasant surprise. My birthday's not long after the winter solstice. That's actually kind of perfect, he thought, smiling. Ollivander nodded as if reading his thoughts. The fact that you feel comfortable wielding a wand made of English oak speaks volumes about who you are, or who you're destined to become. Arthur turned slightly bashful at the praise, rubbing the back of his neck, but his moment of modesty didn't last. His expression shifted when he noticed a flicker of something change in Ollivander's eyes, subtle but clear. A shadow of concern. It was a look both Nicholas and Pernelli picked up on immediately. "What's wrong?" Nicholas asked, his brows knitting with concern. Ollivander let out a long, thoughtful sigh, his brows knitting together as he glanced at Arthur's wand with a conflicted expression. "It is not the wood that gives me pause," he began, his voice dropping ever so slightly, "but rather, the core. It's crafted from thestral tail hair." Arthur froze. His gaze lowered to the wand resting in his hand, the warmth it had offered moments ago suddenly feeling heavier, weightier with meaning. "Thestrals?" Pernelli asked in a hushed voice, worry creeping into her tone. "Aren't they?" Ollivander nodded solemnly, confirming her concern without needing to elaborate. "Yes. Thestrals are magical creatures that can only be seen by those who have witnessed death firsthand. Their tail hair has long been regarded as one of the rarest and most difficult substances to use in wand making. Exceptionally powerful, yes, but notoriously temperamental. Such a core does not simply bond, it demands understanding. Acceptance. Only a witch or wizard who has truly come to terms with death can master a wand with a thestral core." The silence that followed was heavy and profound. More than that, Ollivander continued, his eyes never leaving Arthur, these wands often carry deep ties to the themes of mortality, loss, grief, acceptance. They are chosen by individuals who have lived through those truths and carry the weight of them still. It speaks of someone who has either experienced death in a profound way, or who understands it on a level beyond most. All eyes turned toward Arthur. He stared quietly at the wand in his hands, a small, sad smile tugging at his lips. There was no fear in his eyes, only contemplation. Reflection. It must be because of my reincarnation, or... He began to think, but the second possibility clawed at the back of his mind like a shadow. He didn't let himself finish the thought. "Art." Pernelli called gently, while Nicholas echoed her a second later. Both of them had caught something, just for a flicker of a moment, in his expression. A glint of pain, a distant sorrow, something heavy for someone so young to bear. But Arthur only gave them a smile, soft and sincere. He shook his head with a calm reassurance, burying the moment behind a practiced composure. "Bit of a heavy-handed metaphor for a wand, huh?" he said with a laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Still, I'm happy with it. I'm ready to make my purchase." Ollivander studied him for a moment longer, then nodded, the lines of concern still visible around his eyes. "Very well, young man. If you are truly certain, I shall see to the final preparations." Moments later, Arthur exited the shop with his wand tucked neatly in its box, a satisfied grin plastered across his face. He walked with a confident spring in his step, clearly overjoyed despite the gravity of what had just transpired. Behind him, the Flamels followed a touch more slowly, both glancing at each other with lingering worry. Merlin kept pace at Arthur's side, twirling the vibrant blue rose he had gifted her earlier between her fingers. Before the flower was adorned her hair, tucked just behind her ear, a splash of color that blended beautifully with her silver hair. After a pause, Arthur turned to her with curiosity in his eyes. "Say, Merlin," he began, "did King Arthur, The original one, wield a wand like mine. Merlin gave a faint smirk at the question, her fingers brushing the rose absently. Yes and no, she answered, her tone calm and matter-of-fact. His wand was also crafted from English oak, but the core was dragon heartstring. Quite the fiery one, in both wand and wielder. My first wand was also made out of English oak. Arthur's eyebrows shot up in amusement. Really? Well, by Merlin's hairy chin, what a coincidence. At that, Merlin's smile dropped like a rock. She turned her head slowly, violet eyes narrowing in clear warning. Don't start, she said coldly. We are not making that a thing. Arthur burst into laughter, already imagining how infuriated she'd get each time he used it. Oh, I think I just found the perfect counter for whenever you prank or tease me. It's poetic justice, really. I swear, Arthur, Merlin muttered darkly, though a tinge of red crept up her cheeks. Just because I love you doesn't mean I won't beat you black and blue if you keep this up. Need I remind you, I'm still the one training you. Arthur dramatically placed a hand on his chest and exclaimed, by Merlin's hairy legs, I'd best tread carefully then. Then he roared with laughter at her expression, completely unrepentant. Merlin stopped mid-step and slowly turned on her heel, eyes gleaming dangerously. She handed the owl cage over to Nicholas with an unsettlingly calm smile. Nick, would you mind holding Mercury for just a moment? Nicholas blinked. Sure. Before Arthur could even process what was happening, Merlin's expression changed. The teasing was gone. Her pupils narrowed like a predator's as she sprinted after him with the fury of a woman who had been pushed just an inch too far. I'll show you who has hairy legs, she shouted, charging at him. I'm sorry. Arthur screamed as he bolted down the cobbled street, eyes wide in terror, memories of her intense training sessions flashing before him like a war veteran reliving trauma. He dodged past a group of startled shoppers, nearly tripping over his own feet in his desperation to escape. Nicholas and Pernelli simply stood there, blinking in stunned silence. Nicholas glanced down at the owl cage in his hands, then looked at Pernelli. She turned to meet his gaze with an expression that perfectly mirrored his own. Complete and utter bewilderment. Chapter 37, Grimoire and Wands. Third person's POV. Arriving back home, Arthur stumbled through the front door with a face that looked like it had gone 3 rounds with a troll and lost each one. His lip was swollen to the size of a small apple, and a purpling bruise bloomed across one cheek. Behind him, Merlin followed closely, a look of indifference plastered on her face as she carried Mercury's cage and the bags they'd lugged back from Diagon Alley. I said I was sorry. Arthur muttered through puffy lips, the words coming out thick and slurred, sounding more like gibberish than a proper apology. Merlin rolled her eyes with a dramatic sigh. Oh, stop being so overdramatic. I didn't even hit you that hard, she said matter-of-factly, placing Mercury's cage gently on the table and setting the rest of their things down without a second glance at Arthur. Arthur slowly turned his head toward her, the motion stiff and exaggerated due to his injuries. The expression was purely comical. But Merlin just rolled her eyes again and, with a casual flick of her fingers, cast a quick healing charm. A violet light washed over Arthur's face, and within seconds, the swelling receded, the bruises faded, and his expression returned to its usual slightly smug handsomeness. He sighed in relief and rubbed his jaw, then he slowly pulled out his wand, admiring the weight and balance in his hand. There was something satisfying about the way it rested against his palm, almost like it was made just for him. But as he stared at it, an overwhelming urge welled up inside him. Don't, Merlin said flatly, not even looking up. Arthur blinked. What? I didn't even say anything. Merlin finally turned to face him, her expression unreadable. You were about to shout the killing curse like a lunatic and start waving your wand around. I could feel it. Arthur's face flushed crimson. He turned away and pouted slightly. No, I wasn't. You can't prove anything. Arthur said, holding his wand protectively as Merlin extended out her hand for Arthur to hand out his wand. Arthur. It to take out the tracking spell that's on it, Merlin said, her eyebrows twitching. Oh, right, he mumbled, sheepishly placing the wand in her hand while avoiding eye contact. Once he got the wand back, he held it up triumphantly. I'm going to test it out, he declared. Along with my grimoire. With all the excitement yesterday from getting my Hogwarts letter, I completely forgot to actually test it. Not before you put away all your things, Merlin said, pointing toward the heap of bags that still sat around them. Oh right, sorry, he said apologetically before getting to work without much complaining. Once he was done, Arthur stood outside in the backyard with Merlin at his side. The air was crisp, and a breeze tugged gently at his robes. His grimoire hovered beside him, suspended midair by an invisible force, its pages fluttering as if eager to assist. All right, Arthur said, rubbing his hands together. Let's see what this baby can do, starting without the wand. He extended his gloved hands forward, focusing. With barely a thought, the grimoire pulsed with a glow, and the pages turned rapidly, flipping to the spell he had in mind. A moment later, a brilliant tier, 2 magic circle materialized in front of his hand, etched with glowing runes and geometric patterns that shimmered like frost in moonlight. Snowflakes began to drift lazily around them as the temperature dropped. Then, with a subtle flick of his wrist, jagged icicles formed in his palm, and with a burst of concentrated force, they launched forward in a shotgun blast of cold energy. The shards embedded themselves into the earth, forming an arc that sparkled with crystalline precision. Frost spread from the impact, spidering across the grass and freezing the humid air. The ground hissed beneath his feet, and delicate snowflakes still danced lazily around them. Arthur observed the aftermath with keen eyes. "I see," he said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "The grimoire does 3 main things. It takes care of visualization, increases casting speed, and stabilizes the power output. It uses the minimum magic required for the spell to work properly. If I want more destructive force, that's something I have to contribute myself." Noted. He paced slowly, speaking his thoughts aloud. "The grimoire adapts based on my understanding of the spell. It doesn't just copy the spell mechanically, it stores the conceptual framework I hold for it. That means the more I learn, the stronger and more refined the spell becomes within the grimoire. I still direct the spell, it doesn't cast itself. But it definitely gives me a head start." "Why are you narrating your thoughts?" Merlin asked with a raised eyebrow. "It helps me remember," Arthur said, completely unfazed. "If I hear it out loud, it reinforces the concepts in my memory. And if I forget something later, maybe I can jog my memory by revisiting what I said." He looked down at his gloved hands again. "Now then. When I reach a new understanding of a spell, the pages update automatically. The grimoire also solves one of my biggest issues, mastery. Even if it doesn't provide full mastery immediately, it gives me a functional, stable starting point. That's leagues ahead of the trial and error approach." Arthur paused and clenched his fist lightly. "It bypasses the clumsy, unstable phase of new spellcasting. That gives me a huge tactical advantage. All I need to do now is integrate those spells into my style and refine them with repetition. Honestly, that's not something I mind at all." With a soft hum of satisfaction, Arthur turned to his grimoire. It hovered beside him like a loyal companion. He placed his palm gently on an open page filled with diagrams and arcane script. He didn't say anything this time. Words weren't necessary. The connection between him and the grimoire was enough. A proud, confident smile curled on his lips as the wind gently rustled the pages, as if the book itself was acknowledging him in return. Arthur then reached for his wand and held it at the ready, a mischievous smirk creeping onto his face. Without warning, he suddenly shouted like an absolute lunatic, "Avada!" Before he could even finish, Merlin struck him upside the head with a force only she could manage. The impact created a loud, resounding smack that echoed across the field like a thunderclap. "Ack!" Arthur yelped, immediately crouching down and clutching the back of his head, his face contorting in pain. "I'm sorry. I really wasn't going to do it, you know." Merlin's glare could have frozen fire. It was colder than the icicle shards still embedded in the earth from his earlier spell. She didn't say a word, but the look in her eyes was enough to make even a dragon think twice. Arthur whimpered, tears pricking at the corners of his eyes as he rubbed the sore spot on his head. He pouted slightly, clearly trying to elicit some sympathy, then straightened his hair with a small huff of indignation. "I'll be serious now," he muttered, sulking a bit but clearly trying to recover his dignity. Taking a deep breath, he sighed and stared intently at his wand. His expression sharpened into a look of focus and determination. He channeled his magic from within, letting it surge through him, and concentrated it into the wand. A flicker of bluish energy sparked to life at the tip. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a streaming bolt of magic. The raw magical energy erupted like a beam of force. As Arthur waved his wand, the stream ripped through the ground in front of him. Dirt and grass exploded in all directions as the focused wave of power carved a trail forward. When the stream finally struck a tree in the distance, the impact was immediate and violent. The concussive force split the tree clean in half, sending it toppling over with a loud crash. That was disappointing. Arthur muttered, frowning slightly as he observed the aftermath. "How so?" Merlin asked, raising an eyebrow with genuine curiosity. Arthur turned to her with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. "It didn't really do anything special. All the wand did was focus the direction and aim of the magic. I mean, that's useful and all, but I was kind of expecting more." He paused, then his eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. "Wait," he said, excitement bubbling in his voice. "I've got an idea." He held his wand at the ready once more, but this time, he gripped his wand wrist with his free hand, steadying it with deliberate intent. "This spell's a bit draining and tricky to pull off, but it should work." He whispered under his breath, closing his eyes to concentrate. Deep within him, Arthur's magical circuits flared to life. Brilliant blue light surged beneath his skin, illuminating intricate zigzagging paths like glowing veins of energy. The circuits ignited in synchronized rhythm with his breath, flowing outward from his core and extending all the way to his wand. As the energy reached the wand, the same glowing patterns spread across its surface, etching themselves into the very fibers of the wood. Three-tier spell magic, reinforcement, he intoned softly, the words laced with power. The magical circuits became stitched into the wand itself, embedding into its essence as they began to burn with Arthur's raw magical energy. His reinforcement magic wasn't just enhancing the wand's exterior, it was delving into its very nature, amplifying it on a fundamental level. Arthur's magic didn't simply strengthen the material, it awakened potential. The wand, now elevated beyond its original design, shimmered faintly with power. Then, without warning, a radiant flash of light burst from its tip, illuminating Arthur's surroundings like a brilliant flare. The sheer force of it seemed to silence the wind itself. Arthur slowly opened his eyes, now glowing with an ethereal blue hue, radiant and piercing. The very air around him trembled. He raised the wand, steadying his stance with quiet confidence. The tip sparked once, then erupted. A torrent of raw magic blasted forth from the wand, shrieking like a hurricane made of lightning. The spell screamed through the air in a concentrated beam of incandescent energy. It carved a blistering, steaming trail across the field, the ground beneath it instantly superheated. Grass burnt and black, soil turned black and cracked. The friction between the air and the beam caused many shock waves that rippled outward in concussive blasts. Everything in its path burned. Trees exploded into splinters. Stones cracked and shattered. The trail it left behind hissed and sizzled, smoke rising in coiling tendrils as though the very world recoiled from its touch. The sheer recoil of the spell sent Arthur skidding backward. Ugh, he grunted, digging his heels into the earth, leaving twin gouges in the dirt as he fought against the backlash. Dust and debris flew around him in a whirlwind as he leaned into the force, gripping his wand tightly with both hands to keep from being thrown. Only when the energy finally died down did silence return, save for the crackling embers and the distant creaking of scorched trees tipping over. Arthur exhaled slowly, his eyes still glowing but dimming slightly, and looked down at his wand, no longer just a tool, but a true extension of himself. That was incredible, he said softly, a trace of awe in his voice. Then he turned to Merlin, eyes regaining focus. He lifted the wand slightly, admiring it with a gleam of pride. With reinforcement active, any spell I cast through this wand now has twice the power, effect, and efficiency. It amplifies the intent and structure of my spell work, making even a basic attack capable of catastrophic output. Chapter 38, Shop Opening Day. Third Person's POV. Arthur stood proudly in front of a grand storefront, the sun gleaming off the large, bold, golden letters etched above the entrance that read, King's Magical Enterprise. The sound of camera shutters filled the air as reporters from the Daily Prophet snapped photos, the crowd buzzing with anticipation. Dressed in fine gray wizarding robes that added an air of refinement to his presence, Arthur raised his hand to quiet the crowd. The noise settled into a hush as he prepared to speak. I am known to many of you as Arthur King, he began, his voice firm but warm. Author of numerous books, some of which I hope you've had the pleasure of reading, particularly those that explore my theories on magic circles and the runic language. He paused, then added with a mischievous glint in his eyes, and if you haven't read them yet, what are you waiting for? The crowd laughed appreciatively at the jab, and Arthur smiled before continuing. What I present to you today is not something I accomplished alone. Far from it. This, he gestured toward the building behind him, was made possible by the tireless support of those who believed in my vision. I am especially grateful to my business partners at Gringotts Bank, the ever-gracious Ministry of Magic for their authorization and backing, and of course, the unwavering support of Albus Dumbledore. He stepped aside slightly, allowing a clear view of the door behind him. Behind these doors is more than just a shop. It's the gateway to something greater. A future I dare to imagine for our entire wizarding world, brighter, more innovative, and full of wonder. He chuckled lightly. Now, I could stand here all day and drone on about what's inside, describing every little detail, but where's the fun in that? Instead, how about I show you? Arthur reached into his robe and pulled out a shining brass key, its intricate engravings glinting in the light. He stepped up to the door, inserted the key into the lock, and with a satisfying click, pushed the heavy doors open. The moment they opened, a wave of gasps echoed across the crowd, followed by an explosion of camera flashes. Arthur turned to the onlookers and placed a hand over his heart, bowing his head humbly. I, Arthur King, welcome you all to King's Magical Enterprise. My doors are open to everyone, wizards, witches, scholars, and curious minds alike. The interior was breathtaking. From the moment one stepped through the doorway, they were met with a visual spectacle. The ceiling above shimmered like the night sky, an enchanted dome of glimmering stars, galaxies slowly swirling as if plucked from the heavens themselves. The enchantment was so vivid, so realistic, that many visitors entered with their heads tilted back, mouths agape in awe. Once they managed to lower their gazes, the rest of the store came into view, each section more captivating than the last. The ground floor was thoughtfully divided. The first section housed an impressive array of magical ingredients and crafting materials, all meticulously organized. Shelves gleamed with vials of rare inks, enchanted chalks, and other critical components for creating intricate magic circles. Each item came with a small golden plaque that explained its function and potential uses. Adjacent to this was the interactive section, less a store and more a magical showcase. Designed to exhibit the wondrous potential of magic circles, this area featured enchanted runes contributed by none other than Merlin herself. One magic circle, for instance, allowed the user to stand within and relive their happiest memory in vivid detail. Another offered the exhilarating sensation of flying, no broomstick required. There were even circles that let one immerse themselves in an illusion if they were to become the strongest wizard of them all. The final portion of the lower level displayed a range of enchanted items, again thanks to Merlin's magical contributions. Curious trinkets such as speed-reading glasses, mood-adjusting quills, and self-filling inkpots lined the shelves, practical, whimsical, and everything in between. The second floor, however, was what Arthur jokingly called his personal kingdom. Here, shelves upon shelves were filled with every book he had ever published. A few enchanted copies even flipped their own pages to attract attention. It was a quiet space for readers and scholars, offering a more relaxed atmosphere than the bustling ground floor. Though the store was only just opening, and the full vision was still unfolding, the enthusiasm from the visitors was palpable. Everyone walked with wide eyes and eager hands, exploring every nook and cranny. Standing off to the side, Arthur surveyed the scene with pride swelling in his chest. His dream, what had once existed only in scribbled notes and late-night ramblings, had finally come to life. "You must be proud," came a familiar voice beside him. He turned to see Merlin, standing with her arms crossed, a rare smile on her face. Arthur chuckled, straightening his posture. "Proud? This is a step closer to my retirement." Merlin rolled her eyes in amusement, casting a sideways glance toward Nicholas, Pernelli, and, somewhat surprisingly, Dumbledore. The three stood together, intently observing the magical shop with the fascination of seasoned scholars encountering something genuinely new. Dumbledore had subtly disguised himself to avoid attracting unwanted attention, though the twinkle in his eyes gave away his curiosity. "You know I'm in a good mood today," Arthur remarked with a light chuckle, walking leisurely beside Merlin. "Make sure to send Goberk a generous tip, would you? He's earned it. After everything he's done for us, it's the least we can do." "For the record, I'm not your secretary," Merlin replied, raising a brow and folding her arms. Arthur stopped mid-step and turned to face her, the playful tone vanishing from his voice. "Wait, am I seriously making you feel that way?" he asked, his expression laced with concern. The sincerity in his gaze caught Merlin off guard, and her teasing demeanor softened instantly. She sighed and shook her head. "No, Art. I was just messing with you, honestly," she said, gently patting his arm. "You're not that bad." Still looking slightly uncertain, Arthur nodded. "Well. If there ever comes a day when you feel I'm taking you for granted, promise me you'll tell me." Merlin smiled, the warmth returning to her face as she hooked her arm through his. "Trust me, you'd know. I wouldn't let you hear the end of it." Although both Arthur and Merlin had visited the shop several times before its grand opening, they wandered through it now as if they were seeing it for the very first time. Everything felt fresh, vibrant, alive. Magic hummed in the walls, and the air was thick with enchantment. Eventually, they came to a stop before one of the shop's most unique attractions, an ancient magical circle engraved in shimmering runes, designed to reveal a person's happiest memory. Arthur stared at it thoughtfully. "You know," he said, glancing at her with mild curiosity, "I don't think I've ever seen you try this." "Not once. I'm kind of curious what it would show you." Merlin hesitated, her expression unreadable. Then, with a quiet sigh, she glanced around to ensure their privacy. With a snap of her fingers, the space around them shifted, people nearby unconsciously began avoiding the area, their awareness gently nudged away by her enchantment. The two of them were now cloaked in a bubble of subtle invisibility, unnoticed by all. Unhooking her arm from Arthur's, Merlin stepped onto the ornate circle embedded in the floor. As soon as her foot touched the center, the runes glowed brilliantly, casting soft golden light throughout the space. A projection flickered into life on the far wall. Arthur watched with rapt attention as a vivid scene unfolded. In the vision stood a grand hall, regal and filled with sunlight pouring in through stained glass windows. From what Arthur thought was Merlin's POV sat an elegant seat, and on that seat was a man whose feature was not visible, hidden as he faced forwards. What was visible was a set of blonde hair like spun gold, framed by a crown that gleamed with authority. But he wasn't alone. Before him was a vast round table, surrounded by knights in shining armor, each one distinct. Their armor bore different crests and colors, signifying the far corners of the world they hailed from. Yet they all shared one thing in common, the unrestrained joy on their faces. Laughter echoed throughout the chamber. Some knights had arms slung around each other, others were pounding the table in mirth, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks as they shared stories and jests. There was camaraderie, unity, a palpable bond that spoke of years forged in loyalty and shared battles. Arthur stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the vision. He opened his mouth, instinctively trying to whisper the words, "the Knights of the Round Table," but the phrase caught in his throat, locked behind the lump rising in his chest. "This may seem like a strange thing for someone like me to call their happiest memory," Merlin said softly, her eyes fixed on the illusion, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "But it's true. Those were simpler days. Days of peace, of purpose. Knights traveled from every corner of the world to be part of what we built together. What I would call our golden age." She paused, a wistful smile touching her lips. It was a beautiful era, full of hope and ambition. Enemies turned allies, strangers became brothers. Watching those men grow into the very ideals they swore to uphold, there is no greater joy than seeing your students realize their dreams. And this, she gestured to the glowing projection, this was the dream come true. When Merlin turned to look at Arthur, her heart clenched. Tears were sliding silently down his cheeks as he stared at the scene before him, unmoving, eyes wide and glistening with a quiet awe. He didn't say anything. He couldn't. But he didn't need to. Because what he saw wasn't just a memory. It was a legacy. A living, breathing testament to the ideals of knighthood, unity, and honor. A vision of what once was, and perhaps, what could be again. End of Volume 1. A/N. As this is the ending of the volume, you know what this means, it's time for everyone's favorite segment, your favorite moment of the volume. Yay. My favorite moment was when Merlin fired off that spell to show Arthur the potential of a magic circle, since I feel like I really painted the scene exactly as it looked in my mind. Be sure to comment yours below. Winking face backhand index pointing right. I feel so stupid every time I do these LOL. Chapter 39, Hogwarts Express. Third person's POV. It was the morning of September 1st, and Arthur was brimming with anticipation. Excitement radiated from him like sunlight as he darted around his bedroom, carefully packing nearly all of his belongings into his enchanted luggage. His every movement was practiced, yet slightly frantic, evidence of just how much this day meant to him. After triple-checking that his books, potion supplies, robes, and other essentials were securely packed, Arthur paused and turned to the bed where a soft, velvet pillow cradled a pristine white and gold egg. Its surface shimmered faintly in the morning light that streamed through the window. He picked it up gently, holding it with both gloved hands as though it were the most fragile thing in the world. "I was hoping you'd hatch before term started," he murmured wistfully, brushing his thumb across the shell. "But I suppose you're waiting for something more magical." "Well then, what better place to hatch than the most magical school in the world?" With great care, Arthur nestled the egg within the specially padded compartment of his magically expanded suitcase, layering it with protective charms just in case. Once he was satisfied that the egg was secure, he snapped the case shut and stood tall. He gave himself one last glance in the full-length mirror. His bright gold hair was slicked back neatly, his face smooth and composed, his posture regal. Although he couldn't wear a formal suit, his black wizarding robes were just as refined, tailored perfectly to his figure. On his hands, a pair of sleek black gloves added a final touch of elegance. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. With his wand tucked safely inside his robe and every item accounted for, Arthur hoisted his suitcase and made his way downstairs. Merlin was already waiting in the front hall, dressed and prepared, her own bags neatly stacked beside her. A large owl cage sat on the floor, the owl inside preening its feathers. But what caught Arthur's attention most was the smaller cage next to it, where Cosmo, his beloved son, or so he referred to the tiny creature, was crying dramatically, clinging to the bars with exaggerated wails of sorrow. Arthur clutched his heart and leaned down toward the cage. "I'm so sorry, Cosmo, truly. But it has to be done. Just until we arrive, all right? Be brave for me." Cosmo responded with another pitiful sob and flopped dramatically onto his back. Merlin rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. "Are you done with the theatrics? We need to go. The Flammels are waiting, they're taking us to King's Cross." Arthur straightened, composing himself. "Yes, I've packed everything. Ready when you are." With a flick of his wand, his luggage lifted into the air and hovered behind him obediently. "Good. Follow me," Merlin instructed, striding toward the door. Arthur raised a brow in confusion. He had assumed they would use the usual means of travel, but followed her without question. They walked across the sprawling front yard and ventured into the nearby forest, moving between trees whose leaves had just started to shift into the hues of early autumn. Their bags floated silently alongside them, bobbing gently with each step. Once they reached a safe distance, Merlin stopped. She pulled out her wand, which immediately extended and transformed back into its full staff form. Arthur watched in growing curiosity as she spun it in the air and then brought it down with force, striking the ground. Suddenly, the area before them began to distort. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief as the forest around them shrank and twisted, folding inward until what remained in the field was a small glass dome, like a snow globe, only without snow. Their house, the forest, everything they had called home was now encapsulated within it. He turned slowly toward Merlin, his mouth hanging open. When were you going to tell me we've been living in a snow globe? Merlin arched a brow at him, clearly unfazed. You seriously didn't know? You really should be more observant. That's your wake-up call. Don't you dare turn this around on me. Arthur snapped, still pointing accusingly at the magical orb that held their home. They continued their bickering even as Merlin summoned the globe and they departed toward their rendezvous with the Flammels. Later that morning, Arthur and Merlin walked briskly through King's Cross Station, accompanied by Nicholas and Pernelli Flammel. Behind them trailed two elegant luggage carts, the kind seen in the fanciest hotels, piled high with their belongings. It was a rather impressive sight, one that drew more than a few glances. Arthur, despite the composure in his posture, was practically vibrating with excitement. He moved with grace, each step deliberate and noble, but there was a radiant glow to him, a twinkle in his diamond blue eyes that betrayed the anticipation bubbling just beneath the surface. A serene smile played on his lips, one that hinted at joy and nervous wonder all at once. He scanned the crowds, his gaze dancing over the bustling station in hopes of spotting a familiar face. He was particularly eager to glimpse a certain someone, the boy who lived. Unfortunately, based on his readings and near-perfect memory, sharpened by his daily occlumency exercises, Arthur knew that Harry Potter typically arrived later in the morning. That meant he'd likely miss him. A shame, really. He had hoped to make a memorable first impression. You remember what you're supposed to do at the platform, right? Pernelli asked gently, her tone that of a doting grandmother. Both Arthur and Merlin nodded in unison, their expressions serious. They had gone over the plan several times already, and both were confident in their approach. They didn't take long to find it, platform 9 3/4. The hustle and bustle of King's Cross Station continued around them, muggles none the wiser as the two young wizards stood before the barrier separating the magical world from the mundane. Ladies first, Arthur said with a mock bow and a mischievous glint in his eye, his lips curled into a playful smirk. Merlin raised an eyebrow. Then why don't you go first? Arthur feigned innocence, placing a hand to his chest. You're right, since there doesn't seem to be one with us at the moment. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, but Nicholas couldn't help letting out a hearty laugh at their antics. Pernelli rolled her eyes, the corners of her mouth twitching with restrained amusement. With a final huff, Merlin pushed her trolley forward. She squared her shoulders, took a deep breath, and ran straight at the seemingly solid wall between platforms 9 and 10. With a faint pop, she vanished. My turn. Arthur grinned with excitement and sprinted forward. Just as he was about to hit the wall, he instinctively shut his eyes, only to feel no impact at all. Another soft pop echoed, and he disappeared as well. When Arthur opened his eyes, the sight before him took his breath away. The Hogwarts Express stood proudly on the tracks, a majestic steam engine in hues of deep red and glossy black. Students and their families filled the platform, laughter and chatter echoing all around. There was an air of magic and mystery, of new beginnings and age-old tradition. Moments later, two more pops signaled the arrival of Pernelli and Nicholas behind them. Nicholas smiled fondly. Arthur, my boy, it seems this is where we say our goodbyes. Arthur turned, his eyes glinting warmly. No, it's not goodbye. It's just see you later. Nicholas chuckled. You're right, as always. He reached forward, pulling Arthur and, surprisingly, even Merlin into a heartfelt embrace. Merlin stiffened, clearly not expecting the gesture, but didn't resist. It's been an honor being your teacher, Arthur. And Merlin, while you refuse to study under me, I know you're a brilliant witch. I have no doubt you'll both thrive at Hogwarts. So, the only advice I'll give you now is this, enjoy every moment. Thank you, Grandpa Nick, Arthur and Merlin said in unison, Merlin's usual stoicism softening. Then Pernelli, already teary-eyed, wrapped them in a bear hug that threatened to squeeze the breath out of them. I'm going to miss you both so much. The house is going to be so empty without your bickering and Cosmo's constant meowing, she wailed, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Promise you'll write. Every week, all right, Art. Lin. Arthur burst out laughing. Lin. Ha ha ha. Merlin's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Arthur a death glare, but the affection in her eyes betrayed her annoyance. Arthur composed himself, still chuckling, and hugged Pernelli back. Don't worry, we'll write. You two take care of yourselves, okay? I should be the one saying that, she sniffled. With final hugs, reassurances, and waves, Arthur and Merlin boarded the train, their luggage in their hands. Nicholas turned away, muttering under his breath, Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Pernelli remained by the platform, still waving, her tissue growing damper by the second. Inside, Arthur and Merlin navigated the crowded aisles, searching for a free compartment amidst the sea of robes and chatter. They eventually found an empty one near the center of the train and quickly began storing their belongings. Arthur freed Cosmo from his cage and settled the feline on his lap. Cosmo let out a contented purr, clearly relieved to be free from confinement. Arthur took the window seat, gazing out at the magical world outside. Lin, Arthur teased without looking at her. Merlin sat beside him, narrowing her eyes. Art, how can one person be so adorable and yet so completely strangleable? Arthur blinked. What? You sure you want to find out what? She asked with a dark sweetness. Arthur quickly shook his head. Nope. And have I ever told you how terrifying you can be? I've been told, she said proudly, smoothing out her robe. Their teasing continued for a while before it was interrupted by the sound of the compartment door sliding open. Both turned to see a boy standing there, about their age, with shoulder-length, sleek chestnut hair, and piercing gray eyes that shimmered like silver. His gaze was calm, unreadable, and distant, as if the world barely registered to him. Oh, the boy said softly. I didn't realize this compartment was occupied. My apologies. Both Arthur and Merlin blinked in unison, taken aback by his unusually polite tone. Not at all, Arthur said warmly, his gentlemanly charm shining through. Join us. There's plenty of room, and we'd enjoy the company. The boy stared at Arthur for a moment, clearly weighing his options. After a pause, he gave a small nod, stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and began storing his luggage in the cage of a sleek, black-feathered owl above the seats. Not a single word passed his lips during the process. As he sat down, Arthur, ever the charismatic one, extended a gloved hand across the space. Since we'll be sharing a journey for the next few hours, introductions are in order. I'm Arthur King. And you are? The boy hesitated, then took Arthur's hand in a firm but cool shake. He met Arthur's gaze, his voice calm and even. My name is Lance. Lance Demire. Chapter 40, Sword Bonding. Third person's POV. As Lance and Arthur shook hands, there was an unspoken understanding between them. Though Arthur wore a glove, he could still feel the roughness of Lance's palm, and Lance could feel the calluses beneath Arthur's leather. Their grips were firm, a mutual show of strength and discipline. How firm? He's strong, both of them thought simultaneously, their eyes narrowing slightly as they studied one another in silent contemplation. After a long moment, Arthur spoke as they released the handshake. Your hands. He said thoughtfully. Tell me, are you by chance a swordsman? Or am I wrong to assume? Lance blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the question. I've had formal training with the sword, yes, he replied carefully. So I suppose that would place me under that category. I'm surprised you noticed. I thought swordsmanship had long fallen into obscurity with the rise of magic. Arthur nodded in agreement. So did I, honestly, I didn't expect to meet someone else who studied the sword so soon. I assumed it would be much later into different years, if at all, that I might run into someone who knew how to properly wield one. He offered a bright smile then. This is a most pleasant and welcome surprise. Lance gave a nod of agreement, his expression unreadable but his posture slightly more relaxed. Before either could say more, the girl beside Arthur stepped forward. I'm Merlin, by the way, she said, offering a cheerful smile. Merlin Serm. Lance inclined his head politely. I'll take it there's no need to introduce myself again, he replied smoothly, then turned his attention to her more directly. Do you also partake in the art of the sword? Merlin raised her eyebrows, clearly not expecting the question. She blinked, then pointed to herself. You're asking me? Huh, that's a doozy. I would have assumed you'd think I didn't, since, you know. I'm a girl and all. Lance tilted his head slightly in confusion. What does your gender have to do with your ability to wield a sword? He asked sincerely. Some of the strongest fighters I know are women. In fact, my instructor was one. Merlin's surprise softened into a smile. You're an interesting one, not bad at all. And yes, I do know my way around a blade. Arthur's brow twitched slightly. It was subtle, but it didn't go unnoticed. It was the first time he'd seen Merlin compliment another boy their age, and someone who wasn't him, at that. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, it unsettled him. Still, Arthur prided himself on his maturity. He wouldn't let petty jealousy get the better of him. Instead, he smiled and said, when we arrive at Hogwarts, we should set aside time for a sparring match. I haven't had the opportunity to duel someone my age aside from Merlin. I'm curious to see how we measure up. Though Lance's expression remained stoic, a subtle gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. Then I'll look forward to the moment our blades cross, he replied calmly. Despite his composed demeanor, it was clear he meant every word. And his gaze wasn't directed solely at Arthur, he included Merlin as well, eager to test himself against both of them. Outside the train window, the last lines of students were beginning to board. Their shadows moved across the glass as the compartment slowly filled. Inside theirs, however, time seemed to pause as the trio found themselves immersed in passionate discussion. Arthur and Lance launched into an enthusiastic debate about sword forms and historical weaponry, quickly bonding over their shared love of steel and tradition. Their voices rose with energy, arguments becoming more animated by the second. Merlin interjected here and there, sometimes offering her opinion, sometimes answering questions directed at her by Lance. "What are you talking about?" Arthur said incredulously at one point, his expression bordering on offended. "A long sword is clearly the superior blade, balanced, versatile, effective in almost any situation." Lance scoffed with cool disdain. "That's how I know you're not a true swordsman," he countered sharply. "Everyone with experience knows the claymore is the most favorable weapon in a real battle." Arthur gasped, scandalized. "I can't believe you just said that. That's blasphemy, absolute blasphemy toward every sword ever forged." Lance leaned forward slightly, his tone impassioned but composed. "Everyone knows that blasphemy is just the truth that people fear. If claiming the claymore's superiority is blasphemy, then I'll gladly be called a blasphemer." Arthur looked like he was about to combust with indignation, while Merlin simply laughed, shaking her head. Despite the bickering, there was an unmistakable camaraderie forming between them. In the heated debate, in the respectful challenge of a spar, in their shared reverence for the blade, something unspoken was growing. Something like friendship. Seeing that their conversation was getting them nowhere, both Arthur and Lance turned to Merlin with expectant eyes. "Merlin, you decide," Arthur said, gesturing between the two of them. "Be the tiebreaker for us." Lance rolled his eyes, folding his arms with a light scoff. "Commonality doesn't equal effectiveness. A long sword may be popular, yes, but popularity doesn't make it the best. Effectiveness can't be decided by something as flimsy as majority rule. Still," he added with a side glance at Merlin, "I admit I'm curious to hear your opinion." Merlin tapped her chin thoughtfully, then shrugged. "Honestly, I think a katana." "What?" both Arthur and Lance exclaimed in complete disbelief, the word erupting from them like a synchronized thunderclap. Even Lance, who rarely raised his voice, had spoken louder than usual, his stoic mask briefly cracking. They turned to stare at Merlin, momentarily united in their shock. A temporary truce formed as they stared at her like she had just proclaimed the sun orbited the earth. "A katana," Arthur repeated, almost scandalized. "Its thin blade already puts it at a huge disadvantage. You can't even use it defensively. Not to mention," Lance added with a critical frown, "it's far more likely to break under strain. That alone disqualifies it in any serious contest of durability or versatility." Merlin rolled her eyes, undeterred. "First of all, the katana's thin blade is exactly what makes it deadly. It's optimized for slicing and speed. Offense is the best defense, after all. And as for durability, if it's forged by a great artisan, breaking isn't even a concern. You two clearly underestimate." Before she could finish her defense of the katana, the compartment door suddenly slid open with a loud clack, cutting her off mid-sentence and startling all three of them. Standing at the door was a girl around their age, her chest rising and falling with hurried breaths. She had long wheat-colored hair that shimmered gold under the train's light. A single braid dangled in front of her shoulder, while more braids formed a delicate crown across her head. Her eyes, wide with panic, were a rich hazel that nearly matched her hair. Please tell me there's an empty seat here," she said in a rush, her gaze bouncing between the three of them. "I came late, and all the other compartments are already full, and we're about to depart." "The seat next to mine is free," Lance offered without hesitation, gesturing calmly toward the empty spot beside him. Relief washed over her face as she beamed at him. "Oh, thank goodness. You're my savior," she said dramatically, hurrying inside with her luggage in one hand and a covered cage in the other. Inside the cage was a striking white Siberian cat with pale blue eyes that scanned the room curiously. Arthur stood up when he noticed her struggling with her suitcase, especially given her shorter stature. "Here, allow me," he said politely, lifting her luggage with ease and placing it in the overhead compartment, settling Cosmo back into his lap afterward. "Thank you." By Merlin's beard, the girl suddenly gasped as her eyes locked onto Arthur, recognition lighting her entire expression. "You're Arthur King." Arthur offered a modest smile. "That would be me." Just then, the train whistle blared from outside, making the girl jump slightly. Seeing that Arthur had let out his cat, she did the same, setting her own white feline gently on her own lap. "I've seen you all over the Daily Prophet," she continued in awe, eyes still fixed on Arthur as if meeting a living legend. "And you are?" Merlin interjected pointedly, raising a brow. "Oh. Right, I completely forgot to introduce myself, how rude of me," the girl said sheepishly, turning to face the others properly. "My name is Gwyneth. Gwyneth Ardeen. It's a pleasure to make everyone's acquaintance." As she spoke her final words, the train gave a subtle lurch and began to move, rattling gently along the tracks, its journey to Hogwarts officially underway.